chip monster, one for performance, one for display.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the iQOO Battle Mobile India Series 2021. It is going to be an exciting time where we are going to have a lot of action in store for you, a lot of underdog teams trying to make a name for themselves in this sport we call E. But of course, with me, I have a wonderful gentleman, Floki. You might know him better as Hira, a gem of a person in true life. And of course, my name is Anga Singh Chehal. I sometimes go by the experiment anyway. Floki, lovely having you here. How's it going?
It's going absolutely wonderful. You know, it's been a long time since we've done anything like this, so it's good to be back. It's good to see all these teams in action today. And yeah, I just want some good old BGMI action. Just give me some of that good old Pachinki Hot Drops, three teams slugging it out. Yeah, I want to see some more of that.
Especially since, we are going to be at round one. We have a lot of teams trying to vie, for the championship. We have 1,024 teams that are going to be going up against each other. So, like you said, Pachinki Hot Drops, we definitely are going to be expecting some chaos in some form or the other. But one thing is for certain. We have a lot of action in store for you today. And, well, performance is never going to be out of question, especially when you have the iQOO 7 legend at your gaming fingertips. I mean, I can just feel that surge of power right now if I was holding that phone.
Absolutely, really, really good phone for gaming performance in general. The best part about it, it's got Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processors, top of the line. You're never going to have to worry about any sort of latency, any sort of jitters, none of that stuff. When you're at this level, you want to get here, you want to make sure your gear is top notch. What better provider than iQOO from? I mean, I have to say, iQOO is one of the best mobile phones you're going to get there. And guess what? If you run out of battery, you can charge it up real quick. 66-watt flash charging as well. So you plug it in, go away for an hour, come back.
Are you ready for this?
You have it. We had a look at a couple of specs of the iQOO 7 Legend, and well, let me just say one thing. When you have a monster inside, there's only one question. Are you going to unleash it?
Yeah, well, that's what we're here to find out anyway, right? Because there's a monster inside each one of these teams as well, and they're going to look to unleash it upon each other. Have to say, we're going to be playing 6 straight maps of Erangel. There's not going to be no Wikendi, no Miramar, none of that stuff. Just good old Erangel, so everyone can enjoy the action on the first day here. But the bigger question arises, is the underdog teams over here, are they going to really be able to, face up against the more experienced ones today? Because, yeah, I mean, that skill gap, it can start to widen up at about this point.
Well, that is the question we are going to be here to answer today, whether David can indeed take on Goliath and come out on top. But again, I think the thing is, the best thing about our country is we have so much untapped potential that, there are so many unknowns that basically if they are given a pedestal, they're going to shine. And that is what this tournament is all about. iQOO 7, what they have done is they've given an opportunity to every single gamer, every single one, even you watching at home right now. If you want to get in on the action, you can always do that, especially with this organization over here, giving the underdog a chance. And well, one of them is going to be shining sooner or later.
Absolutely. I mean, what better phone to give you that sort of top-tier BGMIS experience than iQOO itself? Like we said earlier, Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, 66-watt flash charging. And the best part about this all is that as soon as you get done with the game, your battery is low, you plug it in, you just wait for a couple of minutes, it comes back up and you can continue gaming. You don't have to worry about sitting around for a long, long time.
Let me give you a few facts and figures. Now, suppose even if you run out of battery, it only takes 22 minutes for it to charge to 100%, which, well, basically means you're never going to be missing any of your BGMI games ever again because, well, this phone has it all for you. Of course, another thing that I do want to bring up, which I'm sure you guys are going to see in the near future, this phone has one of the best liquid cooling systems I've ever played with. I was expecting the phone to heat up a bit, but no. I was expecting the phone to heat up a bit, but no. I had to turn the heater on for me to feel that little heat. But of course, it is what it is, and all the action that is going to be in store for you is going to be brought by iQOO. Yeah. And well, Floki, all right, let's start beating around the bush. Now, we have a lot of underdog teams in store for all our viewers today, and I'm going to be fair in saying that, a lot of them are going to be slightly unknown. However, with this chance, they do have a little bit of a moment. However, it's only 2 matches that they can make it or break it. So the pressure is definitely going to be on them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the best part about this all is that all these teams are new, right? They're not really experienced. So we're not going to see some traditional BGMI stuff. We're going to see them coming in with some new ideas. We're going to see them coming in some maybe interesting, drop locations coming in. Maybe, they decide to contest Sosnoka military base. Who the hell knows? 3 teams dropping in right away. Even though usually that place gets left alone, maybe they found a way to, just play that super quick, get those elite rotations in, and sort of nullify the fact that when you drop so outside the map, you kind of have to just fight your way back in, and that's what makes the drop not worth it.
Unless the gods of BGMI are listening to you and they throw the zone at your feet. So, anything can happen. That is what I love, the unpredictability of this Battle Royale. But again, I want to see something, the military base that you did mention has 3 distinct buildings.
Yes.
I want one team dropping on each of them and basically getting the job done. But now it all boils down to what these teams are going to be fighting for. And let me tell you one thing, a lot of money is involved.
Oh yeah, a lot of money is involved. So let's have a look at that and let's see how much money is at stake over here, because I imagine it's not only going to reward the best teams but also the best players. And there you go.
Wow.
1
I mean,
crore rupees.
can we just take a moment to just appreciate that number on our screens, a moment of silence? Because is there a mistake, or is that actually 1 crore?
That is actually 1
Wow.
crore.
It
This
is
is a
a
huge prize.
Massive prize, but of course the first place is going to walk away with 50 lakhs, and the second place is going to get 25 lakhs, third place 10 lakhs, and of course gradually we are going to be decreasing in number. However, there are chances for teams and players to get some more individual prizes.
Yeah, like we can see over here, the MVP, it's going to give you 1 lakh rupees just for one player itself, just for one player to take it all. Yeah, then you got a couple of other rewards as well, the Lone Ranger, the Rampage Streak, most finishes by a squad, so that's probably going to be the only prize that's actually going to be split amongst the 4 members of the team. And of course, the Redeemer, the guy who's going to avenge his fallen teammates and go in there and carry them to a better position, carry them and get them some more points in a bad situation and make the most of it. Well, those are the kind of things we're going to be rewarding over here. Of course, the winner takes it all, man. First place, 50 lakh. This is life-changing money. One moment, you're in school, just failing every exam. The next moment, you win this tournament, and all of a sudden, the teacher doesn't care about your bad grades. They want to know how the hell you managed to get here.
Well, I mean, when you have that much money in your pockets, nothing is really impossible. But of course, we are going to see how these teams are going to be fighting each other, and we're going to look at the point distribution on our screens now. Now, this system is something you have seen in BGMI tournaments in the past. So the first place is going to get 15 points, second place gets 12, third place gets 10, and of course, we are going to be gradually tapering off as we go towards the bottom. Now, the interesting thing is 13th to 16th, no points.
Oh yeah, I mean, the only thing they've got going for themselves is that if they get a couple of finishes, a couple of eliminations here and there, that's going to give them a sliver of points, but that's about it. So if you really want to score well, you need to break into that top 5, top 6 mark. That's when you start getting those, plethora of points. And the best part about that is that first place actually does have a much bigger reward, right? Instead of getting the usual 2-point increment that you would from places 7 to 2, you get a 3-point increment. And you just sprinkle a couple of kills on top of that, and you just give yourself such a big room to work with.
I mean, the winners should get a couple of extra points, so I guess that does make sense. But of course, let's have a look at the calendar and see when all this action is going to take place. Of course, round 1 is going to start today, the 16th of December. This is going to last the next 4 days, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th, which is going to be a crucial stage for all players involved, followed by round 2 after a day's break, because, well, gaming can get a little tiring as well. You got to make sure you are alert for gaming. Of course, round 2 is going to be starting on the 21st of December. That's a Tuesday, and it's going to go through the entire week and end on Friday. That's the 4th of December.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then we're going to move on to the third round itself, which is going to start on the 27th, end on the 30th, and then we get a nice 2 breaks for the 31st and the 1st of January. Just let the players catch up with their family, just spend that time, just, get a lot of enjoyment out of the way, and then it's back to the grind, man. It's back to square one. It's back to just, throwing fists up in the air and trying to get yourself that top spot. And yeah, and since then, we're going to be having 4 days in a row again for the quarterfinals, starting from Sunday and ending on Wednesday.
And the best thing is, it is going to be a new year. I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be coming in with some new tactics. They are going to be refreshed, like you said. They're going to spend some time with their families, which is always wonderful. But after that, that is when it all comes down to the brass tacks. The quarterfinals are going to be for the 4 days, and of course, we are having the semifinals right after, with just a day's break in between. That is going to be happening over the weekend, which should be ending on the 10th of January 2022. You got to keep in mind, we are going to be going into the future.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And well, no good movie is good without a climax, and we've got that over here for the finals. 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th. This is where we will crown who's going to take away the 50 lakh rupees.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You better mark your calendars because the next month is going to be action-packed for you, and I'm sure you don't want to miss any of the action. Now, of course, we are going to just tell you a little in and out of how the format is going to be going through. Now, we all know we have 1,024 teams that are going to be participating in round one. That is just a massive number to wrap your brains around, but only 63 after 3 rounds of intense fighting are going to be going forward to the quarterfinals, and that is when things get interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, 64 teams making their way towards the quarterfinals. It's quite a big cutoff, isn't it? 10,024 straight down to 64. That is, I believe there is at least a division by 4, so we're going to get rid of a third of the teams. No, even greater than that. We're going to get rid of, I think,
Are you good at maths? Are you good at your square
I'm
roots and all
trying,
that?
man. I'm trying, but clearly I failed math class because I was too busy playing.
That's why we're here. That's why we're here talking about a game, and we leave the numbers to the analysts. But of course, let's have a look at the schedule today. Like you did mention, all matches are going to be played in Erangel, the fan favorite, of course. But this is what I'm worried about. Each group gets 2 games to play. You only have 2 games to make it or break it, so the pressure must definitely be mounting.
Yeah, and the worst part is you don't really have a lot of wiggle room, right? So if you make any mistakes over here, you're just kind of boned. I mean, after this point, you don't get any second chances, you don't get another opportunity to make it, so all the hard work that all of these underdog teams especially have been putting in is going to culminate here, and it's going to sort of give us a picture of whether it's going to be worth it or not, right? Because if you actually want to see a part of the prize pool, you sort of need to get up there. You need to win a lot more games than just this particular round itself.
I mean, I think what they need to do is basically they just need to have those horse blinders on. For these next 2 games, they need to forget about everything else, just focus in and give it their best, because like you did mention, it could be life-changing if they walk away with those 50 lakhs. It's just, I'm still trying to roll it off my tongue over here. 50 lakhs is what the first team is going to walk away with.
Absolutely. I mean, these sorts of prize pools were unheard of a couple of years back, right? You told someone there's going to be a 1 crore rupee prize pool. Open qualifiers that too. Anybody can come and win it. No one would believe you. They'd be like, nah, man. That's just not happening. You can make me see all these dreams, but I'm going to focus on my engineering degree and not go after this. Well, where you at now, buddy?
Where you at now? Of course, let's have a look at the groups that are going to be playing today. We have Team Hellgod, Aztec Esports, Last Wish, Aura India, Brutal Esports, Beast Academy 7, Xforge Esports, and Beg for Grace. Now, you might know a couple of these teams from games in the past, but we are going to see if some new team is going to be making waves. And of course, we have some more teams to follow up with Team Inox, Space Esports, Lexa Official, and Team Troners.
Oh yeah, we got 4 Extreme Terminators as well, clearly. We've got Team Roar as well. We got Team Zanes, I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. You can just DM me on my Instagram. Tell me what the right pronunciation is. And then, of course, we got MP Esports as last team coming in. But these teams are going to be competing against each other in the group for that top spot. And only half are going to qualify over here, so it's going to be kind of heartbreaking.
I'm going to just bring up this one team. 4 Extreme Terminators. Now, as if Terminators weren't extreme enough, they're going to get an extra layer of aggression to the game. And of course, I can't wait to see what they do out there in the Battlegrounds. Now, we've had a look at the teams that are going to be participating. But again, let's just remind all our viewers that, all of this is possible thanks to our sponsors, iQOO 7 Legend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, without iQOO, none of this would have ever happened, right? So, you've got this...
Are you ready for this?
Check this out.
and girls, it is time now. The match is going to be underway soon enough, and I'm pretty sure all the viewers are probably saying, Costa, stop talk, start match. And well, we are here to listen to whatever your wishes are. Now, before we get in all the action, now I know that there are quite a few teams that are not unknown. Now, we did mention a few names. Are you picking anyone right at the beginning just to,
Not particularly.
play favorites maybe? I like the name for Extreme Terminators. I might actually give them a little extra nudge, you know what I mean? But of course, it's all speculation at this point because the players are getting ready for the first matchup, and I do believe they are going to be running around Spawn Island right now trying to psych each other out.
Absolutely, they're going to be shooting each other in the head, trying to, maybe even just play some mental games with their opponents. Maybe people they've scrimmed against, just walk up to them, start dancing, start taunting, just start teabagging them or whatnot.
Oh, we love taunting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see if you're going to see some of that. Maybe somebody gets a kill, starts dancing, just does some strange ninjutsu whatsoever. But you know what? We've talked enough about what could happen. Let's see what is actually going to happen as we jump into the game itself and have a look at that flight path.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The C-130 is going to take to the skies above as it soars high above the plains of Erangel. And wait a second, let's just appreciate that beautiful view right now as we're looking down on the plane and having a look at the plane path. It is going to be going down towards the southwest. However, it is inclined a bit towards the right side of the map. But again, if I'm thinking about it, it's not going to be problematic for a lot of the teams to reach their favorite destinations. You have a lot of vehicles in the way, and well, we aren't really aware of who's going to drop where. So it's going to be chaotic right off the bat. But like you said, I want to see some action taking place down south on the Sosnovka military base.
And I actually think that's going to be possible, right? Because you look at the flight path, you don't really want to go to hospital, you don't really want to go to Georgiapol, and these are places that people would usually go to. Nobody really likes going to Sosnovka just because the rotation takes forever. But with this being so close to the flight path, it could actually be rewarding just dropping early and being the first team over there, just get some weapons, even if possible, just run to the other team, eliminate them right off the bat and get that quick early rotation out of there. Because if you look, you can see Milta shelter completely open at the moment. Prison is also not going to be occupied for a bit, although it's going to be a little bit harder to rotate from the Sosnovka military base. But yeah, lots of places that's still going to be open, and well, it does seem like we're going to see a lot of contest towards Sosnovka military base. I guess dreams do come true.
I guess your wish has been granted. There you have it. And well, with the first circle forming with a part of the island itself, looks like all that we kind of talked about right now has gone out the window.
Yep.
Because teams don't really need to rush each other right off the bat. And of course, it's always easier said than done. And there you have it. Action is going to be breaking out. Sooner or later, Lord is going to be the first to let loose a few bullets. Question is it going to hit its mark?
Yep.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, he's actually seen someone drop in. They could go for that pick if he wants, but at this range, not the most accurate of weapons. And yeah, he's going to pick his weapons up, just regroup with his team, and then try to maybe ambush them together while they're still busy trying to get their loot in. But yeah, we'll see if Shockwave is also able to get back towards safety as team. I believe it's Inoxes are trying to scramble together and just regroup while the other team, Team 3, actually has a lot of control over here. That is Team Last Wish. They've got a fair amount of map control. One is inside another building, the other is inside another building. So loot's going to be great for them. But you can't stay here for too long because it's about to get really, really hot and heavy. You need to start grouping up with your team and maybe start being even a bit aggressive and claiming some map control.
Talking about being hot and heavy, it is going to get tricky for Rocky from Team X Forge as he is going to go up with the boys. They know exactly where he is, but in fact, he peeks out with that Uzi, that high rate of fire, making sure it gets the job done. He does go for the finish. Maybe it was a bit too selfish over there because unfortunately, he is going to get taken down instead, which means now his team has a lot of work to do because I didn't see them in the vicinity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's sort of the problem early on as well. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Yeah, that's sort of the problem early on as well, like I said, right? You don't really have that high-level vest, that high-level helmet, so just a couple of shots from the VSS can also just put you down and put you in a world of trouble. And even though it was a great start for him, he gets that knock with the Uzi, he doesn't find the finish and got quickly punished up, and now his squad's going to be just one man down. And well, the best part about this all, they've got themselves a jeep so the entire team can rotate out of here, no problem whatsoever.
You know, you were kind of mentioning that you want to see some unorthodox drop spots. Well, this is an unorthodox drop spot right here. We are going to be just west of Novorepnoye at the gas station south of that bridge. And where there is loot, there are definitely going to be looters. So they're going to have a lot of equipment on hand for fights later on. But now, as we are going to be looking elsewhere, it does look like we are going to be heading to Primorsk, where Space Esports are getting ready for a bit of a tango with for Extreme Terminators, and this is a matchup that I, in fact, am looking forward to. I want to see how much aggression the Terminators bring to this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You thought one Arnie was scary? Well, imagine four. Imagine an Arnie just overclocking, going extreme mode, berserk whatsoever. Not really seeing that from them though. They're just circling around, just like sharks in the water, smelling blood, but not really acting on it, not really going buck wild just yet. I believe they're still looking to get themselves some good gear. I mean, they've got a couple of vests, they've got a decent backpack, but nothing to write home about just yet. So, kind of not inclined to take fights, and I like this approach. Just why risk it? You don't have the best weapons, you don't really have the best utility whatsoever. So, just leave it, just move on with life. Try to go to a place where maybe there's some scraps or something that's been left behind for you, and then use the element of surprise, or maybe ambush someone else or gatekeep someone else. Take the fights that are easier to take instead of trying to rush something that you don't really have the capacity to do at this point.
Now, something that you don't see too often is people just running about willy-nilly, because normally you expect everybody to get into a vehicle and traverse those long distances. But again, when you are pretty much sure that you don't have any opposition nearby, because remember, when you are falling down from the heavens above, you do tend to keep an eye out for other parachutes nearby. And well, looks like their scouting is going to be on point. But now Space Esports, again, a lot is not known about this team. However, I do love the names. Jaguar, is he going to roar and unsheath his paws? Or are we going to have those claws on for later? Now, if you quickly have a look at the map, pretty much everyone is going to be a bit comfortable. Everyone is scattered around. Now, of course, we do have a few teams that are in close proximity to one another, so you should expect some sparks to fly, especially at the military base yet again, because Aura Esports, Aura India, I beg your pardon, are coming to play as well. So I feel a few more bullets are going to fly and a few more bodies are going to drop, but action is going to break out as Beg for Grace are caught off guard by Aura India, and there you have Captain XD is letting off that ratata with the AK-47, AKM, letting off a few shots, gets the knock, but now they are hungry for more.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. I mean, they got a taste of blood, but they just want more. Beg for Grace like, nope, 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 none of that. Get out of here. We lost 2 players already. There's only 2 of us surviving. We want to live to fight another day. We want to bear children. We're not going to engage in this one. So, yeah, they're just going to drive the hell away from here. But I just quickly wanted to also point out that if you were actually noticing the map when they were showing it up, Team Hellgone was up towards Georgeport, and that's a place that's gonna have good loot, and it's completely empty. Sure, it's outside the circle, but it hasn't closed in just yet, so you can go out there and still get yourself some good loot.
Some good loot indeed, but then I guess, why there aren't so many teams there is because it is probably one of the most popular hot drops in Battlegrounds Mobile India today. So, I mean, it does seem like, a few of the teams aren't really taking any chances, but looks like it didn't really go according to plan because, well, we saw 3 teams dropping in at the Sosnovka military base, something that they probably would not have expected, but what is done, and now the teams are going to be out on the move, and it looks like Raw are going to be driving past. And now this is what you get used to at this stage, right? Now the circle is closing in, you are going to see convoys of vehicles traversing the terrain, but sometimes they get spotted, sometimes they get shot at, and sometimes they go boom.
Oh yeah, you really kind of want like a long range LMG for that kind of stuff. You can't really pull it off with any sniper rifle. So yeah, I mean, if you got a VSS, maybe you can take it down enough. But just semi-automatic snipers are not something that people like to keep in their inventory for very long. They just prefer something like the Kar 98K, or just get yourself a norm, make life easier. But yeah, I feel like at this point we're not going to see a lot of fights happening anyway. Still surprised, by the way, that Pochinki has been completely empty. No one even bothered going there, and I think this is something that happens a lot, where people expect a place to be hot dropped, so they don't go there at all, and it remains completely empty for a long time.
Let me ask you a question. Now, picture yourself in the shoes of these players. Now, of course, a lot is on the line, and you aren't really used to, playing on the big stage. Now, you hear a gunfight near you. Are you going to go towards the gunfight, or are you going to avoid it at this stage of the round?
At this stage, just skirt around, get information, and buzz off. Don't stay around that area at all, because if you're just going to get into a gunfight, you don't know which other team is also lying in wait, waiting for that same thing to happen. So, if you're the team that is going to just pounce at the first opportunity you see, well, it might work, it might not work. It requires you to just keep your eyes up when you're dropping and seeing, where your enemy teams have dropped and where they potentially could be. If you've got a good idea about that, if you've got good game sense, then you can get away with it. Otherwise, most of the time, it's just not worth the risk.
Last Wish here now making their way up north from the Sosnovka military base, where they didn't really get a lot of action. However, let's see if their fortunes are going to be reversed. Now, I am a fan of bridge fights. I was expecting something, but we're going to hold on to that thought because the circle is going to implode in on itself, and well, we are shifting it further up north. Now, at the epicenter of all the action, we have one team, Brutal Esports, who kind of look like they are ready for anyone to cross their paths.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and the best part is that they've gotten themselves right in the smack dab middle of that center. You look towards what I believe is the west of the map, and you will see a bunch of teams rotating in from there, so there's going to be a lot of action towards Pochinki. Well, they said meet me in Pochinki, nobody met them at Pochinki, but eventually they're going to get there and they're going to start having those fights, so yeah, going to keep your eyes out for that as well.
It's going to be like a mild surprise when they get to Pochinki, expecting all the doors to be open, and they're like, hey, wait a second.
One's here.
No one's here. Maybe I could get some extra guns, get some extra utility. But of course, now, I guess the name of the game is going to be for most of these teams to, try and find a compound somewhere near the center of the circle and just fortify it for future circles. Because again, it is going to be a little bit of a rush tactic in this first matchup because, again, everyone's testing the waters out.
Yep.
And if you are going to commit to a move, suppose you want to breach a building, all four are going to be jamming their vehicles up against the wall, and it's going to be an all-out assault. But have a look at this. Beast Esports, they do have the compound just west of the farm all to themselves. In fact, ASACE is going to be up on the roof. He gets down. I believe he did get a little information that, someone is just traversing to their north, but it looks like action is breaking out elsewhere as Brutal are opening up on Iron 8.
Oh yeah, it does look like the fight is breaking out here soon enough, but let me go quick look at the map, and there you go. Those are the fights that we're looking for. It's actually Aztec and Lexa going at it, just throwing fists up in the air, but speaking to Brutal, there they are, having a good line of sight onto his opponent. Will be able to take him down. I believe that's Burnsy gets eliminated over there, so another finish point coming in to the side of Brutal Esports. They're going to be quite pleased about that. Aztec, not sure if you want to be in this position this early on. They're just already popping smokes and just trying to run back to cover and avoid the fight completely. Getting caught out in the open with their pants down, not the best of starts for them, but hey, diamonds, they are made under pressure, so if you can't handle this stuff, then maybe you're not going to get under anyway. Okay, Shockwave, yes, we see you've got the best possible weapon you could have had, and you're using it to good wail there, but doesn't really manage to take the person down in the buggy.
Well, he is okay for now. He does have a little ditch for cover. However, INX, they are going to be unleashing hell on that team in some time because Lord has a good angle, as does Ivar, who is going to be hopping from building to building. A little parkour on display for us on our screens. Now, they do have those double warehouses just east of Pochinki, which is one of my favorite places to be, but looks like we have a little bit of a mistake as Aura India just lost one of their members due to an explosion, and it kind of looked like it was a little bit of self-harm.
Oh yeah, I mean...
that's gonna hurt.
Absolutely. It's not only emotional pain, but yeah, X-Forge, they... Okay, this is a very awkward position for Flash. This is really hard to get out of. I mean, I don't know how he's going to do it. He's going to drop a smoke. He's going to give him some line of cover, but if he can't afford to get back into the buggy, it is just going to be impossible for him to get out of that place alive with all those bullets raining in. But maybe he can bait long enough for a flank to come in.
He could wait long enough, but the thing is the blue is going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage as well, and you got to keep in mind that he is the last man standing for his team, so that pressure on his shoulder, all that weight that he's carrying is going to get to him sooner or later. But I like what Aura India is doing. They've realized, they might not get that one kill. Why would they want to waste their opportunity and lose members to the blue zone? So the right decision over there, they're going to skedaddle out of there and head to greener pastures. Now, the circle has kind of shifted a bit towards the east with the shelter pretty much in the center, and have a look at that. We have the first few teams coming in with Lost Wish, who are in fact in a good position because they have that high up mountain terrain all to themselves, and they do have options to head down to one of the compounds just south of the shelter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just about as good as it gets. It's like they're at a buffet and they can't decide what they want first. Just makes sense to hold for now, though, because they don't really want to give up such a great position. But I'm not too sure what is happening with X-Force. They're still stuck outside in the blue, trying to brave it out, trying to delay their rotations. Another plan that can work really well, if you've got a lot of healing available, why not just tank the blue, make sure your rotation is safe, just skip out on the unnecessary fights. Can be bad for you as well, because then when the circle starts becoming too small, all the teams start gatekeeping each other at the periphery.
And also, I just had a look at the utilities that the last member from X4G Sports had. 12 bandages aren't really going to cut it at this stage. You need some first aid kits, but again, we are going to just leave all that speculation aside, as now we're going to have a look at a new team. And let me tell you one thing, I love the names that these teams have come up with. Of course, we are talking about Team Tronners, and there's one gentleman over here goes by the name of Snooze Doc. Now, I'm a doctor myself, and I tend to be a bit lazy at times, so I love that name. He's a lazy doc is what I'm getting across.
Yeah, you probably don't want a dog that snoozes at your operation table, though. I mean, you never know when your heart's going to be replaced with something else. But we don't have time to talk about that because it seems there's another fight breaking out elsewhere. Shockwave is going to get down, and he does have to see teammates to help him back up, but it looks like even they're getting caught out in the open. Now with 2 members down, Hellgod, this is just them trying to unleash as much damage as they can, just make it as expensive as possible for their opponents. That's exactly what they're doing. Last wish though, okay, they're smelling blood in the water. I feel like there's going to be some third-party action coming in here. You thought it was bad enough already? Well, it's about to get a lot worse. But who's going to come out on top?
Well, it looks like Last Wish are asking that same question to Team Inox. What is your last wish? Because they've pretty much just wiped them out from the face of Erangel, which is going to be a devastating, devastating blow for Team Inox. And I like the fact that Team Hellgod, you know, third-partying is part and parcel of the game. I mean, you hear some gunshots, chances are somebody else is going to hear that and shoot at you from distance. They did almost get a knock in over there. However, the opponents did manage to get out of harm in the nick of time. Now, as the circle is going to be shifting in sooner or later, all the teams, barring one, have made it to the circle. Now, of course, I'm talking about Crore Esports right up there towards the northwest. They are going to be heading in, but it looks like they could be heading for a collision course because we do have a couple of teams lying in wait nearby. But for now, Brutal Esports already seen enough action with 3 kills to their name. Are ready for some more, as I do believe they did spot the enemy on the range just ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, with those 3 eliminations, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. They kind of just want to preserve the advantage at this point, not really take any unnecessary fights, wait once again for a good opportunity to show itself, and then try and third party whenever they can. You know, I have to say, if any of these teams could see the map right now, they'd all be very envious of Hellgod's position. The play zone is going to knock out X-Forge, and you can see that I mean, they're not going to be in a very good spot. So, for the time being, it seems that Team Beg for Grace have also have 1 member down at the moment. Should probably be able to get back up. Wonder if we can catch that by anytime soon. But yeah, look at the position that the side of Hellgods have got themselves in, right? They've got such a great compound, such a great view all around. They're not really worried about getting ambushed at any point. There's going to have to be a lot of utility calls to get close to them. But oh no, for Extreme Terminators, they could be in a world of trouble over here. As Fearless OP managed to spot one out, but doesn't really get the shot.
Beautiful trigger discipline on display by Fearless OP. He waited before all the members alighted from their vehicles, and then the bullets were let loose, with Anarchy getting a knock and possibly a finish in as well, which means, well, they are just going to be raking up the kills. In fact, they do get that finish, which means they are now going to be on that map. Now, this is an interesting tactic. You do want to save your vehicles for later, I do understand, but sometimes it could be a nail in the coffin. Imagine if that vehicle blows off and blocks their way out. It could be problematic, but right now, Brutal Esports are going to be getting out of their soft haven, and now they have a little ditch as they are taking fights on multiple fronts with Lexor Esports at one end and Team Hellgod on the other.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be a ditch for much long. It's going to turn into a cemetery soon enough with all these players dying over here. This is not a good position to take this fight from. I mean, they're trying to isolate their duels. I like this. This is still clever play, but this is a lot of confidence in your abilities to quickly shut those fights down and move on to another, possibly even move on to better locations. None of that's going to happen though, because they only got a buggy in sight. Well, now as you see it, I see another car over here that they couldn't. In the meantime, over here, it seems that Team Beast Academy 7, unfortunately at number 6, are trying to gatekeep that's Team Crore.
Now, interesting thing about Team Crore, we last saw them at the north of the circle, and have a look at that now. They are on the southwest. They did a good rotation, however, they're going to go head up against the enemy. Looks like another team is going to be joining in. It's MP Esports, who are just going to drive by right between 2 enemies, already having a little bit of a feud, but looks like they're not going to be noticed. I take my words back, because this is going to be Skylark from Space Esports, who's going to get the first finish over there. He goes down, and Space Spear is going to make sure that Mahi is put 6 feet under.
Oh yeah, lots of kills being traded back and forth over here. As you can see, the circle starting to close. The action is also starting to get a little bit more heavy here. 18 minutes in fourth circle going on. Space Esports, well, they're still standing strong, but can they find the finishes to make this worth it?
If you have a look at the minimap right now on the top right, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at how Space E4 is kind of spaced out pretty well, but just behind them, although they are fully focused on the gentleman from MP Esports, just behind them, enemies are going to be lying wait in the grass, crawling in as snakes, hissing as they go past. Because have a look in the circle, we are going to have some action. Hold on to that thought, because it looks like Spare, through the smoke, did kind of see some movement in the distance, and well, a few warning shots were let loose, and now he's going to make sure he traverses around that tree, because again, he's making a lot of noise. It's going to get a lot of attention from teams on the other side of the map.
Yeah, not too sure why he did that. Didn't really need to give up his position like that unless he was in grave danger. He could have rotated out with that smoke. He could have thrown it to prevent their line of sight. He could have done so many things with that, instead bombed it a bit early. But hey, you know, maybe this is a next level move that he's trying to make. Maybe he's trying to bait for his teammates. That could also be a player over here coming in. You never know with these teams. You know, they're very sneaky devils. They probably practice this. Like, I'll be the bait. But speaking of bait, it looks like IDI is going to be taken down over here from Team Beast, and well, he's going to bite the dust soon enough, and Aztec Esports get themselves 3 finishes in a very, very good position. Mana trying to heal himself back up, will be okay for now, but Beast with 1 player under, they're going to be stuck in a hard spot, and they're just going to leave this area. They're like, you know, cut lost a shot, get the hell out.
Well, right now they are stuck in a rock in a hard place, because Aztec Esports are going to be plumbing them with bullets at one end, while, well, they have another team to contend with at the other. That's a good grenade. Question is it going to find its mark? It does find its mark, as Nezza is going to be blown off his feet with a tremendous roar over there. Well, he goes down, and now Beasts are truly in a world of trouble. And wait a second, their woes are not over, because somebody called in an artillery strike, and well, 3 members are down on their knees, with Ace, the last man standing.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is starting to look really, really terrifying for Ace. All the opponents closing in, all the gunfire. He's trying to get PTSD at this rate. You know, every single time he hops into the server, he's just going to be reminded of that unfortunate time he was surrounded by 10 plus people. But well, we talked about Hellgod and how they were in a good compound. Guess that real estate is now up for grabs. This team is starting to attack them in their own home, but they're still standing strong. 1 player knocked down, but they can get them back up. Knocks being exchanged back and forth, and the more important part is they're buying time. That's what all this is about at this point. Just let the blue do its work, hold on to your good positions, delay the fights. You don't really want the kills. If you're in a good spot, stay in that good spot. Don't give it up for no reason whatsoever. And well, if push comes to shove back hard, punch them in the teeth.
Nova is working overtime right now. If you had a look, he threw a grenade to the left, smoke to the right, making sure his teammates have enough cover, as Team Hellgod did get that 1 knock with a grenade, and another grenade is going to be thrown inside, and Rupam is thrown off his feet once again, while his teammate is finished and sent into oblivion. But this gives Team Tranners enough time to move around. They are going to lose 1. Grenades are going to be going off in every which direction, as Team Hellgod are holding on to their spot. This is their town, and they are going to make sure they fight till the very end. Another grenade is going to be a Molotov thrown in by Yash, just a little bit too long, but have a look at that. They've already dealt with 1 team, and now they're going to set their sights on Team Troners.
I mean, at this point, it's such a bad spot, but he's not even going to fight this team. He's going in for the fight. He's going to fall. They're done for here. Team Hellgod get assaulted inside their own house, but much like lions in a den, they don't give up ground. They fight back, push the attackers outside, and now with the 5th circle closing in, well, that compound is not safe anymore. They need to move in further. They need to get deeper inside the map, and guess who's already in there? A bunch of other teams waiting for someone to make an incorrect move.
Now, this is what's interesting. I love the fact that, you know, we are pretty much, we have an open circle, right? But it is at the shelter. That means there's going to be a lot of moles underground, and someone could be running around and, well, could be playing spoil sport later on. But for now, Firefrost making sure he gets enough utility. As Brutal Align, they do have that little ridge for cover, making sure they use the best of the terrain around them, are letting off a few shots at the enemy. In fact, Hell Yush is going to be taken down. Question is he going to be finished? Because a grenade is going in his direction, and well, in a few seconds, we are going to find out. No, it's a bit too long, and now KIO readjusts his angles. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have to be good at geometry and, you know, trigonometry back in school. Looks like he's been paying attention, because he does get the job done, as he gets another finish to his name.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, looks like this buggy is really working out for them. They're trying to create some sort of defense, but making it harder for all these attackers to attack them inside their own house. Like you said, it could be problematic as well, but if they just blow that buggy up, there's no way on earth they can move that any longer. And for now, with all these teams closing in, look at that. 4 Extreme Terminators about to be terminated. Well, Ani would be proud, and there you go, or maybe he wouldn't be proud, because his team is unfortunately not be able to get into a good spot. The fighting squad from Aztec just doing rounds over here. Just trigger happy at this point with the high ground advantage that they have.
Although Aztec did get the knocks, looks like another team did steal those finishes. In fact, Beast, the last man standing for his team, managed to sneak a little finish for himself as well. So although he may be the last man standing for his team, he is still in it to win it. That is the winner mentality you need. You do not give up a free finish in front of you when it's pretty much given to you on a platter.
Absolutely, and much like a true beast, like a hyena, he waits for all the lines to do the work, goes in for the kill towards the end, just grabs it all away. But Brutal Esports now are also between a car and a hard place, not a rock precisely. It's an uphill battle for them, quite literally. But as they say, this is a reference not a lot of people might understand, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, trying to roll the boulder up the hill, trying to fight only for it to come tumbling back down again. Maybe, just maybe, they can take this fight if they're patient enough. They need to drop down the smokes though. That supply crate is going to make everything into this.
Well, let's see if patience is what is needed right now, because although Aztecs are pretty much at one end of the battleground right now, they are going to have to go up against Brutal, who are pretty much in the center. However, the terrain is not going to be in their favor, as a line is going to be spotted out. He does take cover behind that vehicle, but I had a look at Aura India. They were going for a little bit of a flank, and of course, once that smoke dissipates, their positions are going to be given away, so you want to just reload your weapons and let loose those bullets. Looks like Brutal is going to be seen. Max Trex is going to be taken down by Prototype. And I do not believe that revive is going to come in. Wait a second, Aztecs, these are warriors from the past. They want some more blood on their hands. They're going to take the action right to the enemy.
He might be a bit too aggressive though, Aztec. He's got all of the other members flying back up, so this could very easily just be a scouting information, a suicide mission for him to just see what's on the other side, give his team a better chance of fighting it out. He's still alive though, so they've got that frontline factor going, and Aura India can't exactly rotate out here, because while they did knock down a couple of members from Brutal Esports, they're still alive, they're still standing strong, and they're trying to get those reses up. So Aura India really got an awkward position over here. On the high ground, there's Aztec, there's Beast waiting for them. And there you go, now they're about to get pinched. Who's going to get the worst end of the stick over here? It's probably going to be Brutal Esports.
Although Brutal Esports are literally hanging on by a thread, it looks like they might get some respite from Aztec Esports, who have come over the ridge. However, it looks like Aura India are going to be quicker to the trigger as they react faster and get that knock for themselves, and subsequently get the finish as well. I do believe it's a smoke grenade over there,
I got terrified for a second
making sure they have enough cover. But now Brutal KO, they did get the revive in. However, that last-ditch effort is not going to be enough, and it's going to be Aura India who are going to come out on top. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 4 teams, 11 players still alive.
They're still standing strong. I mean, Aura, this was not a fight they were supposed to win. They were surrounded on all sides by Aztec, by Brutal, and they somehow managed to make it work. In that sort of a situation, the only thing that could save them was raw, unbridled aggression, and that's what they went for. They went in for the kill on Brutal Esports. They've taken up their position, and now they're in a slightly better spot. Everyone else sort of scattered over here. You can see Team Inoxus, Iva just hiding behind a tree, hoping that he doesn't get discovered. Like a snake in tall grass does not want to be found, but I don't think he's going to be that lucky. He's going to go in for the kill, but that could be his undoing.
Well, he did get that finish over there, making sure he capitalizes on whatever is available. Now, I do not want to be in Aura India's position. Now, they are in the center, yes. However, it is a value of death situation. They're going to make sure they deploy smoke grenade after smoke grenade to conceal their position. But Aztec Esports from afar are going to get a couple of finishes, and it's Manav who's going to be racking up to himself. And looks like Last Wish are going to be exiting this game as well, as that, that Mark 14 does do damage close up in that auto fire mode. Gets the job done. That Molotov could be devastating, and well, Fire Frost might just burn to a crisp, and that is exactly what's happening. There you have it. It is going to come down to a heated affair. We have fire on the stage right now, literally, as Aztec Esports are going to snatch away victory in the first game right here.
Man, what a great performance by Aztecs. Like, just in true Aztec fashion as well, right? They send one person forward as the sacrificial lamb to do all the scouting for them. That single piece of information that he found at that point was what allowed them to make the judgment call to be like, no, we are in a good position. We don't need to give it up. You can try and come back, try and stay alive, and that's actually what enables them to delay the important fights long enough, get that first place finish.
I was a bit worried, especially when they came over that ridge overlooking Aura India. I expected if they maybe peek a bit too much, they could really pay for it by their lives, because there was a crossfire that was set up. But of course, we did have the match that was underway, and well, we do have a few highlights in store for you. And well, I already kind of have a few of my favorites, but let's see if that makes the cut. But of course, this is where it all started. It was Rocky who was the first man to be taken out.
Yeah, unfortunate. You don't really want that tag. to be on you at that point. And I have to say, with the way the side of Aura played, it was really, really good because they made the right calls in the toughest of situations, right? You got Aztec running at you. At that point, they were just worried because they're about to be sandwiched between a Brutal that is reviving one of their players and an Aztec that is trying to be aggressive and trying to take away that piece of real estate from it. So what do? They take the fight to Brutal and say they're like, now, we've got the advantage, this is 4v3, this is time to push it, do or die. They get that position, sure, they don't finish in the first place, but if they stayed there, that could have been a lot worse. They could have finished in third, fourth, and maybe not even gotten all those positioning points that would have allowed them to propel themselves further. Because you have to remember, there's only these two matches. You don't have anything else at this point.
And it kind of looks like all the players have received that memo because they are playing like their lives depend on it. In fact, we've seen some amazing plays coming in from a lot of the boys over here, but of course we are going to have a look at the highlights. Now, one thing that did kind of stand out for me was Aura India. The fact that they almost got decimated at the Sosnovka military base early on, losing one player, they managed to wrap things around and, well, get the job done, almost just falling a little shy of that chicken dinner. And another team, of course, Team Hellgod. Man, when they planted their flag, they defended till their last breath because they held off not one, not two, but three teams who wanted their compound for themselves.
I mean, if you ever want potatoes, you probably want to call these guys over because they cooked them to perfection every single time. There was somebody outside the walls, they just cooked it to perfection, made sure it exploded right over the wall, knocked down multiple players, and really, I just want to see how much grenade damage that they did because it's got to be in the high 200s. I saw at least 2 players being knocked down by grenades, so that's a lot of damage that they dealt over with those. Well, this is towards the end game over here. This is where things started to get a little bit interesting. Brutal got brutalized from multiple directions, but yeah, I mean, this is where we start to focus more on Aztec Esports, right? The way they were playing this, absolutely perfect. They've got all their players alive, and they're gonna make a tough call sometimes. Where we're gonna see that one player go forward, get that information for his team.
It's also, exactly, just to add to your point, that man is getting that information because have a look at this. They are currently on, say, this side of that little ravine.
Yes.
Suddenly, they're on the other. So, they're keeping the enemy guessing as well. And, well, that is one way to get chicken dinners. But this was a beautiful fight over here. Aura India taking a fight with not one, but 2 teams, pretty much wiping out Brutal Esports. But then they found themselves in a similar situation, in that little valley of death situation, as I like calling it. But it is what it is, and we do have the first winners in our game. Aztec Esports doing a wonderful job. And, well, we have a lot of action in store for you again. But right over here, at this point, it looked like it was all over for Aztec. Lost Wish were pretty much just brutalizing them, tearing them to shreds. But, well, I guess you don't always need a full squad to get the job done. Even 2 members are going to be enough.
Absolutely, and I actually have to talk about even the one member that was on Team Inox. If you remember, Iwa just hiding behind the tree, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. I mean, good on him, man. Just one player by himself trying to survive in that situation. Usually you get found up pretty easily, but he held his trigger until he thought it was worth it, went in for the kill, got his team those placement points, and that's what's going to propel you forward, but you don't have people at all. It's not going to be the kills. You just survive as long as possible and hope for the best.
Well, that is what it's all about, hope for the best, but of course, you do want to make sure you give it your all. Now, yeah, we do have placement points and we do have finish points, but the thing is, it's got to be a synchronization, a synergy of the two that actually gets the job done. But, I mean, I do believe a couple of these teams might actually just be running away with the show. Of course, Team Hellgod, I wonder how many kills they've racked up because the last I saw, they were already in double digits.
Yeah, I mean, they were, but even Team Aztecs for that matter, I think one of their players got 5 finishes? Insane stuff. I mean, being first place, getting 5 finishes, that's 20 points by itself, and everyone else also had a lot of frags to their name. So yeah, this is just really good stuff. It's going to be hard for anyone to catch up to them at this point. Hellgod, they got a lot of kills. It shows me, it gives me, a sign of things to come, that maybe, just maybe, if they didn't have 3 teams attacking them for their compound at once, maybe they could have made it towards the end game.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I mean, ifs and buts are one of those words that, you want to take out of the English language. But again, it could have been. It could have been. But again, I was just looking at the stats right now, and of course, they are going to be on your screen sooner or later. Heavy hitting game right off the bat. Now, I wasn't expecting so much aggression coming in from, I expected maybe a couple of teams are going to shine head and shoulders above everybody else, but that isn't the case. A lot of teams, forget the placement points, they've got a lot of finishes to their names.
Really, and I mean, at this point, this is where you separate the lions from the deers, right? Because you could see that a lot of teams, they had the opportunities to be a little bit aggressive. They had the chance to punish their opponents. I believe 4 extreme terminators at one point were under fire, but, unfortunately,
They were too extreme for the opponents.
they were way too extreme for the opponents. They're just extremely docile and not taking any fights whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, you can see over here that there are teams who recognize, it's go time. We need to get those. We need to get those finishes. We need to get those placement points, and that's exactly what they did. Some of these teams did not. You have to go in for those sorts of plays when the time is nigh, because early fights are not that great, but towards that mid game, when you got the second or third circle closing in, sometimes it can be worth it to just go in for that skirmish, get that good position, so you're in a good spot for the next circle.
I wonder how much these teams warmed up, because in that situation, I'm just trying to think what I would do. The first thing is, if you miss your first couple of shots, that pressure, your hands are going to start shaking. The adrenaline is going to be coursing through your veins, and it's the mind games as well. People tend not to understand that the mental aspect of the game has a major role as well. It's not just your skills, but it's also how good you are under pressure. But now, of course, as we are going to be waiting for the stats to come up, anything that kind of stood out for you in this game? Any particular play, any move?
I just loved the grenades being lobbed by Helgot. That was beautiful to watch. I mean, just the way they were lobbing it all down, you're just raining hellfire upon the enemy team. Just imagine
hellfire.
how demoralizing it is that you manage to sneak up. One of your players gets spotted, and then all of a sudden there's just a ton of grenades coming your way. You don't even get to see them. Before you know it, half your players are knocked, and the last player you have is just gone in some sort of vengeful fury, trying to avenge his fallen teammates. Not even picking them up, but let's have a look at the points.
Well, they said it. Let's have a look at the points, which is going to be on our screen now. And there you have it, Aztec Esports getting the chicken dinner. Wait a second. 13 finish points. That is massive in game 1, which means they are going to be kicking things off with 28 points to their name. But have a look at that. Aura India isn't going to be far behind, finishing second, but amassing 10 finishes, which means they are going to walk away with 22 points. And in third position, Brutal Esports. Now, they really did get a lot of the action upon them, but they still managed to get 10 finishes and, end with 16 points.
Absolutely. I mean, a corner dog bites back hard, and that's what Brutal Esports were in that situation. They were just completely surrounded on all sides, and they are like, the good thing about being surrounded on all sides is that you can fire in any direction and, probably score a finish. So,
the laws of probability will come in then.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Team Helgot as well. If you look at them, they got 9 finishes, right? So clearly these guys are not afraid to be aggressive when needed. These guys will hold on to the compounds, and that sort of gives me hope for the next round, because I think if the stars don't line up for Aztecs, the stars don't line up for India, for some reason they hot drop, they lose a couple of players, they don't get themselves good placement points, it is going to be Team Helgot who's going to be creeping up behind them, looking for that first place finish, even Brutal Esports for that matter.
I'm sure they don't want anyone creeping up behind them, but if you have a look at the second page on the points table now, Beg for Grace did kick things off in this game with the first finish to their names. However, they fell a bit too short and only amassed 3 points from this game. Now, in general, all the teams on this page, they have their work cut out, because now the pressure is going to be mounting on them. They only have one more game to try and make it to the next round, which means, they are going to have to either get a chicken dinner or end in a top 5 position with at least 10 kills to give the current leaders a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, that's, speaking of tall orders, there's one. You're not really in a spot to do all that stuff when you've not had a very good first round. But, new round, you got to reset mentally. You've got to let go of all the mistakes that you've made. And this is not only, like you mentioned, it's not only a test of your mechanical abilities, it's also a test of your mental fortitude at times. Because there are players I know who would make a bad play, and you just let that sit with them and fester inside their minds, all that negativity, and just not have the confidence to go for the right opportunities when they show up in the next game itself. So just flushing that out of your mind can be a very important factor, and this is where the role of a coach can be very, very helpful, because sometimes coaches, they're not really good. While they're really good for helping you understand and strategize and prepare, they're also that fifth person who's going to help the team just get rid of that negativity and be like, you know what, guys, that's in the past. Focus on this one. We can still win this. Eyes on the prize, boys.
I'm just going to say one thing. I'm pretty sure you are going to be getting a lot of calls from these coaches, because, a mental coach with all that he just said right now is exactly what these players need to be aware of, because, you got to be calm under pressure. And, so, the mental aspect of this game, let's keep that aside. Now, let's come to the performance aspect, to the mechanical aspect, as you said. one of the most important things when you are playing BGMI is what device you're using. And when you have the iQOO 7 Legend in your hands, as I have right now, like I said, I could feel the energy coursing through my veins. And it's a good looking phone too.
Beauty of the phone. Not only does it look stylish, it is also stylish. You want to make sure that you're not getting any of those jitters. You're not in that situation. You're trying to take a fight, and all of a sudden your phone can't handle, just all of these various graphics popping up, and you're like, oh no, what am I gonna do? But you know what? Why don't we let iQOO speak for themselves? Why don't they show us what they're made of?
There you have it. Well, let's have a look at what iQOO is all about.
Are you ready for this?
I'll tell you one thing, Floki. Of course, this phone is going to be the best for gaming in the market today, but I had a look at the camera as well. And I was surprised. I never looked better in my life.
Yeah, me neither. There's only so much in this world that can make this potato face look good. And well,
We tried. We really tried, but this phone actually kind of helped us out.
Yeah, even the makeup artist today just went and be like, no, that face cannot be helped. But you know what did help? This phone right here. It's good. Get yourself one.
There you have it. We have the endorsement right here. Get yourself one because it is definitely going to be worth it. But now, let's cut to the brass tacks. Now, game number 1 is over. Now, I'm sure we are going to have a lot of stats on screen for you, but I've got a question that I want to ask you. What is it, since I'm going to assume that you are the mentality coach from now on, what is it that a player needs to do who's in the second half of the table? How do they make it back? Are they supposed to hot drop? Are they supposed to go for the center, play from the periphery, take it easy, go for fights?
I'm actually none of that. So whenever I would tell a team to play, I would tell them to focus on all the information you can gather. Information is power. Just try and keep your eyes on your fielder for every single one of the player. Maximize the amount of information you can soak in and try and understand what the rotations are going to look like, right? Because if you see like 2-3 teams maybe dropping around you, you see them dropping in somewhere. If you can figure out where they're going to go next, if you can figure out where they're going to, if they're going to prioritize fighting you or, prioritize getting loot, you can just, outdo them, outthink them, and make better decisions, and that's what you need to do.
So basically, you need to make sure you have a 360 vigil around you at all times, and talking about what's going to be happening next, let's have a look at the groups once again. Now, of course, it is going to be the same teams that are going to be battling it out in the Battlegrounds in the next game, but let's just go over them once again. Now, Team Helgard, of course, they surprised us a lot. Aztec Esports, the winners from the last game, Last Wish coming in with a few heavy knocks of their own, and well, Aura India definitely surprised me.
Yeah, absolutely. Aura India was one of those teams where, towards the start, considering what we saw them do against 4 Extreme Terminators, I don't think either of us anticipated that this is going to be the team that makes the right decisions, but you could clearly see they understood they screwed up early on when they took that fight with 4 Extreme Terminators. They didn't finish it up. And then they decided, okay, you know what, never mind, this is done and dusted, mistakes made, we're not going to get punished for this, let's just move out of here and focus on the next thing.
There you go.
And that's what they did, They moved to that position, get stuck in a tough spot where they're surrounded by 2 teams, trying to take a fight against one, all of a sudden they realize, oh wait, there's another team member from Aztec trying to come behind us and take a fight and punish us. And they're like, okay, you know what, we're stronger here, right now, we go towards Brutal, we take their ground, we take all the loot that they have to offer, and maybe we have a better chance fighting against Aztec. And sometimes you just got to take those 50-50s.
Well, there you have it. Sometimes you just got to take those chances if you want all the glory. And, just talking about that particular fight, you're absolutely right, because they made sure they dealt with Brutal and Aztec at the same time. They made sure their backs were against the wall, so all they had to do was basically look in one direction and just unleash hell, which is exactly what they did. So again, the maneuverability was on point. Even the rotations from the teams that did make it to the last few circles, I was actually quite blown away by it.
Yeah, and this is actually one of those situations where teams, they don't really like being near these steep surfaces. You're like, oh no, I want to go high ground.
I feel a bit exposed, because there's no cover.
Except this time around, the slope was actually so steep that they were so far down below, Aztec could not feasibly take the fight from the high ground that they had.
There you go.
They were on that rock, they were shutting everyone down, but that fight they could not take.
Without risking overextending and then
Yeah.
you'd seen from the distance, there's somebody over there, let me just take a shot. So yeah, they did definitely avoid that, but
And there was Ivor waiting in the trees, if you remember. So he could have punished all of that. He could have just waited there, and then towards the end, all these teams, their jaws would have dropped when they see, like, they're trying to res one of their buddies. That guy gets shot, the other team gets shot, and all of a sudden it's like, winner, who is this? Just a guy who survived towards the end, biting off more than he can chew. But
again,
none of that happened.
just to add to that point, like you said, information, intel is key, because if you miss something like this, if you are assuming that this one side is clear, and then somebody comes in from behind and just stabs you in the back,
You're pwned.
oh my goodness. I mean, you're going to get all the blame from the team, which is not a position you want to be in, having found myself in that position once or twice, but we're not going to talk about that here.
Yeah.
What we are going to talk about is what to expect in the next match. Now, the thing is, the teams are going to go up against one another once again. It is going to be Erangel once again, the fan favorite match, of course. So I don't expect 3 teams dropping down at the Sosnovka military base this time.
Exactly, and just to add on to that, if you remember last time around, we were talking about how Georgia Paul and Pochinki were relatively empty early on. No one really chose to go there. This time around, if teams have been paying attention, that's not going to happen. It's probably going to be the opposite. We're going to see a lot of teams dropping in there, lots of early fights breaking out, and lots of chickening out as well.
Maybe somebody might actually drop down to Pochinki.
Yeah, well, finally we're going to meet someone in Pochinki. Let's see if that's actually going to happen. But I'm going to be very excited to see if those places do get contested. Of course, the big old RNG of the flight path, that has to be addressed. If the flight path does not favor, maybe we don't see any of that at all again. But given the way things are going, I think this time around, these teams are going to take a lot more risks. Second round, do or die. If you don't perform now, when are you going to do that? Next year? Come on.
Well, I mean, they could perform next year, because again, the thing is, you don't want to get, pretty much lose all hope if they don't make it, because again, the thing is, this is just the beginning for a lot of these teams. And as far as Battlegrounds Mobile India is concerned as well, iQOO definitely have a lot more in store for you. So again, this isn't the make it or break it chance. This isn't the last chance for a lot of these teams. There's going to be a lot more in the future. All you have to do is stay tuned. But of course, let's talk about Game 2. Now, as you said, the RNG of the flight path is something that, can throw a few... you come in with a little game plan, it's thrown out the window.
A few curveballs?
A few curveballs, there you go. But the thing is, let me put you on the spot right now. I want you to whip out your crystal ball. All right, let's see. Team Hell, amazing round. Aura India, amazing round. Aztec Esports won the game. Who's going to win this time?
4 Extreme Terminators.
Well, there you have it. He thinks the Terminators are going to get a little extra juice and hit that extreme side and get the job done.
What about you?
I think Aura India might actually do it, because solely...
Come on, that's so generic. Of course we know Aura India's
because
gonna
they
do
played well. All right, I'll pick another team.
Give me your underdog
Team Roar.
prediction.
Team Roar. And I'll tell you why. Because of their rotation. Now, they did kind of hesitate when they took a few fights. But the fact that they had that little, spur of the moment, little spark in their minds, they assumed that, wait a second, there's a lot of activity happening in the north over here. They traversed all the way around, went out into the blue, came back in, and then did some damage. Of course, they did get eliminated, but, practice makes perfect. Maybe they just might get it done this time around.
Yeah, well, it's like that saying goes, a donkey also works hard, so does a horse, but it's a horse who gets to eat oats and gets a stable and gets looked after well. A donkey does not, so
I love
smart
this guy.
work over hard work.
Let me just say right now, I think it's going to be a few amazing weeks, and you are going to learn a lot as well, as am I right now. But of course, without further ado, we are going to have the next match coming up shortly. Now, we have kind of decided, we have talked about, our predictions and all that. Now, let me ask you a question. If you were a player, I just want to know, I'm just curious.
Off topic.
What's your go-to weapon?
I was going to ask you the same thing. I kid you not, this was on my mind. I was going to give you a multiple choice question. I'd be like, okay, you see an ARM, you see an AK, and
bolt action rifles all day, every day.
Really? Oh man, you are really confident in your aim.
No, it's not about confidence, because I'm confident about one thing. I will make my first shot. The second and third, I might not make them. So, the follow-ups don't come through.
Yeah, for me, it's the exact opposite. So I like something like an AR, I'm like, long range, sayonara, I'm not even taking that fight. I'm going to go the long way around. I'm just, going to avoid that the entire time. But hey, maybe if I wake up on the wrong side of the bed, someday I wake up and I decide to choose violence. Maybe I just go for nothing but shotguns. Just be like, I'm just gonna survive until the very end. Just my inventory is gonna be nothing but smokes, nothing but shotgun shells.
I've got something
Towards
for
the end, I'm
you
gonna pop out.
that might actually fix your first shot mishap. Now, it's all about the device you use as well. If you have something that can render things faster before you even know what's coming up, well, it is going to be helping you out. And well, the iQOO 7 Legend is one of those phones. Of course, we did tell you that Snapdragon 888 is going to be making sure everything happens within the blink of an eye. However, it does have one of the fastest renderings I've ever seen, which makes for just great overall gaming experience.
Let me tell you something though. No amount of rendering performance can help these slightly shaky
shaky
hands.
hands?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can see this. I'm gonna hold this at an angle. But if you can see, my hands are shaking just a little bit. So yeah, for that reason, not a big fan of those one-shot rifles as I was talking earlier. And because you're actually a doctor, I assume you're gonna have those stabler hands, right? Because you have to be very, very precise with where you're putting them. Can you just do this for me for a second?
Oh, it's going to be stable.
That's why he uses those iQOO phones, because he can hit those one shots. I cannot. I go the other way around. I take the long way around. But you know what? We speak a lot about iQOO. They can speak for themselves. So let's have a look at their promo and see what it's all about.
Well, let's do that.
Are you ready for this?
Check this out.
Well, there you have it. You can never get enough of those shots, especially that ultra stable mode is something that I really, really was interested in. Like I said, I was talking about
need that.
the camera early on. We do need that. In fact, we were trying to pose a little bit early on. We didn't look good, but the photo definitely did. Now, I'm sure all of you want us to stop talking and get on with the next match.
Costa, start the game.
Which is exactly what's going to happen right now, because it looks like all the players are running around in the lobby once again. And like you said, the mind games are definitely on. Maybe some dancing.
Yeah.
Maybe some taunts.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, this is where the mental games really start to kick in, right? Whose face are you going to go in front of? Who are you going to constantly just shoot in the head while they stare at you in the void? Just, completely, just not phased at all. Just, you're trying to give you that Sigma stare and be like, yeah, shoot me in the head all you want. I don't care. I'm not moving. And, they just try to win that. You know how you have those staring contests when you're younger? It's like one of those situations.
Well, let's see if the mind games are going to be working, because it is time once again as that big, beautiful bird is going to take to the skies. And it looks like we have a slightly different flight path this time. In fact, we are pretty much, by the look of things, heading south. Of course, it's going to be on your screens. There you have it. It's pretty much straight down south. But this time, we are on the western hemisphere of the map, which means if you want to go to Milta or the mansion, it's going to be a long, long drive.
Absolutely, and guess what, Pachinki? Well, people are going to be meeting there, that's for sure. Judge Paul is also going to be contested. There's always Crore and Primosk for the people who kind of want to play it safe. But I imagine that a very underrated drop here is going to be Saverni. Yes, it's a little bit far, but you can rotate in fairly early. Plus, you're not really going to get gate kept towards Rozok and School, because they're probably all going to look to move towards Pachinki anyway. There's no one threatening you from Stalber or that northeast area of the map. So rotations for you are going to be pretty easy. Let's see if teams do actually end up going there. Kind of hard to make these decisions on the fly though, right? Because we've got a bird's eye view, we can see all of this stuff.
Imagine if they had all that information. But of course, all that aside, looks like action is going to break out early once again. This time it looks like it's going to be in North Georgia, as Aztec Esports, the winners of the last game, are going to be going up against some hungry opponents. Of course, they want to make sure that they put them in the ground so that they have a fighting chance to advance to the next round. And of course, this team is going to be Space Esports. Now, Space Esports didn't really have the best game in the last round. However, they're definitely going to be trying to turn their fortunes around this time.
Definitely, for sure. I mean, they're going to try and just make sure that they don't get eliminated that early on, or maybe, who knows, they just turn a new leaf over. They're like, you know what, guys, last game, it wasn't us. We can be a lot better than this. Let's just get ourselves out of the rut and focus on what's coming instead. Now, Space, they've got a fair amount of loot. I see a shotgun in his hands. I also see a Scar. No, he actually swaps out the shotgun for the Scar there. Good choice, much better because you don't really have a good AR there. That burst rifles can be decent, but you kind of want full auto early on, so... Yep, Lexa, they are also in Georgia trying to find some sort of openings.
Surprisingly, and I did kind of notice this in the last game, I thought maybe, it was just a little bit of an issue with time. Roar Esports are only playing as a 3-man squad now. Of course, with their 4th player, looks like it is going to be a bit of a hindrance, but again, we've seen some unprecedented things take place in the part. We've seen 1v4s, we've seen 1v5s, 1v6s, so, it is doable for them. Even though they are 1 member short, they could definitely make it to the end, but right now, all eyes are going to be focused on the team on your screens. Now, Team Hell, again, if you have a look at the minimap, they do have quite a few teams on the side. Now, their focus is going to be solely on Space Esports, but I do see a few enemies nearby. Looks like action is going to break out, and it's going to be Psycho who's going to get first blood as he finishes Jihadi from Erangel.
Yeah, great start here for the team. Hellgod, we talked about them, right? These guys are aggressive, they're going to punish your mistakes, they're not going to be timid, and that's exactly what they do. They get that first finish, and now they're in a bit of an awkward spot because at least one of the players has revealed their position. Everyone else knows where they are, but at this point, we're not going to see any action until the circle forces them to move. So what we're essentially seeing here is a very, very long Mexican standoff. But meanwhile, on the other part of the map, you can see SpaceX. Well, they're out. Yeah, they're out. They are just hightailing it. They're like, don't want any of this.
Nope, we're not having any of this, and we are going to be running away to fight another day, which is, especially like you said, if you don't have all the information that is required, you don't want to take chances. And I wouldn't blame them at this stage, basically go out and look for greener pastures because, losing members early on is going to be devastating, but looks like Nova is going to be opening things up for his team, Team Troners, as they have secured a finish to their names, and, it does look like it was Beast Academy 7 who were at the receiving end of things, and they are going to be down to a 3-man squad.
Guess what? It's your favorite player, Snooze Dog.
Snooze Dog!
There he is, the man himself, Team Troners. Well, okay, this could be more poetic. Team Troners on a bike.
Aha, I see where you're going with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't see all the LEDs, though, on the screen. That's the only issue.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's none of that stuff. But, okay, so there was actually a fight that broke out over here that we missed. So they were able to get themselves a kill and finish in Team Troners. They're going to make the most of it, get onto those bikes and get the hell out of here back to safety. Space Esports, Beast Academy 7 down by 1 member each. Roar with just 1 member not even loading in, so that's going to be a natural 3vx for them.
Something that's kind of caught my eye now, Beast Esports, we did see they just lost a member early on. Right now, they are spread way too thin. Now, initially, I do believe they did kind of drop around the Gatka region, making sure they, capitalize on the loot. But once you are caught by the opponents, as 4 men are going to be rushing in like hungry hyenas, trying to get the job done, it is going to be problematic. And, the floor is lava. You better not touch it. He does get a little bit of a corner for himself. Looks like his team is going to be coming in for an assist as Ace does get a finish to himself. And now, with that AK, he is going to be rattling up a few more shots. In fact, one of them does connect as Rupam is brought down to his knees.
Man, great stuff over here from the side of Beast. They're actually about to sandwich this team in here. They're not going to be able to get out. Team Troners, bit of more than they get you. Now they need to rest themselves back up, but they're not going to get that time because Beast is already on the offense here. And there he's on the phone, coming in handy. He's bounces out, gets the kill, but quickly straightened out. Great plays coming in from Team Beast, not letting the mistakes slide on, but maybe Snoozelock can do the work. Does he knock him down? No, he does not get that knock. He's trying to survive. Wait, no, he did get the knock. He's going to eliminate them all.
Oh, he bobs and weaves his way through those bullets with a sliver of HP, getting the job done. That AKM rattling off those shots. And, his enemies are now going to be 6 feet under, whereas he is going to make sure that Nova is going to be brought back to life. Now, they did lose a couple of members in that little skirmish, but I think 4 finishes isn't going to be a bad outing. Now, as we go back to the action in North Georgia, Paul, Team Hellgod still pretty much in the same same position as we left them. And, well, have a look at the map. Everyone is going to be happy. I like that the only team down south are going to be Team Inox. And, well, they don't really have any opposition as they make their way to the main island. However, at the other end of the spectrum, if you have a look at Stolber, you did kind of say, a couple of teams might go for Severny or Stolber to those distant locations. Well, somebody did. And looking at the terrain in front of them, they're not really going to have any opposition as they come to the circle.
Yeah, most certainly not. I mean, there's pretty much no one to try and gatekeep them. If they get really lucky and decide and somehow spot out that single team that's perched up near Rozhok, they can maybe even go towards farm, find it completely empty, and just sit and bide their time, wait for the circle to do its thing. And hopefully, if it closes in on them, then that would be a gamble well taken. But that is in the distant future. For now, we're going to be looking at Team Lexa. We return to the standoff in Georgopol between those teams, like we talked about earlier. There's going to be no actions, just those elementary school fights where you stare at each other and don't throw a punch.
Talking of a standoff now, what's interesting is I like what he's doing, because if you have a look at this at the minimap on your top right, they are at the edge, at the periphery of the circle. Now, of course, we all know what's going on through their minds. They want to make sure they gatekeep Team Helgod. That is pretty much going to be on the top of the list. However, they have a lot of blind spots to work with. Of course, you have a tremendous amount of buildings, and you have other teams in the vicinity as well. And if somebody kind of sneaks past them, it could spell trouble later on. Now, what I feel is, we were talking about information earlier on. You want to have a 360 vigil. If you are just focused in one direction, you are going to pretty much pay for it later on, because someone could pretty much come in and sneak in behind you and, well, throw your game out the window.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love how BGMI is like this, game of, stark contrast. Like, one game you can be in the thick and thin of it every single time since the point you dropped. Another game, well, guess what? You predicted all 4 circles correctly, and you don't have to move for a solid 20 minutes. Just sit there, let your blood clot, and, maybe just possibly when you wake up you realize that, oh, you need to shake your leg a little bit.
Maybe just a little bit, yep. We don't want to have any DVTs over here, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. You're the doctor. I clearly didn't pay attention in school because, I use layman terms. But, yeah, Aztec, we talked about them earlier. I love how they're just rolling up like a bunch of gangsters. There's 2 buggies, there's a car, trailing behind, the boss and his henchmen. So let's see if they can actually make some work here.
And what's interesting is both these teams are moving in tandem with one another, because we did see them with a little bit of a face-off at Georgopol early on. And now, well, they are separated only by a mountain with a couple of tricks on the buggy over there. A nice little 360, making sure he faces forward once again. Now, they are going to go call the compound high up on this mountain their home for now. Of course, it is going to be on the edge of the circle. But if we have a look at the map, everyone is pretty much happy except one team. Now, Brutal Esports have made the decision to come north of that lake, of that fjord, just northwest of Yasnaya. And, well, it isn't the best position to be in, but looks like shots are going to be fired as Team Inox, driving past the building, come under fire from the 3-man squad of Team Roar.
Yeah, Team Roar, that could have been detrimental for them. Fortunately, there's no one around to really hear those gunshots, so they're not going to go punished for this one. But, yeah, those kind of, situations, you really ought to have trigger discipline. When you know you can't take that car away, when you know you can't just pop it, it's okay. You've got the information, use it later. The biggest, there's a saying that goes, I'm not sure who says it, but the saying that goes like, the biggest problem of man that he cannot sit still by himself for, a solid minute or something like that. And that's sort of what happens. You've been sitting in the same place for 15 minutes, you see some information, you want to pounce, you want some action, and before you know it, man, you've given up your position and all that hard work before, it's all gone to waste.
Well, I'm sure a lot of these teams don't want to make sure that all that hard work goes to waste, so they are going to be on the move as soon as they are willing and able. Now, Brutal Esports, they realize that they are just outside the circle, so they are going to reposition themselves just a little bit. Of course, all of this is taking place towards the northwest, in fact, north of Rozhok. But now, the team that really impressed me, Crore India, they are going to be hunkering down in that one building, making sure that they fortify it for themselves, and, they aren't really garnering any. Ooh, looks like they're having a good time. Looks like we have a few flying kisses over here. Looks like they're just enjoying themselves. I think they're ready for this game. They are ready for anything that is going to be heading their way.
Absolutely, but well, we spoke of some action here, and well, Roar, they certainly are roaring their engines, letting the presence known. Team Inox is trying to take this fight. But what the hell's happening over here? Okay, so The circle, it's actually closing in towards Ruins. George Ball does fight, the team's rotating out of there, but look at this fight happening right now. I was just trying to find some shots here. Walker gets downed. He's got that one knock, but does he know where his team is? Well, not too sure. We're about to find out. Those smokes being dropped are going to force them to just keep rattling away with those. Possibly use their ammo a bit. Nice connections there, but unfortunately does not bear fruit. Roar will be able to get up the member who's down on the knees back on their feet, but can they get out of this place? Because quite literally they are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Well, Bongo Don is one lucky man because, well, that smoke wasn't really concealing his position. He's lucky that no bullets made contact, and he is going to be back on safe ground. Now, Shockwave, I did see him move a bit left of that warehouse. I was expecting a grenade to come in. However, the fact that Team Raw have already moved back to where they started means that, INX kind of lost that element of surprise over there for them. However, the issue that I do see them facing is they don't really have a lot of cover barring that one stone, and even if they want to kind of fall back to that massive ridge that you can't see behind them, I wonder how many smokes they have on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think they've got a lot of these because this is the next two smokes they've expanded. So they already used up 3. This is their 4th and 5th one. And now they just duck behind this rock, right? So the problem with Roar is that they actually loaded into the server with just 3 players. So they don't even have the full 4-man roster over here. They're already struggling up against the hill. And now in the situation, they're struggling even more. For a second, though, we get a diverter attention. Back for Grace going up against the side of the 4 extreme and brutal Terminators are not taking the fight, maintaining high ground advantage.
Quite a interesting choice of scope over here for Chronix because it does look like, that holographic sight at distance is not going to be the best option over there. Maybe a 3x or a 4 times would have been better, but it is what it is, as it looks like Walker is going to find himself in a similar situation, knocked down on his bloodied knees. But now Bongo Don, he's going to make sure that he is safe before he even can think of getting to his teammate, and I do believe that is not going to happen, as we do have a team being eliminated, and it is going to be Team Hellgod. Wait a second. Team Hellgod have been eliminated by Lost Wish.
What? Okay, so I was going to bring this up. I actually saw 2 members of Team Hellgod being knocked out already, but I didn't know that they were taking a fight right now. They've been eliminated. Well, there goes my hope. Well, I did predict 4 extreme Terminators. There's not 4 of them now. There's just 3, so we can call them the 3 not-so-extreme Musketeers. Well, there were actually 4, if you remember correctly, but, one of them betrayed them in the end. That's a story for another time.
D'Artagnan! Anyway.
Yeah, the noble sacrifice.
There you go.
But, yeah, once again...
we're pretty much just letting everyone know how old we are because, I guess I like it.
They're going to mistake me for a boomer, man, at this point. They're probably going to ask me my age. Like,
I'm kind of mistaking you for a boomer right now. Nah, I kid. I joke. I joke. But right now, it looks like Walker, against all odds, is back on his feet once again. I mean, this kind of tells me you want to have a guy like Bongo Don on your team at all times.
Yeah, that's such a fun name to pronounce, man. Bongo Don. Bongo Don.
Bongo Don.
Bongo Don. I'm going to be saying that very often as I get the chance to. Bongo Don. Oh, man, it's not very often where you get such fun names. But, yeah. Well, they are making their way towards Ruins now, Team Back for Grace.
Talking about names, I don't think Desync would categorize as a fun name, right? Because it isn't something that you want happening in your game.
Yeah, well, guess what? You've got those iQOO phones that we talked about earlier. Get yourself one of those. But for now, Team Troners are going to be taking a fight up against this single flagged out member of Beg for Grace, and he's going to be begging for mercy now. Not so much for Grace. He gets that on.
Oh!
But okay, it was actually just a bait and switch because they're actually coming in hot. Team Tron is going to be in a world of trouble as one of the players gets knocked down. And you can see the 2 of them still closing. He's waiting for him to go for the res. He's trying to make it back towards safety. And once he does, he's going to try and get the res going. But no, he's going to heal himself up first.
I would not mind that because you got to make sure you have your boost activated. You got to pop those pills in, and now the smoke's coming out. Snooze Doc is going to get revived, but like you said, it might be just a bit too late because Lion is going to be coming roaring in. Of course, he goes straight for the grenade as his teammate is going to be coming in for the revive. Question is it going to be well placed? It is. That shrapnel might just get Snooze Doc off. However, it kind of rolled down the mountain. It's not going to be enough as Nova goes to the side. However, Lion is going to be quick into the trigger. Gets 1, gets 2, and that is all she wrote as Team Troners, unfortunately, are going to be wiped out and beg for grace. Well, they're not begging for grace right now. They're making the other teams do the begging.
Absolutely. I mean, Well, blood in the water right now is being smelled, not only by them, but also by all of these other teams over here, because Bedford Grace did take a fair amount of time to finish that fight. Yes, they lose an arm and a leg and also a player called T-Sync, but they are going to have to be a little bit paranoid now, because they know they made a lot of noise and they don't know how many teams have closed in on their position yet. Maybe the circle could provide them some sort of sweet relief when it goes away from their position, forces everyone to rotate out, but Lexa...
Did you see that? Beautiful spotting by Old Boy, but wait a second, that grenade could be devastating, and he moves just in the nick of time, making sure that the buggy takes the brunt of that explosion. Against all odds, he is still alive with a sliver of HP, but it looks like Iron 8 Zane have been knocked out in the 13th position as Anarchy is trying to spread some anarchy. That is a well-placed grenade. In fact, Ansh and Shockwave are lucky to still be alive.
Absolutely. Well, with that, the 3 not-so-extreme Musketeers are also out of the picture. Just in case
that's painful.
Yeah, it's quite painful over here, but lots of knocks being exchanged back and forth over here, out in the open. This is dangerous! Oh! Shockwave! Yeah, you certainly know how to cook your potatoes. I know what I'm ordering the next time I'm around you, but yeah, Team Inoxus, in the meantime, they've also... I believe I was knocked to the ground, or was he just low? I'm not too sure. Okay, he's just low for the time. He's not getting knocked just yet. He's going to heal himself back up, get back up to full. No finishes for them just yet, but they are in a good position. Walker gonna bite the dust. Oh no, Polkadot, he fell to his death.
Well, as people fall to death, some of them are going to be gunned down, and it's going to be Lost Wish going up against the opponents right now. It is going to be Team Inox who are taking the brunt of the attack. And Shockwave, the last man standing, he takes a lot of damage, and unfortunately this time around, he is not going to be the man of the moment as well. Team Inox once again are going to be finding themselves eliminated early on in the 11th position, sans any point, and well, that is definitely going to be a detrimental effect for them. But right now, Old Boy, he is cooking that grenade. He does lob that grenade. Question is it going to be a good one? Well, short answer, no.
No. Yeah, all that anticipation only for that grenade to bounce up and be like, pew! No damage whatsoever, just a tiny scratch. Yeah, it's like you're celebrating Diwali and you light it and it just doesn't go boom, man.
A lackluster explosion, eh?
Absolutely. No explosion, no cigar whatsoever.
Just a little puff of smoke, just a little smoke plume coming out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that reminds me of those old school cartoons. But, well, it looks like for the
I beg your pardon. I have to make a little correction. I believe it was I8 Zane that did the knocking. In fact, I8 Zane finished off another team. I definitely had to correct myself. But Old Boy, again, that buggy is made of titanium or something else because it refuses to buckle.
It's still standing, man. I have no clue how just a hunk of weak scrap iron can withstand all those grenades. But hey, sometimes you just take what you get. You don't ask why, you just accept it and move on with life. Speaking of life, I don't think the side of Enzane are going to be full of it by the end of this engagement, because Last Wish are hot on their tails. My god, Diwali's come early this year.
It has come early indeed, because looks like another explosion is going to take place as Freak is brought down to his knees. This is when Fearless OP and Anarchy could make them move. A grenade does go tremendously close to him. Lucky for him, he is still on his toes as Apple is going to come in with another grenade. Again, I love this new meta. It's all about the big bang, and now we could have some gunfights ensuring, because if you have a look at Iron 8, that's all she wrote. I was saying they might have had a sliver of hope, but it's going to be the grenades that are going to pretty much obliterate them from Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, they really tried to. They got themselves a couple of key elimination and finishes, but just not enough in the end there. And now, Last Wish, well, they're going to try to be the ones to get a couple of free picks. Old Boy gets spotted, does not take a single hint of damage. Antidote not really able to hit all of those shots, but in the meantime, elsewhere on the other side of the bridge, over the bridge, not under it just yet, X-Forge, they are just, you're keeping their eyes peeled out like eagles. They're not bouncing just yet. They've got some decent weaponry on them as well.
I love the fact that, the last few circles are going to be converging in on those little islands just north of the ruins. So we have water, we can have amphibious assaults, whatever you want could be on display right now. However, it is going to be tricky for teams like X-Forge because they are at the edge of the circle, and well, they only have a few rocks for cover, after which they are going to have to brave the open waters. And have a look at that. They are getting shot at from every which direction possible, as they are going to go in for the revive. Final 9 teams in this game with 30 players still alive, and well, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be good neighbors because everyone is crammed up against one another, some just being separated by a mere wall.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that wall, it's going to stand for a long, long time, but guess what? You're going to have to go around it if you actually want to see any sort of action whatsoever. Well, speaking of going around things, we can see Beast taking the initiative himself, trying to be a little bit sneaky while he's going in the water to get some information for his team. Once again, sort of like a sack play that we saw Aztec Esports do again. Well, when the strat book is good, borrow a page out of it, or just borrow the entire book altogether.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
All right, borrow the entire book. Maybe you might have a few things for later on, but right now, all right, and they're kind of trying to, stake out their opponents. They're trying to draw them in. They're trying to do a little bit of a fake over there with one of their members swimming in the water, trying to draw them out. However, looks like the opponents are not going to take the bait this time around. Now, Firefrost behind a burning buggy, making sure he is going to be fortified from one end. Well, we find Max Trex not in the best of positions. He is going to be exposed, so a revive coming in is going to be a little dicey, as MP Esports are still going to try and go for it. However, smokes are going to have to be deployed, and well, grenades are going to be flung in their direction as well. And elsewhere, Space Jaguar gets the better of Exports Prince.
Yeah, I mean, Exports, I was just going to say that the circle is completely pwned them. They're not in a good position whatsoever. They're on the extreme edge, and the only way in for them is through the water. Not the best rotations that are out there, but yeah, they gotta work with what they've got. Oh, wait a second, has Aura India been eliminated? Yes, they have, Aztec! Just a couple of grenades being lobbed in their general direction, and before you know it, Aura India, they are just a tiny footnote in history.
Well,
Now,
a little bit of a deja vu moment if you think about it, because it is the Aztecs who took them out like it was in the last game. So I guess the rivalry is going to definitely be something we can look forward to going on as we move through the weeks. But right now, Aztecs, now they have all members alive, and I do believe they are going to be going up. Correction, they have 2 members alive, as they have been pretty much reduced to half, as MP Esports are going to find themselves eliminated from this game in the 7th position. Now, one thing that is working for Space Esports is they have the western part of the circle all to themselves, and well, when you are in the ruins, you have a lot of cover behind these, well, ancient ruins. So if they maneuver themselves well amongst the ruins, they can actually take Aztec by surprise, because, well, Manav could be in a dicey situation.
yeah, and this is where you really are tested in terms of your game sound sense. Like, if you can hear those footsteps coming in, if you're not just, deafened by the gunfire, you catch that sliver footstep that comes around. Oh boy, well, I'm gonna have to delay about that, because guess what? A wall can be made of smokes as well. That is what Brutal are doing, and they sort of have to do that in this position because they're completely surrounded on all sides. They need to get themselves back to solid cover. This smoke is not going to do for long, and they also need to res one of their players up. So, yeah, well, they're going to be able to get the res successfully. 4 still standing, and the only teams with all 4 players alive are Lexa and Brutal. So keep your eye out on those. They are the ones who are going to be capitalizing on those positions. Beg for Grace somehow still in this, but one of the players going to be knocked. And I believe Skylark also got knocked over there. Space, my god, okay.
Massive grenade.
Great stuff coming off, and they're getting a bunch of finishes here.
Massive grenade over there as he makes sure 2 members are going to be knocked off their feet. In fact, he does get one finish as Lion is brought down to his knees. Now, can Space Jaguar do the same again? He is going to be moving in a bit closer. Have a look at Manav's position. Now, if he's given away, it could be problematic, but Manav, in fact, from behind, out in the blue, gets a finish to himself, and it kind of feels like Space Skylark is completely oblivious to his position.
Yes, I mean, he just does not know that there's an Aztec player behind him. He's just standing there, thinking to himself that, oh yeah, I'm completely safe from behind. But no, Manav, he could just go the distance for his team. Now, there's another Aztec member still alive, but I believe they are slightly scattered over here. So, for them, the name of the game is survival, not to take fights. I mean, Manav and Humanoid are near each other, but they can't cover for each other, because if one of them fires a single bullet and the other one tries to protect them, well, they're both going to go down together, holding hands. Save your buddy syndrome, call it whatever you want to call it, it's going to be the end of the world for both of them. But Space Esports, well, got themselves a couple of knocks, a couple of finishes. Can they find more? Well, not a couple, they've got 7 finishes to their name. So if they could get that first place spot, they can actually be poised to take that top spot, as long as Aztec get eliminated quickly enough. But no, Aztec are still surviving for the time being, and Brutal, we saw smoke wall go up earlier, the smoke wall going up again, but now is when the true late game starts, and they're not going to have enough smokes for this one. The supply crate available could be the ray of hope that they're looking for.
Well, let's see if that ray of hope is going to be coming in, because as you mentioned, the smokes are going to be depleted, but they are going to be creeping and crawling their way towards the enemy as Space are now going to go up against Last Wish. Lexor, I beg your pardon, as one of them is taking down Jaguar. The man of the moment is going to be on fire as he shifts the attention from one, gets the other, and there you have it. Lexor official are going to be eliminated by Space Esports once again, and 10 finishes is where we
Wow.
are at with this game. I mean, I'm telling you, these boys, they are making sure they walk away winners in this game. And Jaguar, he is not bearing his signs. He is unleashing everything he has at his opponents. And, well, Brutal, you did kind of mention, they're going to be coming in strong. And, well, in the blink of an eye, they've managed to eliminate Last Wish and amass 6 finishes for themselves.
Yeah, great stuff by them, but you have to remember the storyline from the previous game. Aztec Esports were on top, and at this point, survival is the name of the game. That's all they're trying to do here. They're only trying to live. They don't want to take these fights. Space still unaware of the fact that there's Aztecs to their left, and yeah, someone needs to go on a scouting mission because these guys could bounce third party them and just completely spoil the party for everyone involved over here. Space Esports with 3 members alive, Brutal Esports with 4, and Aztec with 2. Now, this is where the game of elimination comes into play. You know where 4 members are. You've seen to your right. You don't see anyone there. Can you figure out where those other 2 surviving members are that you see on the HUD but not on your map or on your screen?
Now, if you quickly just have a look at the circle, and, if we keep that in mind, it does kind of look like Space Esports have the prime position. They have the little high ground, they have those rocks for cover, but Manav could play a dangerous game. He might just spot them before they spot him, and, well, he is going to be ready on the trigger. However, the fact that grenades are being flung in that direction means their position is given away, and looks like a smoke is going to come in from Space Skylark, which isn't a bad idea. They're making sure they obscure the vision as they are going to make their move, but looks like Brutal are going to take advantage of that same smoke grenade. They're coming in unseen. Question is, are they going to catch them off guard, because Skylark is going to be concentrating on the other. However, the foot sound should be giving the cue away. Skylark ducking under fire in the nick of time as Max Rex is going to be taken down on the other end of this little rock, while Spare is making sure he patches himself up for another fight.
Oh yeah, Brutal, I mean, in such an awful position now. They had all their players alive, but they've already lost 2 to Nox. There's just 1 player standing strong. Space Esports still surviving. Aztec, no, are they going to do it again? Is this going to be 2 finishes in a row for them? It might just be Humanoid, and Manav still standing strong. Brutal with 1 player alive. He's trying to get the other one back up on his feet, but blood is in the water, and Aztec are like shot. They're circling around their prey at this point, and they will be able to take a win. 2 wins in a row for this team. Aztec Esports, my mind has been blown.
I mean, we know about the Aztecs from the past. Looks like they have been channeling their ancestors, because they were unstoppable. Not 1 victory, but back-to-back chicken dinners. I mean, if we gave them another few matches, they might just be breaking records over here.
You know what? This was a sacrifice from the last game. The gods remembered it, and they were rewarded. The minds, they are not forgetful gods. They remember everything, and yeah, they were very accepting. I mean, how awful of a position were Aztec in? The only thing going in their favor was that they were not discovered, and that is just about the only thing they had.
I tend to kind of agree with you. However, they did have that little ridge to play with. So basically, if you think about it, over the rock, as soon as Space Esports pop up like meerkats, they're going to be spotted first.
Yeah.
And 1 lucky shot, Mayank obviously opening things up, got the job done. And, well, Space Esports now are a thing of the past. But again, they had a wonderful, wonderful game as well. I do believe their finishes are going to be in the double digits. And, well, they did have, a good position at the end. But let me tell you one thing, that 1 smoke that was thrown by Skylark to obscure Aztec, Brutal Esports took advantage and just surprised them. They were in their faces and they weren't expecting it.
And once again, this is what I love to see, the fact that Brutal Esports this time around, they took an opportunity and they saw it, and they were like, you know what, we might not know the best way to go about this, but we recognize that this is an advantage. Yeah, I mean, they just went for the head. They missed, that's okay, but the fact that they knew that they had a chance and they had a shot is what matters. This is what's going to separate the wheat from the chaff.
Well, that is one way to separate them, and let's quickly just glance over the highlights from this game. Of course, action started right at the beginning with Nova walking away with the first finish for Team Trainers. Now, of course, they didn't make it to the end, but of course, we had a lot of fights for compounds over here. Have a look at that. Beast Academy 7 getting the job done. We did see TN lose a few members early on. However, they did fight back with Lone Wolf. I do believe at this stage, had he not gone for the finish, he might have actually got a few other knocks. However, Snooze Dog was the man at hand with that ratata. He made sure he kept his team in the game with a nice elimination in this compound here.
Yeah, great stuff by them. I mean, I think there were a lot of bait and switches as well in this game. This is one of those fights where I mentioned that this could have gone horribly south for Inoxes, but I think they considered their position carefully. They knew there was no one around, so maybe this was worth it for them to try and go for the explosion on the vehicle and get themselves like a multi-finish. But yeah, it didn't really pan out as they expected. Beg for grace. Well, one of the players begged for mercy, and soon enough, Team Troners were like, nah, we are going to be begging for mercy soon enough. They got finished off. They had some pretty good, things going on for themselves. They tried going in for the red, they tried heating up, but you simply don't have enough time when there's 3 players swarming you, right? So Toronto, they tried their best. They got eliminated over here. I don't remember this fight happening, actually. I don't think I saw this one between 4 Extreme Terminators and...
Well, it did take place.
It
did
did
take place. That I can definitely assure you.
Yeah.
But of course, we had so many fights breaking out on different parts of the map that, sometimes you can't really cover all the action because it's somebody just flipped a switch and everybody started finishing everybody else. But of course, these last few fights were interesting. I wonder if my favorite moment is going to make it to the highlights when Skylark threw that grenade and someone in their buggy went boom.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That buggy actually did not go boom for quite a while. I mean, how the hell does one man stay behind a buggy that tanks like 2, maybe even 3 grenades, a couple of pot shots, and just that buggy never explodes? Like, I need that buggy in my life, man. I mean, I want that stuff because I can run over that annoying truck driver that always honks when I'm trying to take a left. But speaking of that, this is a very, very awkward position, though. Them just getting knocked out by those nades.
If you notice, not a single bullet was fired.
Yeah.
It was all grenades.
All grenades. Exactly, right? I mean, when you're in that spot on the low ground, you don't need to, you don't really have an opportunity to fight back against those grenades. There's just no line of sight for you. Well, sometimes that's just how it is. That's what you have to work with. But Space, I was really impressed by them this game. The fact that they were
played well.
aggressive.
And especially towards the latter stages of this game, especially when the circle was around the ruins. I mean, we might have missed the action, but Space Jaguar came in with a few great grenades. In fact, one double knock, one double finish. He made sure he pretty much punished whoever was in front of him. But of course, beg for grace, like you did mention, they aren't going to be begging for mercy. They were taking the fight to the enemy. It's going to be coming now. Jaguar is cooking his grenade. I do believe it is going to be flung any second. And have a look at Lion. He goes in for the revive. However, it is going to be an ill-fated moment as it goes boom. Chronix was taken out and Lion was brought down to his bloody knees.
The best part about it is Manav is just hiding in there in the cupboard the entire time like Dobby, just listening to everything and not just bouncing out at any point. And then you suddenly discover towards the end, oh, there's a Manav here, there's a humanoid, and there's an Aztecs, and oh, they've got the first place finish. They only had 2 players alive. Not really a situation where you feel too happy about that. Brutal Esports, yes, the aggression was absolutely wonderful, but perhaps next time around they'd like to know where those other 2 players are. That they know they're obviously alive due to the HUD, but they can't see with their little eye holes because just impossible for them to try and figure out where they are without risking dying themselves.
Also, brilliant work by Aztec Esports. And all they did was just come in later and just sweep up whatever was left of the 2 teams. And, they did mop the floor clean with all their opponents. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. I mean, you can't really get any better than that. Now, again, we were joking. Imagine if they had a third.
Yeah. Imagine if they had a third. I mean, that would have been insane. But the way Aztec just waited and, they were like, let these guys have a battle amongst themselves and then we're going to bounce in. Just great understanding of the situation they're in and what they have to do. Very experienced players over here. But let's have a look at the point standings and see how that pans out. I do believe Aztec is on top. No big surprises here. And oh boy, there's a chicken dinner. Two of them, in fact, for Aztec Esports.
Well, if you just talk about this game, they did finish it with 15 placement points and, of course, 9 finish points, which means it's a total of 24. And in second place, we had Space Esports, who, again, they weren't this dominating in the last game. This time, they just basically threw the doors open and let loose. Now, Brutal Esports, wonderful, wonderful play coming in at the end. However, it was just a bit too short from that chicken dinner and lost wish themselves. Now, we did see them bring on the aggression in game 1. They tried to do the same in game 2. However, walking away with 8 finish points is not going to be a bad outing for them.
Absolutely. I also want to take some time to talk about Aura India. Unfortunately, they got eliminated fairly early on by their own standards. They were 17 to get knocked out. Not really how they probably wanted to be remembered, but just maybe this is where the buffer that they built up earlier on in this round could come in handy. Potentially not knock them off that second place. I don't quite remember where Space Esports were.
I do believe as far as Aura India is concerned, they did have 22 points from game 1.
Exactly, right?
And let's add 5 onto it. The question is it going to be enough going forward?
That's what I don't know, because I believe I saw Brutal Esports and Last Wish somewhere in the top 6 or top 7. So just maybe Aura India have either held on to their position, or if they have not, it's just been a couple of points.
You know, I mean, of course, you and I don't know because, well, we're casting for a living, right? I'm pretty sure there are a lot of sharp viewers in the audience today who already have done all the maths. They know exactly who's going to be going forward. But of course, you know, we've had a look at the teams. Now, let's have a look at the individual prowess in these games. And of course, the MVP is going to be none other than Space X's Spare. Now, when you are named the iQOO MVP, it's not just, it's a big deal. It's a big deal because it comes with a lot of responsibility.
You know what else has 888 in it? The Qualcomm Snapdragon processor. So make sure you get yourself an iQOO phone, because that's when you're going to be able to get these sorts of finishes. But yeah, he is, of course, the MVP of the match. Let's actually have a look at the top 5 players from that entire bout of 2 rounds. Well, it's going to be Spear again, and a fitting name for that guy, Spear. Medievally speaking, the most superior medieval weapon there ever was. No long swords, no bows, none of that. This is always spears. That's why the Spartans used them.
You and I are going to get along really well. Let me just tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I'm kind of listening to a fellow nerd. It's like I'm listening to myself talking right now. That's what it feels like. But of course, in second place, we have Humanoid, who ended the day with 5 finishes. Antidote coming in with 4 of his own. And of course, Space Jaguar, just ripping through opponents with those grenades in the last game, finishing with 3 finishes, and Brutal making a little bit of a splash with 3 finishes of his own. KIO, of course, did do a lot of damage in game 1. However, the finishes, I beg your pardon, weren't up to code. However, a few headshots over here. I love the fact that, the teams are accurate. Now, the headshots, of course, are only going to matter when you have bullets flying, but a lot of the kills, a lot of the finishes come through those little grenades that are flung at enemy, and all that shrapnel is what is doing all the damage.
Yeah, okay, so let's have a look at those boom stats, right? So 59 finishes in total, 74 knocks, fair amount of healing, almost 90 grenades used, and there's 6 grenade finishes in this game alone. Just think about that. 6 grenade finishes. I think we saw 4 at once.
I think 4 we saw at one time.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. An entire squad getting wiped thanks to a couple of nades being tossed in their direction. But this is another interesting stat. Longest finish distance. I think that's the thing you probably want to talk about.
Well, it looks like we have a few sharp shooters in the fray over here. Now, funnily,
we experiment on the server. He has something to show you.
There you go. We maybe have some bolt action coming up soon. Surprisingly, none of the airdrops were looted. I guess, you don't really want to take chances.
Yeah.
That is what that tells me. They're going to be happy with their weapons. But let's have a look at the finish and damage performance of each team. And, well, one team is going to be way above the rest. And that, of course, are the boys from Space Esports. Now, they do have a whopping 2,339 points of damage and, of course, 12 finishes to their name.
Absolutely. I mean, 12 finishes, great stuff coming in from the side of Space Esports. But once again, is it enough to just tip them over the edge? Because we know they're not getting first place. What they're potentially vying for here is second place, and that place is closely contested. I remember there was Brutal Esports somewhere there in the mix. There was Last Wish somewhere in the mix. Aura India, even though they finished in the 7th spot this time around, could still be maintaining that second place finish. So, yeah, Space Esports, they've done really well for themselves, but, losing out by just a couple of points could be heartbreaking. But let's have a look at, the top 4 scores of this, top 4 squads, of this match. And
well, no surprises there.
Yeah. Who would have thunk? Aztec Esports with 9 finishes and 2 first place in the first place. No big surprises there, like you mentioned.
And it looks like Space Esports are going to be coming in strong as well, especially thanks to game number 2, where they did amass a lot of finishes to their name. Now, Brutal Esports did have a slightly shy game in the first one. They are going to be number 3, and Last Wish, they've been heavy hitting right from the beginning. Game 1, they got a few finishes, and in fact, the Aztecs are run for their money. Game 2, again, they were always in the thick and thin of all the actions, taking fights at multiple fronts, which may have been the reason, that ended up pretty much being the demise.
Absolutely, and this is where you really test it as a player and as a team, like mentality-wise, right? Yeah, you're aggressive. Yeah, you're confident in your abilities, but do you take them at the right time? Do you work hard or do you work smart? Once again, do you take those fights when those fights are actually going to give you a sizable, significant advantage, or do you just give it away for no good reason, other than the simple fact that you're just trigger happy
Well, I'm not-
and you want to see those numbers going
I'm
up?
sure no one's just going to be giving it away, especially at this stage. A lot is on the line. Remember, it's a whopping 1 crore prize pool that these teams are going to be fighting for. And now this is just the beginning. This is just day one, and it is going to be a month-long extravaganza. And I love the fact that I have the privilege to be here in this position, bringing all these wonderful games to you.
Yeah, and this is just the first day, folks. There's going to be a lot more days coming up, so you want to mark your calendars, make sure that you know when we're going to be going live, when we're not going to be going live, so you can enjoy this broadcast, because, 1 crore rupees, it is life-changing money, and you don't want to miss out on the storyline that builds up to that point to see who is it that's going to be taking it all, and, their life, it's going to be changed for the better permanently.
Well, what's going to happen now is, of course, we did have 2 matches that have been already done and dusted, and we're going to shuffle things around now. Now, remember, again, each team is going to get a chance of 2 matches to basically make it or break it. So, one little section has been dealt with. A few new teams are going to be joining the fray soon enough, but of course, more on that later. But again, I love the fact that, we were kind of speculating how it's going to all start out, how the action is going to pan out. And let me just tell you one thing. We are not disappointed. We had action at the beginning. We had action all over. I mean, we really didn't have any lulls in this game because, everybody looks like they were trigger happy.
They most certainly were. I mean, it's like, I've got a gun, I know how to use it, and it just reminds me of that scene from The Godfather where, he just goes out with the Tommy gun, he's like, I got a Tommy gun, something like that. I forgot the line.
I mean, when you have a Tommy gun, you have to go gangster. We did see Nova from Team Prawners do that, but of course, the best thing is, when you have an iQOO 7 Legend at your fingertips, all that performance, it kind of makes it easy. That's the only best thing, and of course, forget about us, let's just hear from iQOO themselves.
Are you ready for this?
Check this out.
The iQOO 7 Legend. Monster inside. Question is, are you going to unleash it? Well, looks like all the players are doing that exactly now, especially the Aztecs, who have pretty much run away with the show right from game 1, game 2, back-to-back chicken dinners. Is somebody else going to be able to replicate that, or is this just a one-off thing, do you think?
So being the devil's advocate over here, I have to say, right,
This guy.
Yeah, me.
Go for it.
But Aztec Esports, certainly the level of competition for them is going to get much harder from this point on. So I imagine that, I'm convinced that they're a strong team. I'm convinced that they're a good team. But when they go up against other teams of similar caliber, what sort of decisions do they make? Because they might not make the same mistakes that the teams they're facing right now are making. So that is when their mettle is going to be truly tested. Speaking of which, I think they can still get chicken dinners, although it's going to be a lot more labored.
It's going to be a lot more labor, but, they did kind of show me that they have everything that you need, like a full package deal, because they have the trigger discipline, as we did see towards the end of game 2.
Yeah.
They, of course, have the killing prowess because they've been knocking people out, and, they got 9 finishes in these 2 games. And, well, if you talk about their rotations and tactical skills, they did end up with 2 chicken dinners. That means they must be doing something right.
Yeah, something or the other. I mean, Aztec Esports, if anyone is watching these games right now, you should be taking notes in case you're a team that perhaps didn't make it from the qualifiers, weren't able to get to the stage. Just look at how Aztec are playing. There's a lot of good learning points you can take away from them. But now, I mean, this is where the competition really starts to heat up, because we've seen these 2 matches, we've seen the sorts of things people are doing right now, and another advantage that some of these teams are going to be playing later today are going to have, they're going to have the luxury of watching these teams play and knowing what sort of mistakes they should avoid when they're going into the next one, because they get a bird's eye view of exactly how certain decisions pan out, right?
Also, although it's not the same teams that are going to be playing, us humans, we love repetition, right? So they see where all the teams are dropping. It's going to give them a vague idea of, how everyone is going to be dropping down. But now, of course, these two games are done with. We did see the individual points, but I'm pretty sure everybody's wondering where their favorite team is standing. Well, wait no further, because we do have the overall standings on your screens now, and no surprises here. Wait a second, we've already breached the 50-point barrier.
Wow.
Aztec Esports running away with the game, 30 position points, 22 finish points, 2 chicken dinners. Well, I think, talking about making statements, they've just made a big statement, and the thing is, can you bring your caliber up to their level?
Wow.
It's not going to be possible. I mean, they've really set the bar up really high.
Absolutely. I mean, I was trying to do my best Owen Wilson impression, but unfortunately, it just failed.
Anyway, Brutal
Yeah,
Esports in second position with 36.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about. I was a little bit afraid if, Brutal Esports are actually going to get to that second place, because they played really, really well. The issue was that Aura India were also in that second place, right, with a bunch of their points. But yeah, they will be knocked down a peg to that third spot, and it's going to be Brutal Esports who get that second place. It's not the end of the world here, but yeah, Brutal Esports, the fact that they woke up in the second game, good for them. Last Vision fourth, Space Esports in fifth. Yeah, the first game didn't go well. The second one did, though, and I just wish they sort of just bought this level of play a little bit earlier.
Now, one thing that is going to be standing out is Team Hellgod. Now, right off game one, man, they amped up the aggression. 10 finishes for themselves. However, if you have a look at the position points, one is not going to be enough to make it in the top bracket. And I guess, again, they still can learn a lot from their mistakes, maybe not be so aggressive, because they were taking fights with whoever they saw in front of them. But of course, if we have a look at the second half of the table, we are going to see a few surprises. Now, Roar, the team that I picked for the second game, unfortunately, they did not finish as I expected. They're going to be in the last position with 2 points to their name. And, well, a few of these teams didn't really make a splash in these games, and unfortunately, 4 Extreme Terminators, the ones that I was backing from the beginning, are going to be one of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, 4 Extreme Terminators.
I just love that name.
Exactly, as exciting as their names were, it seemed that when they actually went inside the server, they sort of just fell flat on their face. Did get a couple of finishes, got 2 finishes, but they were mostly reactive. They weren't proactive finishes. So, yeah, just goes to show that perhaps there is, I'm not really sure, lack of initiative from them, or maybe a lack of cognizance of the situation that they're in. So perhaps, even though they're aggressive, they're not able to play properly because they don't know where everyone else is. Lexer as well, just 6 points to their name. Team Troners all just tied up, and yeah, I mean, I have to say the fact that they made it this far is absolutely wonderful, but if anything, any of these teams should not be demotivated by what just happened.
Absolutely not.
Because this is a learning experience, right? For them, how often can you say you got to play up against some really, really good teams, learned a lot, and more importantly, once you reach a certain high level, just playing regular matches just does not cut it for you. It's not going to tell you where you're going to make mistakes, because the skill gap just tends to widen further and further, and the frequency at which you play in a server with really good players lowers. Right, so I mean, at this point, for these teams, they should look at this as a learning experience, and hopefully next year, next month, whenever there's another open tournament, come back strong.
There are many that are going to be coming in. Of course, we're not going to be dishing out any information now. That wouldn't be very nice. But of course, like I said, there are going to be a lot of opportunities in the not so distant future for all these teams to come back and make some more waves in this big pond of esports. And of course, Battlegrounds Mobile India is going to be something that is going to be making waves in this particular matter, because again, I wish I could actually give them a little bit of a glimmer of what's to come. But again, stay tuned. A lot more is going to be there in the near future. Now, we have seen a couple of teams just run away with the show. We just saw the overall standings. We've already breached the 50-point marker. What is next?
I actually don't know,
How do we make it more exciting than it already is? Because like I said, the bar has already been set up this high, and all the other teams who are going to be playing up next, they definitely must be watching. And, well, I wonder if they've been taking notes and have been doing their homework.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, just because this is basically just the first real round, right? I mean, this is the first time you've seen this. This is just going to get better, because all these teams, they're going to be put through a sieve. You're going to get the best of the best, the creme de la creme eventually. And, yeah, the level of play is just going to keep increasing over here. What to expect for these next matches, though? I don't know. I am just about as educated or as knowledgeable on that as anyone else. So I have no idea what to see from these teams coming in, and that's what's exciting for me. Just seeing these teams come in and bring something new to the table.
Well, one thing is for certain: the action is going to be everlasting. I mean, there's going to be no shortage of any action, no shortage of drama, as we did see a few mistakes being made in the few games as well. A couple of self-knocks. That is not going to be helpful. And of course, we did see Team Roar start the day off as a 3-man squad. Now, at the back of your minds, that could be a little mental block because, you already kind of think that, you're one man down and, it's not going to work out. But make sure that you're punctual because the matches do tend to start on time. But again, I think it could be a different issue. It could be a different issue because it happening twice in a row could be something maybe came up. But of course, we hope everybody's staying safe and healthy out there. You got to make sure you keep your distance. But now, someone who's not going to keep distance from one another are going to be the next teams that are going to be on your screen shortly. And again, we can all just sit here and just speculate, go on and on about what's going to come and what we are going to expect. But again, I love the fact that we expected it to be a bit more chaotic.
Yeah.
However, it did kind of seem like, as soon as teams kind of faced one another, there was really no stalemate. Decisions were made. Teams backed off. They rotated. They started flanking.
Yeah.
I like the fact that everybody's quick on the thinking and just, moving around. That is something that wasn't there maybe a couple of months ago.
Exactly. I mean, this is what I want to talk about as well, right? Just the average skill level has increased so much over the past. I'm going to keep increasing. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled out because I'm also going to learn a lot from these players.
Well, we're all going to learn a lot. But of course, all of that is going to be on the other side of this little break. We'll see you in a bit.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Well, we have a lot in store for you, and you might have noticed that there is a little bit something different on set right now. We have shifted position. Of course, I'm joined by Bhavna. You know her better as Shadow. Shadow, you watched the first few games. Exciting times.
Well, very exciting. Who was the one who was calling these teams underdogs? They're performing so damn good.
I mean, well, they're not underdogs anymore
Yeah.
because they are definitely in the limelight. But again, that is the beauty of this tournament,
Yeah.
that, you give these underdogs, these unknowns, the spotlight. And, well, like we said, it can change lives, and they're definitely working towards it.
Well, it changed the lives of 3 teams I know of: Aztec Esports, Team Brutal Esports, and Space Esports. What
But
a game! And what a
Aztecs.
zone!
I love the last one.
Me too. I always love it when it come towards that little islands in the
You
water
never see it
thing.
enough. You never see it enough because it gives you so many options.
Yeah.
Either you basically stay underwater, you hide behind the pillar of the bridge, you have those rocks, you have the grass for cover. You can basically do it all, and well, the teams did do just that. Of course, the Aztecs, man. Back-to-back chicken dinners, Shadow. I mean, can anyone else replicate that right now? Can anybody else do that? Because it looks like they're going to be the talk of the town.
XP, don't underestimate any of the
I'm
team.
not gonna make that
think
mistake
they
at all.
can replicate it. They can definitely do that. Given the circumstances, if the zone is also favoring them, if they are unlucky, anything can happen. They can end at the 16th spot also.
Well, now what's going to happen is we are going to have a little bit of a shuffle of all the teams, and let's find out who is going to be battling it out in the next couple of rounds. Of course, we are going to have the matchup on our screens. Group 5 is going to be making their entrance this time with Team Fake Official, Team Brutality version 1. Of course, you've always got to be the best versions of yourselves. United Soul, Rising Rooks, that's an interesting name. Team SK are going to be here, God's Reign, and of course, the Gargoyles. A little bit of mythology coming in as well here, Bhavna.
Well, definitely. Let's see if they can bring out the demon inside of
I like
themselves. And Lion Roar, we have Team Synergy, we have Team Evil EX, V High, Unknown Rivals, Naya Nivela Esports. Let's see if they can bring something Naya in the game. And Team 1v4 Clutch. The name itself is
If
speaking.
they don't get a 1v4
Yeah.
clutch, I'm going to be disappointed by the name.
Same here. I want to see that, because when you put that name, you are raising the bar very high, my friend. And on the side, we have One Side Esports.
Well, they're definitely raising the bar, but they're also raising the expectations that are going to be coming in because, well, like we just said right now, we definitely expect them to have a 1v4 situation. And you know what, as Shadow did say, that might just be possible because, yes, I've learned my lesson. Don't underestimate anyone. I mean, yeah, they are the underdogs only because they're not well known, but give them some time.
And I think we saw a clutch, if not a clutch, 1v3.
We saw a couple.
With a grenade.
Oh, we saw a couple. I know what you're talking about, especially in game 1 towards the end
Yeah.
when Team Hellgod was just lobbing grenades. They, in fact, decimated a team in their building with grenades and then set their sights on the other. However, they were a high-fragging team, but they didn't get those placement points. 11 points in total is not going to be enough to get to the next stage, unfortunately.
Well, that's okay. You make mistakes, you learn, you improvise, you grind, and you come back much stronger. I'm very sure they are going to do that.
Words of wisdom over here, ladies and gentlemen. Never give up hope. And if things aren't going your way, again, there's always next time, unless, well, you give up, which you should never do. But now, let's talk about what's going to happen over here. Now, of course, the best thing I do believe for all the gamers is the platform that they play on, is the fact that they have these amazing machines in their hands. Of course, I am talking about the iQOO 7 Legend, which has a monster inside. And, well, Shadow, have you unleashed that monster?
Well, I'm not a pro
We've
player.
already had
I'm
a few
noob,
games
but
on.
I'm loving this phone. Look at the color and
like
zero
this stripe.
lag. Complete zero lag.
Well, let's hear from iQOO themselves.
Are you ready for this?
You know, Shadow, every single time I do watch the iQOO promo on our screens, I was actually thinking earlier, would somebody notice if I kind of snuck away with the phone? But the fact that they are so affordable and you get the best in the segment at that price, I mean, I'm going to be heading to the shops real soon after this. And I'm not just making that up. I'm not just saying this for the sake of saying this. I love playing my Battlegrounds Mobile India. And well, when you have a device like this with ultra performance, why choose anything else over it?
You don't have to snuck away. We already have one.
I mean, I do, but again, you know, I just want something a little different.
You
I want
want
something with a
to-
different. They have a few different color schemes. I want something in black. I love that color. So you know, I mean, we have a few options in store for you. But again, now let's come back to the brass task. Now the teams are going to be getting ready. I'm sure right as we are talking, they are in the spawn island. You know, running around, psyching each other out, like Floki likes to say, maybe you know, dancing and taunting in
Yeah.
front of one another. But again, is that all going to matter? Because you know, the plane path is going to decide where teams are dropping, and I wonder if we are going to have any drop clashes in this game as well.
Well, absolutely, there are going to be drop clashes because these teams don't know each other so well. They don't have a fixed drop location. Even if they have, the other teams don't know their rotations. The rotations are going to be cut off, but they don't even have the time to go home and study their opponents because you have only 2 games in your hands.
So I guess the best game plan is that
Yeah.
they come with a game plan, stick to that game plan, and try and implement it as much as they can. Now, of course, you've got to be flexible and versatile enough because, you know, things don't always go in your favor. Sometimes or the other, you know, maybe the BGMI gods might just be a little unfavorable with the zone or with the loot. So you got to make sure that you can adapt quickly. That's what basically separates the great teams from, well, the not so great.
Exactly, you have to adapt. Maybe your team's best sniper, the one sitting besides me, is one of them. You are the best sniper.
She's
get
just saying that. That was a long time back. I mean, let's not even bring
This
that
guy
up.
loves AWM.
That I do. That I
Yeah.
do. Like I said earlier, I'm good at my first shot. Follow-up shots, let's not talk about that.
Even in the moving vehicles, he can shoot you on the head if you're in a vehicle.
Well,
With an
I mean,
AWM.
when we were introduced, of course, we did have our handles down there. You might just go and have a look at that. But of course, forget all that right now. I love the fact that Bhavna put that up. But the game is now underway as we are going to take to the skies once more. Now, this time, if I have a look at it, looks like we're going to be flying over the military island. That means we are going to be heading in a northeastern trajectory. There you have it. And it is kind of similar to what we saw in Game 1, although the flight path is reversed. Question is, are we going to see multiple teams dropping down on the military base, or is it going to be hell in Pochinki?
Let's see, Pochinki, last time we saw in the match 1 was completely empty. Even the western hemisphere was completely empty. But I'm hoping some teams will try and go and contest the drop locations, at least in the middle island. Don't know about the northern island, the Stelberg island, because that's too far away.
That's where I want to go.
We all want to go the Stelberg. I want to zone in that area also.
That would
That
be-
little hill and...
King of the Hill situation at
Yeah.
the end. That would be something that would be actually exciting to watch. But again, you know, in today's day and age, especially since we have all these amazing BGMI tournaments, the thing is, I wonder if hot drops are a thing of the past now, because wherever you land, you know, there are going to be chances that the enemy might be nearby. It might just become hot all of a sudden. So you've got to have a good vigil every single time you drop. You've got to make sure that you have a good, you know, security around. Everybody's looking in every which direction, because normally what happens is you focus at one end, turns out you get shot from the other.
Exactly, that can happen, but
Wow, look at the
the zone. I'm loving the circle and the flight path, because earlier both the games, the flight path and the circle were complementing each other, but this time the teams have to struggle, they have to rotate a lot. But let's see what's going to happen. Team Brutality, if we talk about them, they have dropped them in military base, but another team is also there.
Another team is also there, which means, well, they better get to looting as quickly as possible. Now, if I do have a look at the teams on the right side of our screen, one name is going to stand out, and that, of course, is God's Reign. Now, in Battleground Mobile India tournaments of the past, these boys have definitely raked up quite a storm, getting the job done, getting a few wins in style. So, I mean, they are definitely going to be a team to be reckoned with. But, of course, it is all speculation right now. Looks like you have a namesake on screen, Shadow, as it is going to be Team 12 that are going to be running around. But let's see what they bring to the table.
Let's see what they bring into the table. But right now, I only see all their teammates are in Yasnya. Yasnya is also one of the favorite drop location of so many teams. It offers so good loot, if we have to say, good weapons, because you need weapons, you need armor when you are entering into the close combat. But Team 12, if you talk about them, Team 1v4 Clutch, they have spotted down one of their enemy team.
Well, looks like they have spotted the enemy. Question is, what are they going to do about it? Are they going to go in for the fight, or are they going to bide their time and live to fight another day? Because if I have a look right now, Yasnaya is going to be a busy city with 3 teams vying for a few finishes here and there. Now, of course, we do have Synergy X pretty much dead smack center of your screens, who do have a good control over the city, which means they are going to hear the enemy, or maybe even spot the enemy before they spot them. But of course, we have Naya Novella Esports, who are nearby, but action is going to break out. It looks like Naya Novella are going to be drawing first blood as they get the first finish of this game.
Well, they're definitely going to get one finish, but on the other hand, Naya Novella Esports 0. You need to be a little bit more precise with that grenade. But on the other hand, if we talk about Team Synergy, not up to a good start. Already lost one of their teammates, Sneha 75. They have to survive with 3 players only. If they make it to the final circle with 3 players also, that's a win-win situation.
I guess what they need to do now is live up to their name.
Yeah.
Get that synergy in,
Exactly.
and basically get out with that X factor and deal some damage later on. So, of course, it is going to be a little bit of a blow to them early on. However, I am not going to count them out this early. Now, I like that the fight that did actually take place. Have a look at the distance between the two teams. That means it was an instant knock and an instant finish coming in from Naya Novella, which means, well, they are going to be definitely quick on their triggers, something you should watch out for later on. Now, if you have a look at the circle, it is going to be on the Western Hemisphere, like Shadow did point out, which makes it exciting because a majority of the teams are out of the circle, and I'm sure we're going to have some vehicular manslaughter sooner or later, as the vehicles are going to be driving in, trying to find a nice little spot in the latter circles. Now, the Sosnovka military island is not completely isolated, Shadow. We do have 3 teams, but they are not close to one another, so, well, could we see some bridge action this game? Do you think it's going to happen?
Definitely, the way the teams are clustering around the farm and Milta bridge area, Team Fake has to be very, very damn careful, because it's not going to be easy for them to cross that bridge area. But I'm worried about Team Lion Roar. They are in a 2v2 split situation. If the team in the military base areas tries to cross,
Right.
2 versus 4 situation is going to arise, and Lion Roar might face some casualties.
Maybe they've practiced for the situation. I mean, if at this stage, again, remember, only 2 games is what is going to take you or not take you to the next round. So basically, you've got to get your best foot forward. Maybe that is something that they've practiced in the past, and they might just wow us with a few clutches. Now, of course, talking about clutches, we do want to see this team do something amazing. I mean, if 1v4 Bloodshot and the boys don't come up with something spectacular, well, I won't blame them, because a lot is on the line, and you have to be careful. No matter how they get the finishes or how they get the placement points, it's all about advancing to the next round. But right now it's going to be Team SK, who do have the upper ground at the apartments next to the school, as they are going to be looking down on Team 1v4 Clutch. Now, what is obvious is that both teams are aware of one another. The question is, who is going to make that little slip up first and, have that little domino effect? It looks like Team 1v4 Clutch are getting in the vehicle. A lot of sound cues being given here, Shadow.
Well, that is not going to fare well, because the vehicle has already received a lot of damage. But looks like Mafia was trying to reunite with his teammates. He was a little far away. And school fights. Always love these fights, because you didn't get the best of the loot. You are a little short on the utilities, and these buildings. You need the grenades. You need the smoke if you want to escape. And you're always short on that. Let's see if Team SK can escape. One of the teammates was far behind, but he has also joined. But Mafia can do something, but no, all the three players of Team SK are rushing towards Mafia. And Mafia, my friend, you are in a 1v3 situation. Better your teammates come and help you now.
Oh, they smell blood like opportunistic parasites. They are going to be heading up. They knew that this man is going to be separated by his teammates. So if they can get that early knock and finish, they are going to have the upper hand in this little skirmish. Now, they do have a little daunting task because it is going to be a fight on the staircase. Looks like they are going to make it to the top. Wait a second. That was a little bit of a mishap by SK Trio as that grenade hit the railing, came down, and almost knocked his teammate off his feet while Mafia for the win. He's going to have to bide his time. He reloads that AKM, makes sure that Ratata is going to be good to go as soon as it's needed. And I must say, a lot of grenades are being wasted, but have a look at that. He drops out the window, and now the tables have turned as it's going to be Team SK who are going to find themselves as the victims. But the question is, I need Team 1v4 to come together because Mafia probably can't do it on his own. But wait a second, their name is 1v4 Clutch. So maybe, Bhavna, we just might see what we've been waiting for.
We might see, but considering the situation, the position of Mafia, the way he is placed outside of the building, his teammates can give a very good cover fire. But what is happening with Team Brutality? They have eliminated Lion Roar's Slinger. What was he doing out in the open without his teammates?
Well, you know how lions are. I mean, they love the pack life. Sometimes, every once in a while, one will wander a bit far away from his pride. And it looks like that is exactly what happens. And, well, the lion didn't grow in that situation. In fact, he was put out of his misery. But again, the remaining members of Lion Roar are going to be making their way across. They are choosing, well, the aquatic route. They're going to be swimming across. And lucky for them, no one is going to have any sights on them. However, if you come back to the fight near the school apartments, looks like Mafia for the win has managed to kind of move back, of course, using a lot of smoke grenades. So utilities are going to be dwindling for this team. And I like the fact that, you know, his teammates, they have that trigger discipline, Shadow. They're making sure that they stick to their grounds, they have those angles covered, and they want to make sure that Team SK makes all the mistakes.
Well, they are hoping that, but if you look at the loot of Magan, it's the last grenade that he's having. He has to make sure that he at least knocks Mafia. He has to be very precise with that grenade. And from the looks of it, Mafia is up for a knock.
Oh, and you are
he goes
absolutely
down.
right.
And he goes down. On the other hand, the other Mafia of 1v4 also goes down. Team SK is living up to the expectations, but Team 1v4 is falling down because they are surviving with only 2 hits.
Well, they are going to make the best of the situation. They get that one knock. That second knock is going to make sure that they have the upper hand. 4 members going up against 2 from 1v4. Now they do have Clutch. The name question is, are they going to live up to the name and show us something amazing, or are they going to dwindle into oblivion as Team SK are going to be moving in? Now they are hungry. They are making moves, but also they are disciplined. They're not running in without giving each other cover. But if you have a look at the other end, 1v4, they're moving back. They are falling back ever so slowly, but now they have no more room left, and Mafia could be taking a little bit more damage. In fact, it is a flashbang just to kind of obscure him just a little bit, try to, you know, discombobulate him. However, they haven't really acted upon it. But now Trio, with that Molotov, I think he has an idea what Bloodshot is, and this might just funnel the opposition in one corner. But I had a look at Aryan. Aryan's position could be detrimental because if Trio comes out from cover, he could very well take him down.
Well, I appreciate 1v4 team, the way they have come out of that situation. Their 2 players were knocked out. One of them has been eliminated, but they, the formation they are having, Aryan over there in another building, that's a very good situation. But Team SK is more smarter than them, and another knock of Mafia is coming in. Bloodshot surviving barely on 10 HP. Aryan has a lot of work to do, has a lot of job in hand, but the time is running short. The time is really running short. The Molotov could have been more precise, but Team SK, oh my god.
Beautiful work coming from Team SK, especially that suppressive fire to make sure Aryan can't do anything from it. But position, and now they're going to go in. Guns are going to be firing, and it's going to be hip fire over here. He switches to the Tommy gun, goes gangster all over his opposition, and there you have it in the blink of an eye. 1v4 clutch are going to be eliminated. The first team, in fact, to be eliminated. So yeah, we are a little upset, but what an outing from Team SK. They showed us everything. They showed us their prowess. They showed us their patience as well.
Well, they showed patience, but XP, was it a caster's curse?
I mean, if we actually think about it, it could be, but we are not going to bring that up now. Shh.
Exactly. Let's ruin the game of any other team next time.
All right, the cost is curse. Team brutality is
Yeah.
next. No, but all jokes aside, Piyush, they are late coming into the circle. Just to remind you, they did drop down at the military base. So, they have a long way to go, but now the blue is going to do the damage, and Lions are going to be rolling thereby, as well as Tharun is going to get a knock on Venom.
Well, Venom has already been knocked out, and I think Run is going to reunite with his team. I think, but why? Why giving Team Brutality the time to revive their teammate?
Information. I believe they do not have any idea where the remaining members of Team Brutality are, and if you do go for that little kill, especially when your teammates are far away, it could be problematic. I think it's a good decision over here by Piyush because, he was a little distant away from his teammates. So again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, Bhavna. I mean, you can take one end, I'll take the other side of the coin. Let's flip it. Let's see who's right. But again, it's all about speculation, as it does look like Ryan and Ro are going to be moving to greener pastures. And at this stage, since the circle is a bit far away, you want to be at the center so that you don't have to move so much as the next transition comes in.
Well, definitely, but so many teams are rotating from the southern side of the zone, from the Gatka area, the Georgopol Hill that we know. The team that is going to hold that position is going to get so much intel on all the teams that are moving from the southern side. But some of the smarter teams, we'll talk about some smarter ones later. Team Evil has spotted down one of the team, and Wolves Live was spelling some shots in their direction, giving out his position, considering there is another team in Georgopol.
There's another team in Georgopol, and of course, this is going to be one of the most iconic places. All of you watching know exactly where we are, as Evil X are going to be taking the fight to the enemy. And if you have a look at the circle, everyone is going to be pretty comfortable. No takers for Everest over here. Nobody wants to go up the mountain because, well, if the circle shifts away, coming down could be brutal. But as of right now, it does look like a few teams, they don't have a lot of options. Everyone's got to be hunkered down in their compounds, and all they can do right now is fortify their position, as Team Brutality are going to make sure that the 3 warehouses is where they call home. Of course, just east of the hospital, for those of you who want some relationships to the map. But I like the fact that, barring the first team elimination that we did see, not a lot of action in this game this time.
I expected a lot of action this time from this lobby, considering everyone was going for the hot drops, but that's not happening. Maybe from the 4th circle we'll get to see more action. Team Lion Rod, they lost one of their players, but now they are in one of the most highly contested places, that is Georgopol area, and they're not alone. They have another opponent teams, and not just one team. I think 2 teams are there. They have to be very, very careful, especially from the players of Team Evil.
Well, talking about 2 teams, I did see one of the teams is Rising Rooks. Now, if I just go by the names, they're going to be a smart bunch of lads in that team. Question is, are they going to be able to move diagonally and kind of, just get out of harm's way, or maybe give a little bit of a surprise to the team? But looks like the circle is going to favor them, as the circle is going to shift a bit to the east. That means Team Evil X are going to have to move. Team Brutality are going to have to make a run for the sun. But looks like Evil X just makes it in cover in the nick of time, as he did get shot in the back. However, he does have first aids to patch himself up. Of course, he's going to opt for pills first, as we do have a Mosin Nagant being fired. And, well, I'm a little impartial to these bold actions, and come on, let's see something. Shoto, you do know where the enemy is. It is going to be aimbot in front of him. Question is, are you going to act like an aimbot and pretty much put a bullet right between his eyes?
But what just happened, XP? Team SK got eliminated by play zone. No, 2 of their players, you have to give priority. You eliminated 1v4 clutch. You had a good number of finishes, and looks like Rohit is also in a bit of trouble because Naya Nevala Zero is shooting in his direction. Might be his vehicle has already received a lot of damage, but Zero, they were more precise with those shots. other hand, Fake Razor has been knocked down, and
Well,
Rohit goes down as well.
he does go down. It's going to be Deuce who gets the better of him from elsewhere. It looks like version 1 are finally joining the fray as well. And now we did see Naya Novella making a lot of ruckus. They did in fact get shot out from a team that was passing by. However, lucky for them, they are still in this. Looks like it is going to be version 1. 2 of the members are going to go up against Naya Novella. That could be a good grenade. It's just a little bit too short. As the retaliation grenade is coming in, Deuce has no idea. He takes a little bit of damage. However, it's not going to be enough to take him off the scene. Elsewhere, Arby is going to be taken out as Zero now comes under heavy fire. He's going in for the revive out in the open.
Well, this could be a mistake, but on the other hand, if we look
It's
at the
worked out.
position of the Naya Novella Esports rest of the 2 players, they are a little far away. They have to revive their teammate as well, and this gave the chance of the players of version 1 to come on their feet again. Let's see if Adi is able to be lucky this time or precise this time with his grenades, but no, he's not going to be. This is a 2v4 situation, now becoming a 4v4 classic fight.
Oh, everyone's here. Everyone's here. It's going to be, they had a little bit of a truce for a moment. Everybody was brought up, but looks like the action is back up as Adi now is going to respond in kind, bringing Deuce down to his knees. Now, I'm afraid that gargoyles are nearby. They're going to be jumping in on the action as well. Zero goes in with that AK, gets a knock. Could he finish it? No, not yet. As we are going to one coming from the MG3, that high rate of fire is going to be pretty much cutting through the enemies like a hot knife through butter. But a grenade is going to send him flying, and now the tables are turned with one member left standing for Naya Novella, but it's going to be enough as he's going to be facing not 1 but 2 members. Unfortunately, this time around, version 1, like I said, they are the best versions of themselves. They come out on top, 5 finishes to their name as Naya Novella are eliminated in the 14th position with 3 finishes.
3 teams are already out, like in 2 minutes, I think. Exactly, but, Bob Avatar, you are in very wrong position, my friend. You have 4 opponents in the front of you of Team V-High. V-High living up to their name.
Oh, they're high up on the mountain.
Yeah,
Yes,
high
ma'am.
up on mountain. But on the other hand, they have the numbers advantage as well. They're having a lot of intel, but they have to be a little careful of the team God's Ray.
However, the circle is going to be creeping in, and they are 300 meters outside the circle. So the question is, do you want to take a fight over here? Because if you do that, you got to make sure you finish your opponents, or you take a little blue damage, go down the other side of the hill, and get 2 greener passes. But right now, looks like Clown is not clowning around, as he is going to be taking the fight to the enemy. In fact, he gets 1 knock while his teammate is burned. Drop and roll, but no, he's going to be taken down instead. And now it's going to be on the done. Switches to the first person perspective, gets the job done, and V-High, well, they are still in this game, high up in the mountains, but they are going to have to come down sooner or later.
Well, definitely. On the other hand, if we talk about Harsh, he's also in a very wrong position, and his health is also very low. He has to stay silent for some time and let the fights happen. On the other hand, Captain also goes down. Lion Roar having a good control of this area. Let's see if they can do something else. They have to get few finishes in their name as well. United Soul, one of the player goes down, but they don't have a very good area or cover to themselves. On the other hand, if we talk about the players of Team Evil, the compound, the warehouse control is very good.
They are still holding on to their ground. I mean, we left them there about 5 minutes ago, and well, they are still in that same position. Of course, when you are perched up on these boxes, you have a good 360 vigil, and with Shoto and then Mosin Nagant, I wonder if there's a love story in the making, because I'm definitely looking forward to it. I want to see some action over here, but I'm going to bide my time. I'm not going to be too impatient, as it looks like United Soul are taking the fight to Team Brutality, and they are falling over one after the other like a little domino effect. And I do see Aimbot lying blooded out in the distance with little or no respite heading his way, because his teammate is out in the blue taking damage, and a good option over here. Venom trying to jump, trying to use the third person perspective to his advantage, trying to see if he can spot any movement or any opponents nearby.
Well, Team Brutality, they were having a very bad time with the play zone, because they were outside of the safe zone area. The zone was dishing damage, and then there was United Soul also with a very good cover to themselves. That's why they got early elimination. On the other hand, Rising Rooks have spotted down the players of Team United Soul on not just Rising Rooks. Another team, Lion Rod, has also spotted them down. Venom OP with a precise shot gets one knock. And if I'm not wrong, United Soul Demigod is the last person standing. All the 3 players are down. No, X-Pac was there. He goes down right now.
He goes down right now, and it looks like Venom is going to be venomous with his shots. In fact, he is going to get a finish over there, making sure that M4 is going to be rattling off with laser precision at that range. And now suddenly he realizes that, wait a second, I definitely heard something right next to me. He is going to be cooking a grenade. He lobs the grenade, and is he going to get a kill from the grenade? He does not get a finish, unfortunately, but it is going to be someone else who's trying to finish. Well, United Soul are going to be finished in the 11th position. 3 finishes to their name, not what they would have wanted, but they do have another chance in the next game. But looks like Shadow, Synergy, they're finally waking up. They're finally synergizing with one another. 3-man squad, yes. 3 finishes to their name. They might just go all the way, but I'm afraid for Hidan over here. We High are suddenly on a low.
Well, he is high on low, but what just happened? Lion Rod, they were up to a good position. CKOP, that excitement or adrenaline rush forcing him to move over there, knocked him down. The Beast also goes down. Rook Venom OP is on a mission, knocking down players here and there of another team, and that.
I mean, I don't know if he's on a mission. He is on a rampage right now.
Yeah.
Those grenades, he's bullying his opponents, but it looks like his teammates are going to take a little bit of a brunt as one of them is going to be taken down. Of course, action taking place right in front of their faces. You can see the grill, you can see the white in their eyes as they try to take one another out, but it looks like Synergy are going to be moving in as well, as the Lions have pretty much made their final row. They are going to be eliminated in the 7th position, which means we are down to the final 7 teams, and I love the fact that it's going to take place around the containers of Georgia Ball. Now, it does look like Synergy are waking up to the moment. They are in thick and thin of the action, and now they are going to be going up against some teams. In fact, it is going to be Evil X, who've held the position so far, but right now it's going to be Roxinade, who takes a lot of damage, gets the knock. Lucky for him, he is not going to be knocked out by those flames. He's going to make sure he doesn't walk in fire again, but it's going to be Sid who comes in with that Ratata and is going to put him down in the ground, which means Evil X are still in the game, although they just have 1 man standing and 1 man down to his knees. Ooh, the revive is taking place inside the container.
Well, the revive is coming in, but
that could be devastating for them.
Could have done so much. He could have thrown a grenade over there.
Miscommunication, maybe?
Maybe he wanted go for the revive. Maybe he didn't knew there were only 1 player.
Well, he definitely knows now.
Now he knows because he didn't get the finish to himself. But Rising Rooks, they have the numbers advantage. This could be their game. They just have to keep the patience and let the 2 teams fight. Team Synergy and Team Evil X. Team Synergy was performing so damn good till right now. I want to see how many finishes they have, but Sid, what a mistake. You don't have as many first aids to go for a heal battle.
Well, that's the last one. After that, he is going to make a break for it, and it looks like Synergy might capitalize on this, as Death Note is going to be on the back of that buggy. He is going to have to alight from that vehicle sooner or later, but he loves the fact, wait a second, I see a grenade being cooked by the opponent. That smoke grenade might not help you if something goes boom, and it doesn't, as Death Note is going to be taken out of picture, and it looks like Sid did hear you, Bhavna. He is going to make sure he doesn't make any more mistakes.
Well, all 3 teams are making mistake, but look at the clock, 8 seconds, and they have to move inside the zone. Well, let's see which team is going to make it, because the time is running. The zone is going to close in, but Sid is in good position. The teams inside the zone are also going in for the fight. Satya wins that vehicle inside the water area, but if we talk about non-rivals, they are in a bit of trouble. But Hitman, he is the last man standing. Dominator, what are you doing? You need to give back up to your teammate. But Venom OP is going to backstab that player, and with that...
Well, he did try, but the accuracy was a bit off, and it looks like the Gargoyles still have a little bit of hope, as one of their members are going to be swimming in the water, and now Rising Rooks are going to come under fire from Unknown Rivals. Now, the Unknown Rivals, they have been pretty much unknown till now. However, it does look like they are making a lot of noise, and it looks like one of them almost was knocked for a 6, but it looks like Sinu is going to be hanging on by a thread as he does administer the first aid, making sure he's back ready for a fight. But nope, another grenade from Venom is going to make sure that he's brought down to his knees. Now, Venom has been amazing with those grenades, and finally he does spot something in the water. Let's lose a few shots. Unfortunately, he's a bit too late to the trigger.
Well, he's a bit late, but Hitman is going to share the water and the vehicle when then another opponent. But wait a minute, another grenade finishes. Rising Rooks has been eliminated, and Sid, this guy was about to die. He was about to get eliminated, now reaches top 5.
Well, I mean, you can never count anybody out, but the thing for Sid is from Evil X, he doesn't have any meds on him, he doesn't have a bandage, he doesn't have a first aid, but he does have bullets in his gun, and he is going to use them. Wait a second, are you kidding me? He switches from one to the other. Amazing reaction, amazing precision, pinpoint shooting, gets the job done. He doesn't need no health. He is evil through and through.
This guy is definitely impressing everyone out there. And
Oh, he heard you, Bhavna. He heard you.
No curse. Said no curse on you. But let's see what version 1 Satya is going to do, because he definitely knows there is a player in the water, but fake Razor his position.
It's a 1v1v1 situation. Everyone can take it away, and it looks like Evil X finally are going to meet their makers as that wonderful run of Sid is going to come to an end. He's taken out. That means we are down to the final 3, and this is what a Mexican standoff is. Forget that. Final 2, because Satya has grenades in his bag, which he is using as the gargoyles are going to be eliminated by version 1. It is going to be a one-on-one situation. Is it going to be version 1 that comes out with the win, or is it going to be Team Fake official? Now, Team Fake, they've been kind of quiet in this game. However, if they walk away with this chicken dinner, well, that could be big. A grenade is going to be cooked. It is going to be lobbed. Is it going to find a smart? It is going to be a bit too long.
Well, it was a bit long, but version 1 Satya YT, instead of that Molotov, if he had a grenade, I think he could have dished out a lot of damage on Razor. Let's see, 1v1. Satya YT versus Razor of Team Fake. Team Fake, pretty silent, like you mentioned, can have this chicken dinner to their name and get 20 points.
The best thing is, both of them know where they are, and the grenade is going to be perfect. It is one, but no, it just rolls down that hill, and it was a little bit of a fake out. He lobbed a smoke grenade expecting Fake to come out and, expose himself, but that was not the case. He is not going to be phased by that little maneuver. In fact, he's going to be lobbing grenades of his own. Now, Satya is going to make a move. They are going to be on the edge of this slope over here, and sooner or later, the smoke is dissipating. Looks like Phased Razor is going to make the first move. He goes up. He is going to be going for the enemy. Sticks and zags his way. Let's lose a few bullets. Who is going to come out on top? It is going to be Team Phase official, who make sure they get the job done. Winner, chicken dinner in game 1. 4 finishes to their name. That is what it's all about. You either play hard or you play smart. Looks like Shadow Team Phase definitely played smart.
Very smart, I have to say, because the hill top area was quite empty. He knew that the other player of version 1 was on the slopey side. He took the advantage. He had confidence. He had confidence in his gun power. And
now the thing is, this is third perspective, right? Now when he's moving on top of the ridge, the one below him is going to spot him out easily.
Yeah.
But he zigged and zagged his way out of the bullets, bobbing and weaving them, getting the job done, just spraying mercilessly. And well, we did say they were a little quiet in this game, but they're not so quiet now.
Yeah, and we are not cursing the players.
Listen,
we are not,
a little disclaimer, the caster's curse is real.
No, not
It's
at all.
not.
I said Team Fake can have this chicken dinner, and they have.
And looks like they have. Ooh,
So
wait a
caster's
second.
curse has been removed.
It's been lifted.
Yeah.
You have redeemed yourself. Well, as Shadow redeems herself, let's just take a trip down memory lane and see what happened in this game. Of course, the highlights are going to be on your screen. And this is where you were wondering, why is one of the Lions all by his lonesome? Well, that is why they live in a pride. They make sure that they have each other's backs. Now, this fight, this went on for ages, Shadow.
Well, school fights tend to happen for a very long time, but Team SK did outperform 1v4 team, but later on they didn't prioritize the zone, because of which they had to suffer some of the casualties. But on the other hand, if we talk about Team Evil, Sid, my god.
What a player.
What a player. He impressed everyone, I think.
Oh, impressed everyone. Now, you did kind of say that, you made a little bit of a mistake. He capitalized on that, made sure he got a few more kills. But let's just have a look at the action over here. Naya and Avela were playing spectacularly well. Unfortunately, they were caught out as Adi was pretty much taking the fight on 3 fronts. It was not going to be enough as version 1 got the better of them in that little skirmish. Now, it all came down to Satya at the end over here because, mind you, gargoyles were nearby as well. Now, we did see God's Reign try and put up a few good fights, but they fell just a little bit short this time.
Well, they fell a little bit short. If we talk about other teams, the fight happening at the Georgopur area, United Soul were at a good position, but later on they were spotted down. They have to move inside the zone. The teams already inside the Georgopur area could easily eliminate them. But Team Synergy, initially the synergy was missing, but when they picked up the pace, I think they ruined the game of so many teams. But Rising Rooks was also, this guy Venom OP was playing, I think, phenomenally well.
Oh, he was bullying the opposition with his grenades, especially up close and personal, pretty much right in their faces. As you saw, he did eliminate another team later on. Now, once again, we did see something similar in the last game. Of course, we didn't have the islands, but we had a lot of water to play with, as well as we did see Goptitude go in. Synergy, he was lucky that he wasn't burned to a crisp. He does manage to get that one finish before, unfortunately, he was taken out himself. But I'm pretty sure everyone is going to be waiting with bated breath to have a look at that amazing, superhuman-like reflexes coming in from the gentleman on your screen now.
Well, definitely, but Deathnet OP, that was a very good grenades coming in from this guy. Very good grenades, very good gunpowder. Even in 10 HP, he eliminated one of the player right there, and he successfully managed to move inside the zone also.
I mean, he just crept his way in. No one even knew. Everybody was oblivious to the fact that there's someone so deadly, so dangerous nearby, as of course the Rooks are going to find out soon enough. There you have a look. Baba goes down. He switches his attention to Venom. Before Venom can even react, he is pretty much sent into a different universe altogether, into the darkness, into oblivion. But he does still get an amazing game out of this, and well, they do have a few finish points to their names.
And if you talk about Fake Razor, all these fights that were happening this time, he was very silent. He was inside the water area in that vehicle. He came out, eliminated Team Evil X, and from there he, I think, just went on for the finishes and the chicken dinner as well.
Even in the last fight that we did see Team Fake, try to go up against the opponents, what happened was it kind of felt like, he just had enough. He was sick of that stalemate. He's like, you know what, this is going to take on forever. It could, I've got another match to play. So he's like, I'm just going to go and finish it myself, which, well, as we did see, that is exactly what he did. That means I do believe they did finish with 4 finish points to their names, and if my math is right, they should be walking away with 19 points, which again isn't a very heavy-hitting game as we saw in the last few games. I mean, Aztecs running away with 28 points in game 1. However, it was exciting.
It was exciting, and for Razor also, I think it was a risky position. He didn't know how many grenades or molotovs the opponent player is having. So instead of taking that risk, he took the risk of going there and believing in his gunpowder.
I mean, I'm pretty sure his thumb would have been just wiggling left and right, probably. I mean, I think he must have begun, because that is what it felt like. I mean, there was zero desync over there, zero lag. I mean, every action that he pretty much did was on display on our screens. But again, it was a wonderful, wonderful game over here. Similar circles to what we've seen in Erangel, just a few matches before, ending up towards the north near Georgia Paul. But again, with all that aside, let's have a look at how the teams actually did in this game, because we have the point table coming up on your screens now.
Well, your maths is absolutely correct.
Yes!
Team Fake
My mom's
officials
gonna be
with
proud.
4 finishes and 19 points. Version 1, very high fragging game, 7 finishes, 19 points. Tie up with a Team Fake official. On the other hand, Evil X, this team impressed everyone. The single guy finished so many players, 6 finishes. I wonder how many finishes are on his name. 14 points.
Well, at least 2 are definitely going to be on his name.
I think more than 2.
I think 3 or 4 maybe.
Yeah, out of 6, 3. Not bad.
50% of the job done by one man. That is exactly the kind of guy you want on your team. Now, of course, after that, we have the Gargoyles in the 4th position. Rising Rooks were kind of silent towards the beginning of this game. However, They made a lot of noise towards the end. Of course, they fell just a little bit short, pretty much getting overwhelmed by all the opponents surrounding them, but a good game from them nonetheless. Of course, in 6th position, we have Synergy X with 6 finishes to their name. A little slow start for them, but hopefully they garner enough momentum in the next game to come. We High, 5 finishes for them, 6 points in total, and Unknown Rivals with 6 points as well. Now, not a high fragging affair, not a high point affair, but if you have a look at the second half of the table, anything that stands out for you? One thing does for me, that's number 13, God's Reign.
Well, God's Reign we expected quite high from this team. Another team we expected was Team SK also. The 4 finishers point after eliminating a 1v4 clutch, they pretty much lost the game.
I mean, see, up until that point, we were saying that, wow, they've got everything. They've got the aggression, they've got the patience. But I do believe they spent way too much time at the school, which subsequently meant as they made their way to the next zone, they took damage from the blue zone, as you did point out. In fact, I do believe they were getting shot at while they were moving in a convoy, and the blue zone finished the knocked player. So, you know, maybe had they moved earlier, things could have been different.
Well, so many teams we saw wasting time outside the zone area, safe zone area, taking fights, and they had trouble moving inside the safe zone area. Tip for the next game, give priority to the zone.
There you have it. If you guys are watching, you want a tip for the next game, make sure you rotate quick. But with that, now, you know, always there's somebody who's going to stand out. So let's have a look at the iQOO MVP of this game. And, well, it's going to be no surprise. It is Sid. In fact, he did get 4 finishes, 733 points of damage. But that is not what we're here for. I mean, the reactions on this gentleman are just phenomenal.
You know, I would have been very disappointed if someone else would have been an MVP because the gameplay that he showed, he deserved every bit of it. And the damage also he dished out was quite high. And if we talk about the top 5 players, Venom OP, this was another player from this team who was doing a lot of job.
Very handy with the grenades.
Exactly. In fact, Team Rook, I have to say, if their teammates backed him a little bit more, I think this guy would have done much more.
Well, ifs and coulds, we're going to leave the speculation aside because we are going to be joined by more members. Of course, Synergy X, they are going to have their man on number 3 position as well, with the Gargoyles, who were kind of quiet this game. Hitman doing a majority of their damage with 3 finishes to his name, and of course, version 1, Psycho, going a bit psychotic at the end there, getting a few kills for himself. But again, not a very high fragging affair in the sense that, you know, one team didn't really run away with the entire show. The finishes were kind of spread out thin amongst all the squads, which is something that, well, I guess goes to show that, you know, everyone is capable of doing a lot of damage. But of course, let's have a look at the summary over here. 8 grenade finishes coming in from 78 grenades used.
Well, that's quite very high number considering not too many players opt for that precise hand. On the other hand, if we talk about the finish distance, 304 meters. That's
Longer
also
than
quite
the last
high.
time.
Yeah, I think more than 50 meters.
I would not be surprised if it was the gentleman with the Mosin Nagant, because he's the only one who had an 8-time scope on it. So it's going to be easy for him to see things in the distance. But of course, another thing this time around is we did have airdrops looted in this game, and well, that extra firepower definitely helped a few of these teams.
Well, definitely. Even I saw that one of the players from team number 12 had a AUG in his hand when he was contesting for that Georgiapal Hill area, and he went for the revivals later on.
Well, talking about firepower, let's just have a look at how much damage these gentlemen brought in. Of course, we do have the finish and damage performance charts on our screens, and pretty evenly balanced out. I like the fact that, like I said, you know, this was a game which no one team ran away with the show. Almost everyone has a good amount of damage, and the finish to damage ratio might not be in everyone's best interest. However, with the amount of damage that's been done, every single team has picked up a finish here and there.
Well, I'll agree to that, but Team United Soul, if we talk about them, their damage they've dished out is 1100, close to 1200, but the finishes, only 3 finishes.
Well, I mean, see, you got to capitalize on that as well, because you might knock a person down, but someone else would come in and steal your finish. But now we've talked about the gentlemen, we've talked about the individuals. Let's have a look at the top 4 squads from this game. And, well, of course, when you do win a chicken dinner, you are pretty much going to be in the number one position. So Team Fake Official with 4 finishes is going to take the podium finish, with version 1 coming in the second place with 7 finishes to their name. Now the Gargoyles have been a little quiet this game. They are going to finish third with 4 finishes to their name, and Evil X, of course, the talk of the town, in 4th position with 6 finishes to their name.
Well, Evil X, very high hopes from this team in the next game, but Team Fake Officials, if this is their strategy that they are going to be silent in the initial stages of the game, in the initial
Maybe they're
circles,
just faking everybody out.
they can fake it out, but later on it pays off, because if Razor has been a part of that fight happening in the final circle, he could have been easily eliminated.
Well, he could have been, and I'm sure he didn't want to be, because he did go and win the game for his team.
At the right time.
At the right time. I still kind of think that he just got a bit impatient. He was like, you know what, I've got some things to do. Let's just get it done and over with. Maybe I'd win, maybe you'd win. But again, no, I'm just joking around over here. He did make a good move. He knew exactly what he was getting into, because, like I said, the opponent would spot you a little bit earlier, but he zigged and zagged his way and, well, got the job done.
Well, he definitely got the job done, got the chicken dinner. What else do you want? Consistency.
Consistency. Now, the question is, are they going to be able to replicate something in the next game? Because I'm not too worried about drop spots, right? Yeah. Because these teams aren't really going to have enough time to go and have a look at the WODs and, see what the other teams were doing. But they are going to have an idea, especially if, suppose, they dropped at a certain location, it was contested, they might just change it, only to find out that, there are 2 more teams over here. So, anything can really happen. But again, it does come down to, like Shadow did mention, consistency. Are they going to be able to perform the same in the next game? Because, well, the other teams are definitely going to be a bit more charged up.
Well, almost all of the teams are, can I use the word blind to each other? Because they don't know anything about each other.
It's more of a classic game, but with massive stakes.
Exactly. 1 crore at stake?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Can we just not bring that number up? Because I thought initially it was a little bit of an error, but yes, it is 1 crore, a lot of zeros in the prize pool.
A lot of zeros, and that one at the right place. Okay. We are not talking about the prize pool. We are a little bit jealous because we are not playing. I'm noob, by the way.
Well, I mean, let's not bring that up. I mean, we might just see a few tears rolling down my cheeks later on. But again, I love the fact that, like I said, it's a privilege to be, in fact, bringing these games to you. But, again, now the question is, this time around, the teams, like I said, the finishes were evenly spread out. And a lot of teams, they were, especially that one moment, when the teams were backing out 1v4 clutch. Now, the way they fell back when the opponent's Team SK were pushing in their building was amazing. It was synchronized, but unfortunately, it didn't go in their way. The cover fire, the suppressive fire coming in from Team SK to make sure one of their members who was in a good position could not even peek out was one of those pivotal moments when Team SK rushed in and finished them. But, again, a lot of wonderful tactics in display. A couple of new things for us as well, as far as drop spots are concerned, and just how, all the teams are using the terrain around them and the vehicles for cover. So I like the fact that we are actually getting to see something new, which, well, I mean, let's be honest, we didn't really expect to be wowed at this stage, but I'm surprised and I'm kind of happy that I am being wowed.
Well, I expected the way game started, the drop location, they were contesting for the high loot areas, Pochinki, military base, Yasnaya area. Teams at this stage tend to drop in towards Zarki, Kameshki or Gatka area, or somewhere they won't find an opponent. But this time, this lobby didn't shy away from the fights. Team SK is an example.
You could almost say that these teams were unleashing the monster inside, because that is exactly what they were doing. They were just basically letting loose and basically roaring at all the opponents, and well, they got the job done. Now, of course, when we talk about performance, once you have that monster inside, you gotta just let it loose, man. You gotta make sure that it goes and does all the damage, and that's exactly what happened. Because again, remember, 2 games, you got to give your best. You got to put your best foot forward, and well, that is what these teams are doing.
Well, out of 2, 1 is already over. 1 is only remaining.
Now, if I was in a position, now let me just speculate over here. Let me put you in the spot right now. Now, of course, we did have the wise old man, Floki. I call him wise old man, but whatever. We did have him nearby. Of course, he's the mentality coach for me now. What would you say is the key to basically, shrug off all the pressure that is going to be on you, especially for teams on the latter half who did get a few finishes but didn't get those placement points? So do they change their gameplay as of playing, slow? Do they play slower?
Well, actually, they have to do it because they already at the bottom of the page. They don't need just one thing, the placement or the finish points. They need both because the teams in the top 5, if they finish again in the top 5, they have a lot of job to do. They got to get finishes, placement points, drop in some area where you get the good loot or the basic loot, and then slowly make your way inside the zone. Make sure you get the placement points till 5th position, 6th position, and then go for the finishes.
Well, I hope all of you watching right now are making a few notes because it might sound funny, but these things do come in handy as you are playing in future. Because again, like Bhavna did mention, you've got to give precedence to the circle. We did see that a lot of teams delayed their rotations into the new circles, and well, they paid a heavy, heavy price for it because not only are you going to be in a position to be, potentially be gate kept by opponents, the blue starts doing a lot of damage in those latter zones.
Well, the blue obviously is gonna give a lot of damage. Initially in the first or the second circle, you can afford to be inside the blue zone, go for the late rotations. We know some of the teams that are famous for it, going for the late rotations. But if you notice their gameplay, it's only in the initial circles.
Right.
Later on, these are the teams that mostly prioritize the zone, get for a good position, and hold on to their position.
Now, talking about prioritizing zones, I have a question which I'm sure a lot of you watching at home are going to ask as well, strictly about the zone. Do you want to be at the center at the last stage, or do you want to be on the periphery? Try to basically have the blue zone as like a back to your back against the wall. Because what I feel is, unless you have a proper high position in the center, you are pretty much going to be fodder for everyone because everyone is going to be looking towards the center and you can potentially get caught in a crossfire. So, that is something that I was kind of speculating. But again, what are your thoughts on that?
I totally agree to that. If you're holding on to the center, you have to make sure you have a very good spot. Otherwise, play on the periphery, get few finishes from the teams coming out of the blue zone.
Well, before we talk about something else, I do believe we have iQOO with a little message just for you.
Are you ready for this?
Man, just looking at that promo again and again, I saw that, of course, this is one of the phones with 120 hertz refresh rate, which means you are never going to miss any action. And as a man who likes sniping, who likes his bolt actions, as she will attest to it, this is exactly what I need because I need to see that one pixel in the distance. I know exactly where the person is, and then boom, his face is clean off his shoulders.
You have to.
I'm not trying to paint a graphic picture, but that's what happens in BGMI.
Exactly, that what happens if you are going to miss the shots. Better get this phone.
I think you better should. It is one of the best phones out there.
Yeah.
Remember, again, just a reminder, Qualcomm Snapdragon 888. The performance is unprecedented. But now, coming back to Battlegrounds Mobile India series. Now, match 3 is done and dusted, and match 4 is going to come on, which is going to be the last match for the teams playing in this group. Now, we've already asked Shadow for a few pointers as to what the teams on the second half should do. But now let's reverse that a bit. What does someone like? Maybe I should have asked this last time, because what if someone who's won or someone who is in the top 3, how do they make sure they hold on to the position? Keep in mind, this is not Aztec. They've already got the back-to-back chicken dinners. But how does one do that? Just basically go with the same game plan and be a bit more aggressive, I assume?
Not more aggressive, because over-aggression sometimes makes you end at the last position also. You could be the first team to get eliminated.
We actually did kind of see that in the last group. Team Hellgod, 10 finishes, overly aggressive towards the beginning. We thought that they're going to be a team that, is going to make it to the end, but they just had one finish point.
Exactly, you have to be consistent. If you're at the top, you don't have to be overconfident or over aggressive.
It's like life, isn't it? There's always got to be that balance between
Yeah.
finishes and position points. I mean, that is what these teams should be striving for. Now, a little birdie told me that we are pretty much going to be underway for the next match, as of course all the teams are going to be running around on Spawn Island at some point or the other. But before we do that, now we've got a glimpse of how these particular teams have performed. Are you going to pick one for this next game?
I think we decided not to curse
Yeah, but
any other team.
I'm gonna make. Yeah, all right, fine. She's gonna use my words against me. But again, it's not a curse, because I feel a couple of these teams just fell a bit too short. Now, of course, Evil X is going to be one of the names that we are going to mention in this regard. And, well, all eyes are going to be on Sid himself, because 4 finishes, making sure that he got 80% of the job done for his team, is going to be something that they need to capitalize on. I mean, I'm not saying that, forget everything else and just keep this man alive, but maybe back him up a bit more, because we did see Evil X. They did have good positions in the warehouse, especially, but again, they were taking fights on multiple fronts. So, maybe try and deal with one situation before you go on to the next. But again, I love the fact that, as I'm saying this, I kind of laugh because it's all speculation. It is all speculation, it's funny that we can sit here and, just have all this wisdom being thrown around, but it does come from experience as well. I do believe if we've done a few of these events, you know how the meta works. But talking about the meta, the grenade usage these days. I mean, it looks like they've all been paying attention in their maths classes, because those angles are just perfect. Chef's kiss for them.
Perfect trigonometry, like you said in the
The
first
trajectory
game.
was just all the angles, like, all right, the enemy's about 150 meters away. I'm going to throw it at 45 degrees. Nah, 46. So, they make sure that everything is down to the final point. And, well, it is just that much more exciting for us as the viewers. Now, I do want to put you on the spot, but you said that we're not going to be doing any predictions. So let me ask you a little different kind of question. Now, we have seen a little slower start in this game, especially compared to the first 2 games. Let's leave that aside. So now, what happens as we move forward? Now, as the circles are going to be coming in one another, a couple of teams did try to make the dash for the center, but it didn't work out. Team Brutality, for one, they were way out down south initially, but towards the last few circles, they found themselves smack dead center and, everyone around them. How does one avoid that? I mean, I know it's easier said than done, but what are you supposed to do? I mean, how do you well, I'm already answering my question. You're supposed to have a 360 vigil, but anything you would like to add on to that?
Have a good cover. If you're out there in open,
What
make
about
sure.
what about communication?
Yeah, communication do matters. We saw that with the teams in the Georgopol area. Also, when a player was knocked down, the team gave the chance for the revival. That was a very big mistake. They could have gone for one more finish, or maybe they could have easily eliminated that team and right then and there. So you have to have a very good combination. If you're knocked down, you don't have to yell at your teammate, come and give me revive me.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that depends from team to team and from person to person, but man, you have to say that I probably would not have been one of those guys. Might have been, but I don't find myself in those situations that often. But
I'm one of them.
you're one of them. If you get knocked out, you're going to be yelling,
Yeah,
revive me,
I don't
revive
care.
me.
You get eliminated, I don't care.
And then
Just revive
at
me.
the end of the game, you're going to blame me that you didn't come and revive me. That is why this happened. All right. So I mean, I'm going to be a bit careful when I play with you next time. I'm going to make sure I have a lot of first aids just for you, because well, if you get knocked out, we shall be there for the revive. But now, again, before the match is going to be underway, we of course have a few hiccups. I do believe the match is going to be rehosted. We're going to make sure everyone has a level playing field. All the players are going to be given an equal chance. So I mean, in case anybody was wondering why are these two still on our screens, well, there's the reason. But since we do have your attention, let me just remind you of what's happening right now. The best thing is, this is of course the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, and the best thing about it is it gives the underdogs, the unknowns, a chance to make it to the limelight. Because I've said this before, India is a country with untapped potential, and we can have those gems emerge from the remotest corners of this country. And judging by what we've seen so far, we're going to have a few more gems in our hands than we had anticipated.
Definitely. In this lobby, we are going to find one more gem. We found Sid, Rising Rooks also, the way they were playing. Venom OP, I think they also need to have a little bit more synergy inside themselves. That's going to work very well.
Well, we did see these two teams go up against one another in the last round. It is going to be the squad face-up, and it's going to be Team Fake taking on Evil X. Now, if you look at finishes, Evil X are going to have the upper hand as far as damage is concerned as well. Now, we did mention Team Fake were pretty much quiet throughout the game. Their finishes, in fact, came only in the last 2, maybe 3 minutes. However, it's either you play strong or you play smart. They chose the latter, and well, they got the job done with a higher average survival time than Evil X. But of course, Evil X, I think they went for the more flashy plays.
Well, definitely, especially for, I think all the players, the damage they have dished out is quite high, 1409. If I'm not wrong, Sid's damage was 700 something. Half of the damage, half of the job he has done. But Fake, have to give it the player Razor also, the last player remaining, because you tend to become impatient.
Oh, yeah.
You tend to, because all the 3 teammates are giving you calls, IGL is giving you a call, and you have a pressure that what you have to do.
I mean, at one point, it was you actually pretty much wrote them off because we did see them come under heavy fire. They lost 3 members already, and we kind of just wrote them off, to be honest with you. But again, you've got to be calm, you've got to be patient, you've got to have a clear head on your shoulders, you know, as you are moving in towards those last circles. You've got to have that trigger discipline as well, because, you know, he did have a few options, but it would have given his position away. So I think overall, it was a good play, you know, but you win by hook or by crook. There's no right or wrong way of walking away with that chicken dinner, and this actually makes it more exciting, because if you can try and avoid fights at the beginning and still make it to the end, that means there are a few chunks in the armor that needs to be worked out, because they pretty much slipped through the defenses of a few squads here.
Well, definitely, like you mentioned at one point, Team Fake, I also didn't expect they would go for the chicken
We
dinner.
thought they were done.
Yeah, because might be depending on the first hits he had, he could have gone for the heal battle. I didn't expect him to come out and go all gun blazing on the remaining players, but that was a very good gameplay coming in from this player. We have very high hopes from so many teams. Team Synergy, Team SK, Team Evil, and definitely Team Fake as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, doesn't matter how you get to the finish line, as long as you cross this first, you are the winner. Now, the next match is going to be underway. It is, of course, going to be match 4 in the overall schedule of this day. However, it is going to be the second match for the teams that you just, that we are talking about. Now, again, Team Fake, looks like the game plan might have been given away, because it could be that the moment somebody gets a knock and they realize, oh, wait a second, that's Team Fake, they might want to go and end their misery, making sure that they don't get enough points and, you know, give themselves a chance. But again, this is a battle, this is a race, and there's no one's going to be nice to one another. So, you know, I'm actually excited to see how the next game is going to go about, and whether we're going to have some hot dropping once again. But again, it all boils down to the circle and where the circle is going to take you.
Exactly, but this time if you saw the circle and the plane path were totally opposite.
Yeah.
Exactly. So these teams, they know their rotations. They were very quite good on their rotations, but the only thing was quick rotations were not there. Other than that, I think they were very good. Let's see, this time, I want a very difficult circle on the Rozok Island this time. Maybe.
Alrighty, there you have it. She wants some action happening on the Rozok Island. That could be actually quite interesting. And, I do believe what's going to happen is we're going to take a quick little breather. Of course, you don't want to see us right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name, of course, is The Experiment, and with me I have Shadow joining me. Now, we've already been, well, 3 games have been done and dusted with, and, well, the excitement was there, the action was there, and now the action is going to be continuing. But before that, let's have a look and see who's going to be competing because, well, we have the matchup on our screens right about now.
Well, Team Fake officials getting their chicken dinner match number 1. Team Brutality impressing everyone but little late on those rotation. Version 1 finished at the 2nd position. United Soul need to unite in this game. Rising Rogues again, a very good performance from Venom and Team SK. The team that started off really good but somewhere fell a bit short with the play zone or maybe the positioning.
Well, looks like they are going to have their work cut out, but let's have a look at the other teams as Lion Roar are going to be roaring once again in Erangel, joined by Synergy X, Evil X, and We High. Now, Unknown Rivals were also a little quiet till the end, but they did make a few sparks. Let's see if it's going to be a bit more. And of course, we have Naya Navela Team 1v4 and One Side Esports. Now, One Side Esports didn't really make too much of an impact in this game. However, let's see if Game 2 for them is going to be something different. But of course, before we get in all the action, again, a massive shout out to our sponsors, iQOO, who made all this possible. And of course, when you have that 7 legend in your hands, you have that monster inside with only one question: are you gonna unleash it? But of course, let's have a listen from iQOO themselves.
Are you ready for this?
You know, I'm watching these promos. I'm just trying to see if I can actually get a good little selfie. Oh, that actually looks good. In fact, I think this phone makes me look a bit better. But of course, all jokes aside, let's get right into the action as the Big Bird is going to take the sky once more. We are going to be flying high above the plains of Erangel. Question is, which direction are we flying in now?
Well, we are about to get to know that few seconds, and right there we are flying from Novoripnoy towards southern side of Gatka area. XP, I want a Sivarni circle or a Stelberg.
Ooh, all the way up to the north. You love your drama, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to make sure that all these teams, they're going to have to fight their way through the blue zone and finally make it to the top. I like that.
Especially when you have to cross those bridges, be at the Georgopol or the Yasnia area, you have to cross the water areas as well. It's going to be full of action and drama, as you say.
You know, even if it's like the first zone or the last zone, right? When you are traversing across those bridges, you're exposed for those few seconds. I've been in that position. Even though, you know, there are no visible opponents around, you always feel that, just as I'm about to go over the bridge, someone is going to shoot me out of my car. Let's see if that is going to be the case. But of course, for that to happen, we do need the circle to show up. And well, let's see if Bhavna is going to be correct and it's going to be another one. Chances are it could be. I want to see some action down south, complete opposite. But looks like, talking of action, Milta is going to see a firefight soon enough, as we do have God's Reign, I do believe, go up against the enemy. And well, let's see who's going to come out on top.
Well, two teams, God's Ray, if you talk about the previous game, not a very good game coming from their side. Though this game is going to matter for both these teams. In fact, United Soul also didn't have a very shiny performance in the previous game. They can't afford to get eliminated, the first team to become the first team to get eliminated. On the other hand, XP, your wishes has been granted. We have a southern circle.
Well, there we have it. The circle is going to be the south. Of course, we are going to bring the map up on our screens in just a short while, because it looks like we might just see some action break out early on. Now, United Soul, they are going to be moving across those buildings over there, which is the right thing. You want to keep your opponents guessing. And, well, when the opponents are God's Reign, you've got to be a little bit careful. But now, it does seem like we might just have a little lull in the action, and hopefully we get to see the map on our screens right now, because let me tell you one thing, my wish truly has been granted, as the entire Sosnovka military base is dead smack center of the first circle.
Okay, please, BGMI gods, let that be a bridge zone, bridge final circle, at least, not a safe circle towards the building. In fact, buildings are also good.
Anything. I mean, as far as it creates for some dramatic finishes, I'm happy for anything. But the bridges make it a bit more exciting, because, you know, you've got options. You can either be brave and swim down below, get a little footing of the ground and let loose a few shots, or you could be raining down death from above.
Or maybe get 4 vehicles and jump down in the water.
I want to see something like that.
Let's see if someone is going to replicate what Team Fake did. But if we talk about the team Naya Nevela Esports, they have dropped in near the hospital area offering a good loot. But this time, Georgiapur is heavily contested. There are not exactly Georgiapur, but around that area, 3 teams are there. Let's see if they are going for a quick rotations because they have to. If they are going to be late, bridge is going to be blocked completely.
It actually could be possible, and it looks like Naya Novela could be the first team to skedaddle out of that little Georgiapur cluster over there, as you do have a look at them driving along that scenic road on the western coast. Now, they should be heading down, as you did mention early on, before, well, the bridge gets congested and pretty much gets cordoned off. But let's see if that is going to come out true. Whoa, that's a weapon that you don't see too often at this stage, the VSS.
Well, the silent destroyer VSS, I love that. But if we talk about the positioning, we were talking you need to have a good positioning in the final circle. The 3 teams that we were talking about, Team Brutality, Team Fake, and Lion Roar, all 3 are in the military base area.
Well, all 3 are in the military base. They have the circle to themselves. Maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they have a bit of extra, the BGMI gods might just let them know a few things later on. But of course, that is just a little joke from me, as it does look like Synergy, or Evil X, I beg your pardon, are going to be making their way towards the next circle. Now, it does look like they are still a 4-man squad. They are rotating a lot quicker than the last time, so I guess they are going to pay heed to their mistakes and they are going to learn from what they did wrong.
Well, definitely, maybe they could be holding on to the bridge and go for the finishes because we saw them having a good fragging game as well. Team Synergy already making their move and going for the quick rotations. In fact, as we, not the audience, we can see the map. So many teams are already making the rotations, the quick rotations. Maybe they have already listened to us, our advice, but let's see how that is going to fare up. But
well,
Sneha with UMP45 up top hill.
It looks like with all these migrations that are taking place, you did kind of mention that, there were 3 teams in the military base to begin with. Looks like that number has doubled, but it also means, since Sneha did have that high ground next to the bridge, we might just see some bridge action, something that I've been waiting for a long time, but it looks like Evil X are going to take the aquatic route, and they are going to be going to the military island by boat. Now, of course, they are going to try and hit the western beach of the base itself, or probably go all the way down to the south, making sure that they avoid any luring eyes. But it looks like as they take the water route, another team is braving the bridge itself.
XP, quick question. You always put me on the spot. Do you think this is a good move? Moving
right now, yes, because right now it's so quick. Whoever does go to the military base, normally what happens is they don't drop right at those little houses on the periphery towards the coast. So that will happen in about a couple of minutes. You loot up, you get a couple of minutes, you know that people are going to be coming by that water route. That is when you go and set yourselves up on those rocks, as we've seen in the past. So right now, this early on, I think it's a good move, but in a few minutes, it is going to be a watery grave for any team that tries to do the same.
Well, let's hope another team doesn't do the same. United Soul are going to safely enter inside the zone in a good position. But the bridge, the very deadly bridge for this circle, team was already shooting on Team Rising Rooks, and the team that is shooting is going to be Team God's Ray.
Well, God's Reign, they have been a little bit out of the action in the last game. Looks like they are going to be taking the action right to the enemy, but they are going up against Rising Rooks, and wait a second, the Mosin Nagant did find its mark, not the head. However, a body shot is going to make sure that God's Reign are now on the back foot, as Lord is going to be moving further up along the bridge. Now, Rising Rooks, again, they are in a good position. Expect them to kind of, disperse themselves on this bridge itself, maybe even climb up on the metal beams high up and, get some amazing angles. And, God's Reign definitely got the memo, especially by the accuracy of that sniper shot. They're actually going to be backing off just a little bit and coming in later, but Rising Rooks are now going to face another opponent, as it is going to be Saksham, who found himself on the other side. He does get a knock with some help from Bob Avatar, and now the 2-man squad on the other side of the island are giving the team a run for their money, which means the remaining members of God's Reign can now safely catch up with their teammates.
Well, they can catch up, but they have already lost one of their teammates. And on the other hand, God's Raid doesn't look like in the mood to spare the rest of the three players. But Rising Rogues is going to be the king of the hills, I think, because they have already moved all the up way towards the mountain area. No. They were going for the safe rotations, maybe towards Novo Ripnoi.
It could be a possibility. I mean, they were heading for their observatory early on, but you know the thing is, at this stage, I guess you could go up there and, take a few pop shots in any direction that you wish for, but you're not going to see a lot of people at this stage because everyone's going to try and, hunker down in some compound or basically make sure that they are not going to be shot at from above. So at a later stage, it definitely makes sense, but as of right now, the Rising Rooks are going to be going on a southern trip, and in fact, they're going to be re-entering the military base towards the south. Elsewhere, we do have Nayanavela Esports. They do have a compound all to themselves at Ferry Pair, but it does look like they have an idea that the enemy is moving. Potato, in fact, has been spotted. But again, the red dot, not the ideal weapon at this range, but I like the idea. Zero sees that board in the distance, and he's going to make sure he disables it. Oh, they're on the move.
Well, they are on the move, but this time there are already teams on the island area. The United Soul is already present. If all the four players start shooting in their direction, their boat is going to disappear, and with that, the whole team maybe anything is possible, may disappear, or maybe they can go for a longer rotations towards the complete opposite side of the Novo Ripnoi area. Anything can happen, but Team 1v4 clutch.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that's funny. The team that we saw on our screens right now, if they pick one particular side of the military island, that could be devastating for them, because One Side Esports, if they head towards the south, like you mentioned, we already have a couple of teams who are waiting, who are lying in wait, because, well, they are definitely anticipating someone is going to be taking that aquatic route.
Well, they are quite anticipating. That's why they have to go for the longer rotation, maybe receive some of the play zone damage also, or maybe not, just avoid the island completely. But the only thing, they should be having extra fuel cans.
Extra fuel cans, of course. If you want to make those long distance journeys, you definitely need some fuel at hand. Or you could also pretty much bring it out, leave it near an enemy, and blow it from distance. Of course, easier said than done, but anything is possible, as We High are being extra careful as they plan to traverse across that bridge. Now, they of course must have heard a little bit of commotion just moments earlier, so I'm not going to blame them at all. In fact, they need to get as much intel, they need to gather as much information as they can before they make the next move. But now, if you quickly have a look at the other end of things, the military island itself, teams are going to be nestling in. Sooner or later, the factory is going to be under Team Brutality's control, with other compounds nearby taken up by other teams. So again, it is going to be a bit of a waiting game, Shadow, because we've only seen one finish. We're already hitting the 11-minute, 30-second mark in this game. Everyone is still alive. I want to see some more bullets flying. I want to see some more bodies dropping.
This is not a lobby that is going to make any mistake.
Oh, they're taking it easy.
Initially, they are taking it easy, but Team Brutality, like you were saying, they have the complete factory area. They have a good control. They have a vehicle also. We saw Piyush OP on the other side. But what just happened? 1v4.
Bloodshot just knocked himself out. I think a little bit of his footing was kind of loose and he slipped. Something could have happened. Maybe he was trying to jump out of a moving vehicle, which, by the way, PSA, do not do that at home. Jumping out of moving vehicles is not going to knock you out. It's going to be much worse than that. But now, Team Brutality, I do believe they are anticipating a little bit of an attack headed their way, as yet another team are planning to take a board. Now this time it's going to be tricky because, again, have a look at that. They are in the blue zone, Shadow, so that means they are going to be, a little bit of damage is going to be done. Not a lot at this stage, however, every little counts, and well, you got to make sure the board is lined up before it hits the ground.
Well, they could have also taken those buggies because Mafia is already making things clear. He's already way ahead of them inside the zone area. He will give the calls also if there is any team present on the island. I think they should go for the buggies because they don't have the healings. That was the last first aid for Arya.
Well, The last first aid has been used, and Team 1v4 Clutch are playing a pretty dangerous game because they are taking a lot of damage from the circle, and whoa, lo and behold, the circle has tricks of its own because it has kind of shifted towards the north of the military island itself, which means all the teams down south are now going to have to migrate due north, as version 1 are going to be taking their vehicles. In fact, they're going to go out in the blue to come back in for a better position. Elsewhere, Team Brutality are going to finally take a fight up against their opponents, and We High are going to be... Well, Sneha has actually caught that little Molotov. You got to drop and roll if you want to extinguish the flames, but it looks like running around kind of helps as well, as she is going to be patching herself up with some much-needed first aid. Again, a stalemate is going to ensure right now, Bhavna. However, time is on their hands because all these teams are in the circle. I love this. Whereas on the other side, we have action breaking out between the Lions Who Roar
and Team Evil X. I see only one player remaining, I think. No, one player has been eliminated, but Sid is a little far away from his teammates. He might need to reunite, but Bloodshot has already been eliminated from Team 1v4. But what is Brutality doing? Completely eliminating Sneha with that machine gun, and damage. Oh my god! Knocking down another player. Death Note OP eliminating him completely. Team Brutality is not shying away from fights. They are going so aggressive towards Team Synergy, which is completely lacking the synergy really much needed at this point. And Aim God definitely knows the positioning, and he's taking down so many shots, knocking down Venom over there. And Aim God also goes down.
He is finally taken down, but this time it's going to be the Rising Rooks who are going to rise above the opposition and make sure they do some damage nearby. Now, he almost got a couple of shots loose on them as well, which means, well, this guy's reactions are pretty much insane. But on the other side, we still have action breaking down towards the south of the military island. Have a look at that. The Gargoyles not in the best position right now because you do have version 1 on your heads right now. They are going to be raining down death, and well, he doesn't really have a lot of options here because sooner or later the circle, well, there you have it. The moment I say it, the circle's already shifted, and now they are going to have to swim across to the military island.
Well, they definitely have to swim across, but version 1 is already waiting over there to shoot in the direction and get those 3 finishes from this team. But Prime is already making the move, and Hitman is knocked down.
I wonder, sorry to cut you off, I wonder if Prime actually makes it to the other side. He could actually help his opponents, his teams out by, shooting them. But looks like they have other ideas, as version 1 have pretty much taken that plunge in the water, which means now the Gargoyles could have the upper hand. I don't know if that was the right decision that was made over here, but both teams have lost a couple of their members, with version 1 coming out on top in this skirmish.
San 187 could have waited few more seconds, just few more seconds, and he could have completely eliminated the whole team of version 1. But that didn't happen. On the other hand, team that is in a lot of trouble is going to the team 11. Hidan is already knocked down. I don't think he's getting any revival anytime soon, because look at the rotations of God's Ray Avatar. But no, he's moving in different directions of Team Brutality, I guess.
Well, Team Brutality is going to be in front of them, but Avatar has his work cut out, as I do believe another team is going to be pretty much hitting them. Deathsmack Center and United Soul are going to be unleashing on God's Reign, but it's going to be Bob Avatar who gets the better of his opponents, gets a couple of knocks, and now Shadow is going to be letting loose a few bullets, gets a knock, Shark goes in around the side, that Rathathar is going to be rattling off while Ace switches his weapon, gets the job done, and now it is going to be a one-on-one situation. I love the fact that we have the POE coming up. Ace needs to patch himself up, which he will, and Shark, well, let's see if he smells blood, because he does have that Uzi, and that high rate of fire is going to be devastating, as Ace cooks the grenade, flings the grenade, could be devastating, but in fact it does do a little bit of damage. Shark getting out of harm's way in the nick of time. A bit of pre-fire coming in over here. Beautiful sound sense. Ace getting the job done. United Soul, bye-bye, good night. We High are rolling on a high. However, they did lose quite a few members in that little fight.
Well, they did lose few of the members, but look at the position of unknown rival Slayer. He's a very good position to take shots on God's Ray players. They have the upper hill. They don't have a very good cover to themselves, but there are trees, stones, everything is there. They can find themselves of cover for themselves. On the other hand, Dominator is at a good position. He can provide so much intel, even for the players of about the players of Team Brutality as well. On the other hand, another team gets eliminated. That is going to be One Side Esports. Back to back, 2 bad games.
I like how everyone is kind of scattered around the periphery of the map right now, with only a couple of teams brave enough to enter no man's land. And of course, Team SK is going to be one of them, with Team Fake the other. Now remember, again, Team Fake, they've been very quiet this game as well, which means their positioning and their migration to the new circles is just A1. Because if they get there first, get the best positions, and just, keep the enemy at bay, they can do a lot of damage later on. But right now, looks like all the teams are going to be content with their position, with a massive fight soon breaking out towards the west of your screens, because it does look like Synergy X and Naya Novela Esports are going to have to go up against one another, and well, in most situations, only one team is going to come out on top. With the circle shifting further inland, looks like a few teams are still going to be in a safe position.
In fact, I am also liking the positioning of Lion Raw. Though they are going for the little hill area inside the zone area, and one of their player is already looking for the players rotating from the northwestern area. On the other hand, if you took a look at this moment, bye.
Boom! Have a look at that kill. That is something out from a Rohit Shetty movie. That is something out of a Michael Bay movie. He gets out of his vehicle mid-air and puts an entire magazine in his opponent. I mean, you cannot make this up. I love that.
Shetty is definitely going to be very
He's
happy.
hired. This guy's hired.
Yeah. Okay. On the other hand, if we talk about Naya Novela Esports, if they shoot in the direction of the players of team number 10, but somehow this team will avoid the shot. Team Evil Legs, but Zed, 10 XP, you need to heal up really fast, man.
He doesn't really need to.
Yeah. On 10 XP he can get a finish, but on the other hand, Team Brutality have to be very careful of the smokes and the nades coming in their direction from the players of Team SK, but SK has another trouble named Version 1.
Well, Version 1 are going to be pushing in from one side, Team Brutality at the other, and, well, we do have a couple of teams on the mountain up above. God's rain could be raining down there, but looks like Deuce is going to go on the right flank. He spots the enemy, in fact, lets loose a few bullets, gets one knock. Is he aware there's an enemy right next to him? No, he isn't, because, well, he gets taken down as Satya now is the grenade. That could be dangerous. It does go boom, but he gets taken down instead, which now means Team SK is down to 2-man, going up against 2-man. Version 1, they are still out in the smoke. They have spotted the enemy. He goes in the shack, closes the door in the nick of time, but it's going to be Team SK who are going to come out on top as they pretty much eliminate Version 1 in pristine fashion. Good coordination over there, and they pretty much kept their heads about them. They kept their nerve, and they got the job done.
Well, I have to appreciate Team SK has a very good communication and synergy as well. But on the other hand, Unknown Rivals is also one of the team that didn't had a very good first game, but this time they are very silent, along with another silent team, Team Fake. But Naya Novela Esports, they have to be careful of the players from Team Gargoyles because they are already shooting in their direction. I'm sorry, it's not Gargoyles, it's Team Lion Roar.
Well, I was just going to say, we were saying that teams are being silent, but one team is definitely roaring with the amount of bullets that they are dishing out in their direction. And as you called it, it is the Lion's Roar who are now trying to get a few shots. Now, I like the fact that they have kind of got their opponents, huddled in that little shack. But I wonder if someone's going to be brave enough, just go down the slope, probably lob a grenade with pristine accuracy and get 4 finishes with one big bad boom. But of course, that is all speculation, as now Parshu does spot the enemy. The Rising Rooks are going to be coming to play as well, and they want to hold on to the ground, but it looks like Nick Opie is going to go higher up on the ground. He gets spotted out. In fact, he is taken out in an instant as Parshu switches to his AKM and gets the knock for himself, and now with the grenade, he is going in for the finish.
Well, Lion Roar is definitely going to be very happy with the decision of taking control of that hill area because they are already getting the finishes, getting the placement points because zone is already favoring them. Let's see how the 2 remaining players of Rising Roots are gonna survive. Is he really going to the moon at this point? Yes,
He's my kind of guy.
he needs a level 3 vest and everything, but Team Lion Roar making use of those smokes and the grenades. But Slinger!
He
Received.
almost got away from that grenade, but it did catch up with him as Rook Baba does get a knock and a finish to his name, which means now the Lions' roar is going to just dwindle down a bit more as they are going to lose one man in quick succession. Now, Rook Baba making sure he does get that armor, and well, he has a brand new toy that MP3 could decimate his opponents, but right now Tarun is going to focus his attention on Team SK as he's gunning down from the heavens above, trying to get a knock and a finish to his name.
Well, he definitely wants both the things, knocks and finishes, but Arun needs to heal up really fast. On the other hand, Bashu has a very good positioning. Sid comes out of that smoke area, he's going to get spotted down, but Team SK is dishing out a lot of damage on the players of Team Fake. Team Fake, you need to do something. You can't mess up at this point, at the 7th position, because you don't have as many finishes.
This could be problematic because although they do have a few smoke grenades, walk up, wait a second, Avatar, you cannot just run around in the open willy-nilly because you are going to be spotted out. And Trio, in fact, almost gets the knock on the member from God's Reign, and there you have it. He gets up and finally puts that final nail in the coffin, making sure that God's Reign are sent 6 feet under. There you have it, eliminated in the 7th position with a respectable 6 finishes to their name, which means we are down to the final 6 teams. 12 players alive, and only one team has all 4 members alive, but it looks like Sid, ooh, his lucky reign has come to an end as another team is going to bite the dust. And right now the Lions are definitely roaring atop this mountaintop, making sure to keep everyone at bay and rake up a few finishes in the process.
Well, Lion Rod definitely having a very good positioning. On the
that's a
other
good
hand,
one.
Team Rising Rooks are also getting few of the knocks on the players of Team Fake, but Tarun is taking multiple fights with the players of Team SK as well. Team SK at the lower ground need to be very careful of the grenades or the molotovs coming in from the direction of Lion Ross. On the other hand, the smokes are providing a very good cover to Tarun as well. But Parshu, look at the rotation.
Well, the rotation is amazing as, well, Team FaZe, again, like we did mention, they are in a valley of death situation, not the position you want to be in, and sooner or later, that smoke is going to dissipate, giving your position away. But I'm sure they kind of calculated this, and they might have a lot more smoke grenades in their backpacks. But right now, they are going to be scrambling, because sooner or later, a few more grenades are going to be flying in their direction. Somebody might just call an artillery strike. They are going to get in a vehicle. Question is, can they get away before Trio tries to blow them up? And, well, looks like he does, but now they are going to be heading straight towards the Rising Rooks, who are going to make the most of this opportunity. And, well, you do not want to be Team Fake right now because everyone has their attention on them.
Well, definitely, but Rising Rooks have the zone advantage. They have everything that is needed for the win in this game. But on the other hand, Lion Ross have the height advantage. Team Fake, like I said, in a valley of death. It's a matter of time. Team Fake might get eliminated until and unless Lion Roar move from this position. But looks like they are not going to move anytime soon. Dexter, he needs to do something. No first aid, can't go for the heal battle. Baba is also shooting in their direction, and Dexter goes down. Last remaining player of Team Fake again. But Tarun now.
Oh, that's a good molly.
Yeah, very good molly. Both the players could have been knocked down. Venom is already receiving a lot of damage. On the other hand, Tarun relying on his AKM, shooting in the direction of Team Venom. But Venom has a good cover of that Bucky.
Similar situation for Team Fake. Razor is the last man standing, but is he their messiah? Can he lead them to yet another chicken dinner? As well, Rook Venom had a little bit of a mistake, and the vehicle blew up, and he goes down with it quickly. Tarun is now going to be moving in. Baba has been spotted out. He goes prone behind the buggy with that AK rattling off. Switches to the M4. Let's lose a few more shots. The magazine is going to be depleted, but it is going to be enough that the job has been done as Rook has been taken out, and now it's going to be a 3-on-1 situation. Once again, can Fake Razor pull off a miracle? Not this time.
Well, not this time, but this time, Lion Roar definitely roaring so high, so many finishes, having a best positioning inside the zone. Another team that could have been over there was Team Rising Rooks.
Could have been. Rising Rooks also had a wonderful game, but the Lions, man, I mean, they were roaring. We were talking about, teams need to be quiet, but that is when they let their roar pretty much ring throughout the jungle. They held onto the ground. The true kings, well, they are the kings of the plains, but we'll call them the king of the hills right now. They held their ground, made sure nobody could basically come up. Every single angle was covered. They had a good 360 vigil, kept everyone at bay. And they, the best thing is they took fights at one front. They dealt with one team, then they moved on to the next.
In fact, their kill feed reading was also quite good because they were taking fights with Team Fake. They knew there was only one player remaining. Then they left one of their player to keep an eye for the rotation coming in from the last player of Team Fake. Rest of the two players, Tarun and his teammate, ran towards Rising Rooks.
They did.
And that's when they got the chicken dinner.
Well, that's when they did get the chicken dinner. But let's have a look at what else kind of stood out in this game, as of course we do have the highlights coming up on our screens. Now, God's Reign, they started off things with a bang, especially that little rotation, that sneaky move to go across the bridge and basically catch the opponents off guard. But unfortunately, things did not work out for them. Now, we did see a massive fight break out at the factory in the military base itself between Team Brutality, who again were brutal, but then again the Rising Rooks, as you mentioned, came in and well completely started toppling over their opposition. And of course, who can forget this amazing fight towards the south of the main island?
Exactly, the Rohit Shetty, as you said.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, just have a look at that. Wow.
Even at this point, the rest of the players of version 1, I think San 187 couldn't have done anything.
Forget the rest of the players. The gargoyles themselves would be applauding their enemy right now. They would have been like, wait a second, did that actually just happen to us?
Well, they will be later on. But if we talk about United Soul, they tried to deliver a very good fight, but that couldn't happen. BGIS were definitely higher. On the other hand, so many teams we saw taking the water route as well, and this time not even a single boat was destroyed, not even a single team got a damage or casualty over there, but Team SK was picking up good fights.
Well, looks like Davy Jones is going to be a little ticked off because he expected a few of these players to find themselves in a watery grave. I guess that is not going to be the case. But again, Lions Roar over here, making sure that, as the Rising Rooks were trying to get that little advantage on that hill, he was quick to the trigger, making sure he kept them at bay. And of course, they did have a little help from that airdrop and that MG3, which pretty much just decimated anything that moved in front of it.
Well, definitely. On the other hand, they were eliminating so many players. This was the moment Team Fake, last of the player was remaining, but said this time also a lot of pressure was on him. He was the last guy remaining from his team. He couldn't do much this time, but yet previous game was enough to show his performance. But Rising Rooks, consistency coming in from this team in both the games. They didn't have the positioning advantage. They were at the lower ground. They couldn't do much. They had to rely on the gunpowder. Even if they could have tried to throw grenades, I don't think they would have been successful from that position.
Well, I mean, it is a possibility, but again, what does kind of stand out for me is the fact that from Team Fake, again, that one man who stood out till the end, it was Razor, who was the last man standing as we saw him in the last game. But again, the Lions, they definitely roared a lot louder than everyone else, and well, they got the job done, and the Pride, well, they're definitely going to be proud.
Well, they are definitely going to be proud, and let's see and hope. So what do you think? Which team is going to be definitely in the top 8?
Well, I mean, judging from what I've seen right now, I'm going to take a few names you're not going to like. I'm going to say Aztec Esports, and then she's going to say, well, of course you're going to say that.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to say, in fact, even the Lions Row kind of surprised me right now. But let's have a look at how the teams actually did in this game because, well, like we're not good at maths, but the production team definitely is. There you have the Lions roaring in first position, 15 placement points, 9 finish points, with a total of 24 points.
And Team Fake officials, this time they were not so silent. 6 finish points, 18 total points, and Rising Rooks, consistency coming in from this team. Win finishes and position points total 17 points, out of which 7 finish points. Team SK this time outperforming really well. Finish points, if we talk about 8 points, total 16 points in their name. On the other hand, if we talk about another teams, version 1 and Brutality, they were also relying heavily on the finish points. They couldn't get much placement points.
Well, I mean, getting 5 finish points in 6 is not the best situation. However, it is going to be a high average. Now, the question is, when we add up the points from both the games, is it going to be enough? I'm sure we're going to find out soon enough. But the God's Reign definitely did amp up the aggression this time around. They did get a total of just 8 points. But, of course, I don't believe it is going to be enough for them to make it to the next round. However, we are going to find out more once the overall standings are going to be on our screen. But before that, we've talked about the teams. Let's talk about individual prowess, because the iQOO MVP is going to be on our screens. And there you have it, Rook Baba. We saw him in the last game as well, going berserk with those nades. This time, 4 finishes, Shadow, but the damage is astronomical. 1,445 points of damage. 7 assists as well. Wow. What a player.
What a player. And I think this is the highest damage of both the games, 1,400, if I'm not wrong.
Pretty sure. I mean, that's the highest number I've seen on my screen right now in 4 digits. But what stands out is not just the 4 finishes, the 7 assists. I mean, this guy is a team player.
Exactly, he's a team player. 7 assists. He's going to be pretty angry on his teammates.
Well, he could be, but let's have a look if any of his teammates are going to be joining him, because we do have the top 5 players on our list. But now, Rook Baba is going to be the only one from his team. The Lions Roar, of course, have 2 members up in the top 5 players in 3rd and 4th position. It is going to be CKOP and Tarun. Now, with 3 finishes each, similar damage, equal number of assists as well. Of course, God's Reign, we did see a little emergence from them this time. However, I do believe it's too little, too late. But of course, Avtar finishing in 2nd position with 3 kills. And we have Trio OP from Team SK bringing up the rear with 3 kills to himself. But again, not a high fragging affair for any one squad. I like the fact that all the finishes are evenly spread out.
Well, they are evenly spread out. The damage is not evenly spread out. Look at that. 1,445, and the other players are in 500 or 700 range over there. But this time, XP, only 1 grenade finish.
Well, because they let the bullets do all the talking.
Yeah. They were relying heavily on their AKMs and machine guns also.
Machine guns, the MG3 was just rattling off. It kind of reminded me of World War II, to be honest with you, like the Normandy breach, especially at the beach fights. But have a look at the healing. 7,459 points of healing. That means, a lot of these lads, they took hits, but they brought themselves back up again.
Well, I wonder what's going to the number if there was a heal battle.
Well, if there was a heal battle, someone would have been ticked off, especially if he did a lot of healing initially, and if he just kind of fell short later on, it would have been a little problematic. But of course, as far as grenades go, not a high fragging affair. Let's have a look at what the bullets were doing, because the damage chart is going to be, well, off the chart for a few teams. There you have it. No surprises here, as the Rising Rooks, almost touching that 2,000 mark, are going to be finishing this game with 1,905 points of damage, 7 finishes to their name, and, well, the only team to surpass them are going to be the winners themselves, the Lions Who Roar, with 1,712 points of damage and 9 finishes to their name.
Definitely, but on the other hand, if we talk about God's Ray, also we were talking, they were not shining, they were not performing in match 1, but this time they have 1,371 damage and 6 finishes, not bad at all. But on the other hand, some of the teams are having quite high damage, like 154 damage and 5 finishes only. What do you think? Team SK also having quite a high number of finishes and
8,
damage
I believe.
as well. Exactly, 8. That's quite high number.
Again, we did kind of expect this from them, but let's have a look at how the teams did overall after this game, because we do have the top 4 squads on our screens. No surprises, as Lions Roar are going to be in the podium position, with the Team Fake once again finding their way without a lot of finishes in the 2nd position. However, 6 finishes is going to be a lot higher than the last game. Now, Rising Rooks, they did manage to get 7 finishes. A 3rd position finish is not going to be a bad thing for them. And Team SK, again, you did kind of mention that. 8 finishes in total. In fact, they kind of got eliminated a bit early on. It would have been possible for them to amass a few more points had they held on just a little bit longer.
Well, ifs and buts, like you say.
There you go.
I'm going to repeat
she
your
is
sentences.
using it against me.
Yeah.
I like.
Okay. But Okay, you can't take the name of Lion Roar and Team Fake or Rising Rooks.
Okay.
Okay. Which team you think is going to qualify?
I'm going to have to get back to you in a little while because hopefully Mr. Producer in my ear is going to put up a few, information numbers on our screens and, it's going to help me out. Again, we already made this clear, because we are weak at math, we are talking over here. But no, I mean, just jokes aside, let me think. I have no idea. It could be anyone.
Me too.
There you go.
3 plus 2 is equals to 6.
Well, that is very wrong. I know for a fact that it's 4. Anyway, coming back to this. Now, we did see some amazing plays. Not a lot of grenade finishes, of course, in this last game. But like I said, the bullets did all the talking. Now, we have looked at the iQOO MVP. We've looked at the top 4 squads. And I know we're all waiting with bated breath for the overall standings after these 2 games. But again, I wonder how many sharp viewers are out there. I'm pretty sure you've already discussing in the chat section, who's going through and who isn't. Please let us know soon enough as well. But again, a good matchup, a little different from the teams that were playing early on because, early on we saw in the first few games that a couple of teams were running away with the show. Maybe they've been watching what's been happening and everyone's got to have that confidence coming in, but there you have it. A little birdie told me in my ear something you've been waiting for. Let's have a look at how the teams finished after these 2 games. We have the overall standing and it's going to be Team Fake Official who are going to be walking away with the podium finish, 37 points, 10 finishes and 27 position points. And of course the Rising Rooks, who pretty much surprised and entertained us very well today, are going to be walking away with the maximum finishes, 14 to be precise.
Exactly, 14 finishes, followed by second highest finishes, third highest, I think, Version 1 and Team SK. 12 finishes to their names, both standing at the 3rd position and 5th position respectively. But Lion Roar at 3rd position with 9 finishes and 16 position points. They were quite consistent with their positioning points, I have to say, in both the games. But Team SK, on the other hand, they were relying more on the aggressive gameplay, 12 finishes and 8 position points. I'm happy to see Gargoyles also qualified because 5 finishes and 11 positioning points, considering they had a little mishappening in the first game, I think.
A major mishap. I'd say it's a major mishap, and also they were really quiet in the second game as well, just scraping through and getting a few finishes. But of course, let's have a look at this latter half of the overall standings and see who is not going to be making the cut. And of course, we were expecting a lot of things from, well, when you have a name as Team 1v4 Clutch, the expectations are going to be sky high, but unfortunately, they are going to be finishing at the bottom of this table. Naya Novella, unfortunately for them, they couldn't bring something new to this game this time around, and Synergy X may be lacking just a little bit in that synergy, as you mentioned.
I'm a little disappointed seeing the name of Team Brutality and Synergy. Look at their finishes. In Team VHI also 7 finishes, 8 finishes and 6 finishes. But Team Brutality particularly I'm disappointed because they were playing really good. The fights they were picking, mostly they were winning it. But the way they were rotating inside the zone, that's when the problems start arising for this team. Let's hope next time in some other event we see this team rising.
It could be possible because again, you can't really write anybody off at this stage, right? I mean, this is the first time that they've actually reached this stage. A lot of people are going to get to know about them, and the pressure is always there. Whenever the spotlights do turn on, trust me. Even right now, Shadow and I were discussing. Just before the show started, you always get that giddy feeling. The nerves always kick in, but it's what you make of the nerves is what's going to, like I said earlier, distinguish you from the rest of the crowd. But again, I've thoroughly enjoyed what we've seen so far. And just to let you know, we've crossed the halfway mark for today's action. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you at home watching on your mobile devices might be running out of juice. You might want to be finding a few charges. That is where you need to grab yourself an iQOO 7 Legend, because when you have a 66 watt flash charge, you know what that means? I'll tell you what it means. It means, Bhavna, even if you run out of your battery, you're at 0, maybe 5%, it's blinking red, all it takes is 22 minutes to be back up to 100. That is insanely quick.
but it is insanely quick for people like me who forget to charge their phone.
I mean,
I think I need this phone. I need this phone.
I think you're also going to be sneaking one off later on. We shouldn't discuss
tell
this
the
right now. We
production.
shouldn't discuss it right now. But that is what you get with this phone. But of course, with all of that, the action is going to come to a little bit of an end. I mean, 4 matches were just amazing. We had all sorts of games, all sorts of tactics. But of course, there are still 2 more games in hand. We are going to see you on the other side of this break.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to iQOO presents the Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021 with a prize pool of rupees 1 crore. A very exciting match. Last time around, Team Fake Official, of course, taking the first place win, followed by Team Rising Rooks. A very aggressive match. I mean, I've never seen these teams, go at it at each other's throats and just be so aggressive all the time. But yeah, it clearly worked out for them.
It worked out, I'm telling you. This team qualifying from this particular group, everyone else will need to be a little careful because they are so damn aggressive from the very start of the game. In fact, both the games,
Yeah.
match 1 and match 2.
I mean, it takes a lot of skill to, take those kind of fights early on and get away with it
Yeah.
because, yep, most people tend to avoid those fights, right? When do you take those fights? When A, you're sure you have more loot than your opponent, or B, you just think you're better than them. And these guys clearly thought they were better than everyone else, and they proved it being in that first and second place. But now it's going to be a new matchup. It's going to be a new group. So let's have a look at this matchup coming up on our screens in just a bit. And there you go. Well, should be fairly exciting. We're going to have Team Black Bubble Esports, Team Black Tigers, a lot of black teams over here. The Resistors, War Esports, Predators on the Hunt, Terminators TMX. So you had 4 extreme Terminators towards the start. Now we're ending the day with a team known as Terminators TMX, Dead Elites Esports, and Team 7. Very straightforward there.
Well, let's see if 7 is their lucky number. We have Team SBA Esports, Team Thief, Team Ocom Esports, Team On Extreme, Team Alien Able 1, Team Accurate, Team Kurukshetra, and Team Man. Why that name?
Well, I guess it is a premonition of what's to come, Team Man.
No, I'll tell you. Because they want other teams to wish that they were banned from the game because they want to dominate so badly.
Oh man, yeah, it's the high IQ move, being like, you know what, we're so good, you're gonna wish we were banned. But we'll see if that actually ends up happening. For now, though, we need to take a moment to thank and appreciate our sponsors. So let's see what they've got in store for us as we go into a word from them.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that is the iQOO Legend 7 for you. It's right here in my hands, and I have to tell you, this thing is an absolute beast. If you want to unleash the monster inside, well, go ahead and do it, because it's going to make sure that you don't have any sort of jitters when you're taking fights. You're not going to come under any sort of performance issues while you're playing the game of Battlegrounds Mobile. And guess what? That's the best part about it, right? When you don't have to worry about your phone just giving up on you in the middle of an important engagement. How many times in the past have gamers complained about lag or complained about frame rate drops or whatnot? Well, you can control one of those aspects with this phone right here. But yeah, enough about the phone. Upcoming lobby seems fairly interesting. We've got a couple of teams that I personally have never really seen before. So yeah, I'm curious to see what they bring to the table. But real quick, I know this is a completely blind question. Do you think they're going to be more aggressive than the last lobby or less aggressive? Because they did raise the bar a little bit.
I want them to be more aggressive. I always love the drama, aggressive
Okay.
gameplays. I don't like the slow, passive gameplays. No one likes that. Everybody
Yeah.
wants action, full of drama and troubles for the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's amazing for us as
Yeah.
viewers to look at that, but if you're inside that server, you're just wishing that you just didn't pick up your phone and, maybe probably just stuck to something else in your life. But yeah, I just think that, it's probably going to be the same action or maybe less, but hey, if it's more, I'm all down for it.
First of all, you and me are going to make a pack.
Okay.
Yeah, we are not putting each other on a spot of predicting which team is going to win, which
All
team.
right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Got it. I am not going to put you in that spot, but you have to promise you're not going to put me in that spot or, ask me what team do I think is going to take this particular match. Not even in the middle of a game. No, I'm not going to give you my prediction. Maybe if you're in the very end, then I'll accept that proposition. But otherwise, no.
Okay. In the very end, we are going to pick teams. In the match one itself.
Fifth circle.
Okay.
Deal.
Done. Deal. Sorry.
Good. Okay. Well, you're going to get predictions when we head into the fifth circle, but guess what? We're also going to be having a look at how these teams are going to be playing. Soon enough, we're going to be jumping into the lobby and finding out for ourselves as the players should be spawning on the island just about now, doing all sorts of weird chicanery. But I have to say, some of these names, they are pretty interesting. So when we jump in there, you're going to have fun looking at these players and looking at all the sorts of stuff they're going to be doing. I imagine this time around, if the flight path is fairly straightforward, it's going to cut down in the middle. We're going to get to see a very interesting game. That is when most of those balanced games happen. But it seems that off late the flight paths have been quite skewed, haven't they? It's always either sticking to one part of the map or the other part of the map. It's always either close to the east or the west. It's never really down smack dab in the middle.
It's never easy because
Yeah.
BGMI gods never want things to be easier for the players, that they can't go freely at their favorite
Yep.
drop location. They want them to travel and traverse through the map, suffer, and in between, maybe
Yeah?
experience few shots from the enemy teams.
Ah, boy. Yeah, I mean, probably, but this is a very similar flight path of the first match that we saw today, starting off near the Sosnovka military base, going all the way up towards Georgopol. So this time I'm going up to the west instead of the east, and yeah, should be fairly interesting. I'm curious to see if anyone is going to consider going towards Severny or Stalberg, because they are on completely the different part of the map, and yeah, I imagine that we're probably going to be seeing the eastern part of the map slightly less occupied, but there's still possibilities for teams that have dropped inside Sosnovka to rotate out, go towards farm, and then slowly come back in towards the circle.
We are going to predict the circle.
Oh no, okay.
Yeah. Quick
Okay.
prediction.
I think it's going to be a northeastern favored circle, which is to say near Stalberg, Severny, and the bottom of the circle is going to be somewhere near Pochinki or farm.
You stole my. but I'll stick Lipovka.
Oh, okay. So do you think that's going to be the center?
I want it to be the center.
Okay, well, we're about to find out if that is indeed going to be the center or not. But yeah, a great density of these teams just towards the middle of the map. No one really opting out to go to the eastern edges just yet. And yeah, here we go. We will have the circle on our screen soon enough, but for now we're going to be having a look at Team Black Bubbles, who managed to get themselves a few good semi-automatic rifles for those long-range fights. Of course, not as good as the marksman rifles, but yeah, good enough for those one-tap sort of engagements at medium to long ranges.
Well, definitely they are going to be good when 16 is also a very good weapon. On the other hand, if we talk about Black Bubble Esports, they have already got SKS in their hands. They just need a 8x scope. But what happened? A vehicle knock? SAT Ulpile?
What the hell?
Knocked. Oh!
Another player got knocked and eliminated. I just saw ARD just bite the dust from the side of Dead Elite Esports as someone literally gets ran over gangster GTA style. I mean, that is insane. I've never seen another knock from a vehicle coming in from Soul Pile. This man or woman just going completely ham right now. 2 quick knocks to the name, and they're just looking for more here.
I hope people in the chat are not making that bad joke or about the not
female
giving
drivers.
the driver's seat to the women. but
Yeah.
if it's BGMI, always give the driver's seat to a woman.
Why?
3 knocks.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, absolutely. I mean, that makes a lot more sense. I was thinking more about, as soon as you went, as soon as you said women, not gonna lie, I did think about women crashing cars, not crashing cars into people, but into walls and houses. So I'm sorry. I apologize.
I
Yes.
drive on footpath.
Oh,
Is it okay?
I hope I never have to sit in a car with you. Nah, but all sorts of jokes aside, yeah, it does seem that there have been a fair amount of vehicle knocks coming in. In fact, Dead Elites Esports, one of the players is still on the ground. He still hasn't gotten back up just yet, but we are looking at On Extreme at the moment, and there you go. There's the rest finally coming through for Dead Elites Esports, as they will not lose another one of their players. No, this player barely had any loot to start with, so yeah, there you go. Just you and me. YT is not having a good time over here right at the start of this game, but she's back on her feet, and soon enough maybe we get to see her pick up some weapons and maybe exact revenge on Pyle and just knock her down once again. But yeah, we'll see if that happens. For the time being, we are looking at Team On Extreme, who are Energy. No sorts of early rotations or early plays coming in just yet, but all the teams who did stick to the flight path and went towards Georgopol or towards Quarry, to the general western side of the map, for them rotating in is going to take a long time, and they need to start going now.
Well, they definitely need to have the quick rotation, especially the team in the Novo Ripnoy, because their drop location is already being contested, and Georgopol city area as well. There are two teams present, and the teams rotating from the complete western side of the Katka. Wait.
Oh my god, that's a grenade knock coming in. Great play there once again, but the smoke will enable them to save. The spam is coming through. They want to try and get that kill. It's going to be War Esports going up against Team Ban, and Team Ban, well, they weren't hoping for one of their players to get banned like this right away, but yeah, Dr. iQOO applying a lot of pressure earlier. In fact, from elsewhere, Spooky Boy from the side of War Esports will be able to find another knock and just make life very, very difficult over here from Team Ban. And Team Ban with two players knocked, this is most certainly two finishers going the way of War.
Well, War Esports up to a very good start, but they are in a 2v2 split. Sometimes these type of splits don't work, especially when two of your players are so far away. But on the other hand, Spooky Boy is going for the finishes onto the players of Team Ban, and Team Ban, very bad start, just two players surviving. Spooky Boy, you have to be very careful. You are walking in the very open area, and any time Team Ban can start shooting in your direction.
Yeah, and now they know for sure that there is Team Ban members in there, because that smoke grenade that popped. They had their suspicions earlier, they saw a footstep, but they don't know if they had rotated out of that place yet, because no one is watching the back of that house. But this time around, I mean, they basically pop the smoke and give away the fact that they're there, so they are open to aggression over here.
Look at the position of rest of the two players of Team War Esports. They know if the players of Team Ban are going to move towards the backside of the house or the compound they are having, they'll shoot in their direction.
Yeah, they just generally, I mean, you can just shoot in that general direction and still probably get yourself a couple of knocks over here. But I like what Spooky Boy is doing over here. He's taken matters into his own hands. He knows that they've already gotten these two picks, so he can just sort of force the issue over here, manhandle the side of Team Ban, and oh boy, I mean, I just saw a big chunk of HP being removed, and Spooky Boy cooking another grenade. Can he actually find its mark? Nope. Yeah, oh, wait, it does! It does! He manages to knock down Vegeta on his knees. There's only one player standing for the He's going in for the kill. Sure, I think he has information. His teammate is there to clean up. Great stuff coming here from War right off the bat. 4 kills to their name. But the blue, it's going to be closing in. They need to get the res and start moving, because otherwise they're going to be in a world of trouble over here. They spent way too much time, and now we're going to turn our attention elsewhere towards Team 7.
Well, Team 7 having a good control of the compound, but not the zone in their favor, so they have to make the quick rotations. And if you look, they are not even having a very good loot itself, so they can't wait for the zone to close in, wait for the late rotations, because as we can see, they don't have enough healings or the bandages as well, so they have to make the quick rotations. And BGMI hates me. Another Northern Circle.
Yeah, absolutely.
No
Looks like. Yeah, absolutely. No Lipovka. I mean, I did say that it was going to close in towards the northeastern side. I guess the gods favor my wishes over yours. They only listen to one person at a time. But hey, maybe next match round they'll listen to you. For now, though, we are seeing a lot of players trying to rotate in towards the middle of the circle. But for now, we're going to continue focusing on Team 7, who are sort of worried at this point because they have a backstab. And on top of that, they are trying to combat the blue, and they are trying to run in the open. They have no vehicles around them whatsoever, so rotation in is going to be super hard for them. They're going to make a run for it, but they could easily get shocked and just lose 2 of their players very easily. It'd be a big blow for them.
Actually, it's Ocom Esports is going for a little southern side rotation because they also know that they can't afford to be inside the blue zone area for a very long time. But looks like they are still there. Maybe they are also looking for some vehicles because Georgiapur area you don't get your hands on too many vehicles. On the other hand, some of the team War Esports they are so far away from the zone. They are lucky it's the first circle or the second first circle, so they can afford to be outside the safe zone area. But on the other hand, Yasna is the area that is going to be heavily contested because all the cluster of the teams that is forming, it's around the Yasna city area.
Yeah. And also, just to mention, Sevani and Stolbo are completely empty, and it's more and more shifting towards the north over here. As we see, Maita is also in the circle just yet, but have to say, this lobby, yeah, there have been a few kills, but apart from those 1 or 2 skirmishes that we've seen early on, not a lot of action just yet. Teams rather just looking to play it safe as see the 3rd circle coming up next, and yeah, a couple of teams are going to start rotating out here. Those are going to be Terminators, TMX, hightailing it, saying no, thank you very much. We've enjoyed our stay here, but now we want to go to the center of the circle.
Well, they definitely want to go at the center of the circle, but let's see, can we have an urban finish this time? A Yasna finish? At least fulfill this wish of mine because Yasna, so many buildings, so many grenades. But what is Team Thief doing? One of the teammates has already been knocked out by play zone. Okay, I understand late rotation, safe gameplay, but this late, second zone has already begun.
Yeah, well, they've opted to go all the way around. They were coming from Sosnovka military base. They will be able to make sure that all of the players get back up on their feet and don't just die to the blue. But they still have a long way to go, and on top of that, they need to worry about the teams that are waiting for them, near that prison and shelter area. Generally, there's going to be a couple of teams just waiting to gatekeep them, and rotation in is not going to be easy because almost every team now is close towards the center, like you've said earlier, close towards Yasna, and yeah, when you're that close to the center, it's just going to be impossible to go anywhere without being spotted unless you go outside the zone. Okay. Well, I guess it's going to be death to that player as they're caught outside and dying a very, very painful death. But in the meantime, once again, not really all that much action. We're going to see the blue zone start closing in. And these teams, I mean, because the circle is on them as of now and no rotations are being forced, it's going to continue to remain passive for about the 3rd or 4th circle. That is once again when things are going to start to get a little bit heated up here.
Well,
but yeah, things are already heating up over here, it seems.
And they, not now. I think they will start heating up from the maybe next circle.
Yeah, but Team Kurukshetra, they seem a little bit eager to take fights over here. I mean, we can see KK Shiny trying to get into a good position over here. And in the meantime, on the other part of the map, SBA Esports also in close proximity with Predators on the hunt. Well, Predators on the hunt aren't really prowling about anywhere right now. Just tucked inside those houses, safe and sound, not very Predator-like behavior. And I think Prey God OP is just spamming and trying to make sure that no one can really leave that area as of now, trying to gatekeep them. Just fire a couple of pot shots in those general direction. Don't really find any connections, and yeah, they will save the car. That was the most important thing, just not letting the car explode. So in case the circle does not favor them, they could have rotated out safely.
Well, this particular compound that the Predators on hunt are holding on to, whenever we see a Yasna circle, most of the teams try and tend to hold on to that compound because if the circle takes a southern shift or it comes down to open area, this comes to a very good advantage. But holding on to that compound for a long time, it's in itself is a very difficult job. But the circle is playing its game.
Yeah, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's like in the no man's land between Yasna, Polyana, and School. And yeah, this is going to make things very, very interesting because right now the only team that is close towards the center there is Black Tigers, and they can establish a foothold on the couple of compounds that are there. Apart from that, it's just a very open area, so it's going to be hard for teams to get cover here. Smoke grenades can be coming in extremely handy at this point, and we'll see just how many these teams are carrying right now.
Well, definitely. But on the other hand, if we looked at the western side of the map, only one team is present. That is going to be it's Ocom Esports.
Yep.
This is going to be a very big advantage because no one is going to focus in that team, but the crowd, the traffic, the congestion that is on the eastern side. It's a very difficult job for the teams to enter from there towards the center zone. Like you mentioned, it's an open field area, the southern side of Yasnia. But on the other hand, Team 7 also we saw going for the northern rotations.
Yep.
Let's hope they don't go towards Yasnia side.
Yeah, and when we say Team 7, we actually mean the name Team 7, not the number
Yeah.
Team 7. So just keep that in your minds, folks. But if you notice, school, it is actually slightly open at the moment. There is no one really over there. You can still rotate in and claim a piece of real estate. Sure, it's going to be difficult. You're probably going to have to, go from outside the zone and also worry about another team that might catch you rotating and cut you off. But fortune favors the bold, and you have to take risks at this point if you want to try and make it to a top placement. You can see what sort of risks they are going to be taking. Terminators, though, in the meantime, in very close proximity with another team over here. Could see some sparks flying soon enough.
Well, sparks are definitely going to fly, but what I see is Team Accurate, Rocky OP. The vehicle is definitely going to give away his position, so he has to be very careful. The team did Elite Esports, the team that headed to a very bad start. I think Payal was the one.
Yeah.
Payal was the one, but they are again back in the game. They don't want to make any mistake. But Team Accurate, Rocky OP has to be very careful. On the other hand, there is another team also present, that is Sharad's team, and Sharad is already down on his knees.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's Team On Extreme who are trying to just make their way closer and closer towards that center, but now just getting peppered on all sides, and those smoke grenades are starting to drop in. They need to revive one of their players, but they're not sure where bullets are exactly coming from. And at this rate, if they don't try and get out of here, they can be surrounded. A lot of teams in the general vicinity just prowling the area and looking to claim some real estate as we see the circle shrinking further and further. And once again, it's actually going to do a hard shift towards the eastern part of the previous circle again. Yasna Polyana still very relevant, and a couple of compounds up for the taking there. But apart from that, it's all open shadow.
I think Predators on Hunt are going to be very happy because the compound they held on to is still inside the zone, and they are almost in the centrish area. If we again see a concentric circle forming in the next zone, I think it might be their game. Let's hope I'm not cursing them as well. On the other hand, War Esports headed to have a very good start, but they spotted down another player, Hydrox, and Hydrox is already down, and his teammates are also not looking good, but Badrock OP is getting shot from somewhere else.
Oh yeah, Team Black Bubble Esports could be in a bit of trouble over here. They are in the middle of low ground. They can get a lot of grenades being lobbed in their general direction that could put them out of this fight without them even firing a single bullet. And you can see Satan, he is a little bit afraid. He does not want to go up ahead and take unnecessary fights. I mean, he could easily just die out there. And yeah, War, well, they're certainly looking to do that. Now the grenades start coming in. What a great connection there from Bardock. He's gonna find one, but can he find more over here? Two players still standing strong, looking to perhaps punish the side of War Esports, maybe bait them in by security. Okay, Bardock taking the fight to them. Will find a second knock coming in, another grenade being lobbed in that general direction. But War Esports, they have to be careful over here because there are people starting to turn their attention towards this general area. Lots of teams coming this way. There's going to be lots of action coming in here soon enough.
Well, Black Bubble Esports didn't expect War Esports to be present at the backside, and that's why they paid the price and lost two of their players. Saturn is already down. It's all upon Winter Storm. Let's see what he can do. He has the team in front of him. The players are already on a low HP, but the smoke is not providing him any of the vision at all, so he needs to be a little silent. On the other hand, the team in front is Dead Elite Sports. They're not going to be so silent. He needs to change his position because his position is already given away, but at this point of the time, walking in the open area might prove very deadly for him. On the other hand, Terminator X on the southern side of the zone are at a good position.
Yeah, they certainly are at a good position, but still, despite the fourth circle coming in, we're still not seeing any major fights breaking out. Yes, there are pickups here and there, and teams are losing some of their players, but still, no big team kills just yet. Everyone being very, very careful, and just as I say that, lots of kills being exchanged back and forth. Rocky OP gonna be cleaned up over here as well, and it seems that finally we're gonna start seeing those team eliminations come through, as there are only 14 teams now remaining in the mix here. And once again, it seems that Team SBA Esports, they've got the high ground and they're going to continue to hold it because there's no one really contesting them right now. They've got so much vision over this area.
Well, they have got the vision, but the problem is the circle is going to go away from them, and that's when the problem is going to start, because they have to move inside the zone, and it's an open field area. That is going to a very big job. On the other hand, Ghost is completely eliminated Black Tigers on 14th position. The teams in Yasna are going to be pretty silent. That's why they are not picking up the fights. I guess till the next circle, they are not going to pick many major fights. But Black Tigers are not shying away.
Yeah, Black Tigers are certainly not shying away from taking fights over here, and they kind of need to because they're not in a good spot. They're way too far from the circle, and if they want to get in there, they either need a vehicle or they need to take a fight. Which one is it going to be? For now, it seems that taking a fight is the name of the game, and it's like Home Esports are in a bit of trouble. Oh my god, what a brilliant nade coming in, knocking down two people at once. The Molotovs to follow, so many grenades being lobbed. They were just getting battered here out of nowhere. So many grenades just getting off the general direction. They're trying to fight back, but there's only one player standing. He's trying to make his way back towards safety in the buggy. They will take what they can get. They will convert those 3 knocks into kills, pick up all their loot, and make it back to safety, as there is a buggy available. But Fragger all by himself tanking that blue zone damage. They need to get their RP as quickly as possible. No, they're going to end up losing game gone. One of the members from Black Tigers is going to end up falling. Ghost will not be able to save him. He actually ends up crashing into a hay bale and can't move out of here. He is most certainly in trouble with the blue zone closing in. He just needs to walk a little bit forward, but everyone is firing in his direction, and now Fragler, the only hope for the side of Team Black Tigers, trying to stand strong and trying to carry his team to victory here. Elsewhere though, Team Predators on the hunt with good cover are looking to gatekeep all of these teams who are closing in on their general position, but they're not going to give up easy. Team Kurukshetra, much like the name suggests, are here to fight on the battlefield.
Well, they are here to fight, but Team Kurukshetra might find themselves at a position where they might get shots from so many directions. Let's see what's going to happen. On the other hand, Fragger from Black Tigers has already been taken down, and War Esports has already been eliminated at 13th position, but the grenades flying from all the different directions. Team SBA Esports is lucky they have still the building of Yasna inside the zone. They can still hold on to it, but they know Predators on hunt are already in the center of the zone. On the other hand, TMX and Team KK are up against each other, and Cyber God, oh my god, another player has been taken down.
Yeah, I mean, there's just one player standing. I mean, Cyber God, he's still running. He's trying to lob grenades from under the car. What a great awareness coming in from him, but can he actually find those connections, get his team back up on their feet? Well, we're gonna find out a little bit later. In the meantime, Predators on the hunt are also looking to get in on the action. Elsewhere, Team 12, Team On Extreme, Pyle, who were getting all those kills early on the Dead Elite members, are now in trouble themselves as SBA Esports start closing in on them. Knocks being exchanged, but it's actually Team SBA Esports who are sort of suffering. Now backup is coming up from everyone else, and there's just only 2 players from the side of Team On Extreme trying to keep the dream alive. Smokes coming in just to give them some semblance of cover over here, and you can see them spamming those smokes, not trying to give them any room to work with. And it most certainly looks like over here the Team On Extreme are probably going to end up losing another player, if not being just team wiped right away, as the circle starts closing in once again. The final zone in the middle of absolutely nowhere. No one's in the center. Fire credits can probably be used out as can be enough either. Fire locked on their feet. The fight being taken back and forth. He's still standing for the time being, but will eventually be eliminated, and that is going to be it for Team On Extreme, as they end up biting the dust now, as we only have 9 teams still alive with 25 players up and running.
Well, only 9 teams and 25 plus, but look at the position of Team Predators on hunt. They are going to get so many finishes already with 7 finishes, and Playzone is already playing this game knocking down so many players. Knight OP from that Wizard Tower knocks down one of the player, and let's see if he can get the finish as well. On the other hand, the team War Esports is being the receiving end of the grenades coming in from the players of Team Resistors. They have to be very careful, but I see one of the player has already been knocked out. They have a lot of job. War Esports, you have to revive your player. You have to take fight with the Resistors although, and hope OP gonna let that happen that easily.
Yeah, OP had his eyes set, but he was the only person alive from his team, and he's gonna get cleaned up easily. And now there are only 5 teams remaining in the mix here. 14 players still alive, 2 with full 4-man rosters. Team SBA with 3, 7 with 2, and Terminators with just 1. So they try and fight and tooth and claw their way back towards a higher finish. Completely open area over here, Shadow. This is going to be the game of cars, and this is going to be the game of buggies and smokes. You're trying to get yourself any form of cover that you can while trying to maintain some semblance of a high ground over here. Supply crate in the mix as well can also provide a small layer of safety, but really not that big. And at this point, it's going to be all about who has more patience. Where is the circle going to close in from, and who can get as deep as possible without exposing themselves to too much danger. Well, if you're not in a good position, now is a good time to fight. But we'll see if Predators on the hunt want to fight just yet. They are the one in good position, so it's probably not good for them to give it up. War, they will lose one of their players over here as a result, but they're still going to be standing strong with 3 of their players and maybe trying to take the fight. And there you go, War Esports going to heal themselves back up, but they've alerted themselves to players on the hunt, and they're actually capitalizing on this. Savagery City is going to get knocked down once again. More grenades being lobbed in that general direction, and once again Predators on the hunt. Tigers, he's going to get up on his feet, but he's going to start to get peppered completely by the RBD on that man, just completely demolishing them, trying to get the kill, by trying to get the finish, but not really possible. And now Predators on the hunt with 4 players still on the field are going to try to get that rest going. Got to at least use that body as bait to figure out where the rest of the teams and the players are.
Well, Predators on hunt already with 3 finishes. On the other hand, Team 7 with 9 finishes. The bar is raising of the finishes, and the lobby is so aggressive with that. Team 7 Lynx has already been eliminated, and Team SBA Esports get an elimination and 3rd position. On the other hand, it's a 2v3 battle. A knock coming in. Knight OP has been knocked down by SBA Esports, but Fahad has a job to do. He needs to heal up really fast, but that was the last healing. On the other hand, Cyber is going for the revival on his teammate. Team Predators have the numbers advantage. This is their game.
Absolutely, they most certainly do. They've also got the heals to make this work. You can see Cyber holding on to lots of bandages, lots of medkits still. Some of the other players starting to run dry a little bit, but that is okay. They can potentially just use themselves as bait or try and find other ones. And SBA Esports, this is starting to look like the beginning of the end for them. It's going to be all about finding as many finishes as possible before they go down. How many can they find? SBA Esports looking to make this very, very expensive for Predators on the hunt, and trying to close that gap in terms of finishes. Well, Cyber is going to be able to find one, leaving the side of Predators in a 4v2, a very favorable situation. You can see they're trying to get close and closer to supply drop, trying to find something in there that's going to help them in this situation. But Lady Luck is fickle, and at this point, if you're relying on her, you could be in a world of trouble. But look at this. In the meantime, the grenade is starting to being lobbed in, and SBA Esports in a world of trouble. Only one player still standing strong towards the supply drop, tries to fight but gets cleaned up. Predators on the hunt are gonna be able to get that 1st place finish. With so many eliminations under their belt, they have secured their spot. But I have to say, your dream did come true. A very aggressive lobby, yes, but towards the end, in the mid game, it was quite tame, it was quite calm, you know, but it's like the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
The circle, it just went berserk. We saw it go north, then it went west, then it went east. It was just going on a world tour.
Well, our wishes were granted. We wanted the circle to play its game. We wanted the teams to provide us drama. But I have to ask you one thing. XP said 3 plus 2 is 4. I said 3 plus 2 is 6. How good is your maths? How many finishes Predators are having?
Oof, okay, I think they have at least 14. I'd say accurately 14 finishes. 14 finishes to the name.
14
1-4.
finish.
Yes, 1-4.
Let's hope so. We have someone at least in our
Yeah.
our caster group who knows how maths is good.
Yep.
But
First-
let's found out how these teams got those finishes. Let's
Yeah.
see the highlights.
Absolutely. I mean, the highlights are the most important thing to try and piece the story together of sorts. But yeah, I have to say the start was hilarious. 2 knocks right off the bat, all with a car and a jeep, and yeah, Pyle just having the time of his or her life. I mean, just that's got to be the most fun thing to do. You know, just see a helpless player scrambling for loot, nothing on them whatsoever but their fists, and they just run over them whatsoever. 3 points for them, but. Yeah, in the end, Dead Elites Esports, they did fight back. They actually ended up making it to the 7th place, if I am not wrong. So I think they did rather well considering the start that they have had. But yeah, that remains to be seen as we're going to move in forward after the highlights into the points table. But for now, yeah, this moment, I mean, we were just talking about how dangerous this place is, right? All these grenades can be lobbed and all of them can be eliminated. And War, they just took the fight to them. No fear whatsoever on any of them.
Well, War Esports was definitely taking so many fights, but on the other hand, Team Black Tigers, at one point, they were inside the zone. They were at a very good position on the western side. They could have easily eliminated its Ocom Esports, and then that tend to happen. We can see because its Ocom Esports was trying to move from the outside unsafe area, I'm sorry, unsafe area into the safe area. But this moment, I think moment Team 7 kind of messed up, because if it was a 4v4 classic battle, they could have easily lost because they were spread out. There was no backup.
Exactly. I mean, if they were more together, they could have definitely finished that fight a lot quicker, but it extended for no reason, possibly punished them when they were trying to rotate in over here. And then War Esports, eventually, they bit the dust a little bit earlier than expected. You know, for the number of kills they were getting, I thought that they were going to last a lot longer, but they got eliminated fairly early on. Thankfully, all those finishes that they found are going to propel them forward in terms of points, so their positioning is not going to feel that bad. But yeah, Predators on the hunt, just on the hunt. Perfect, immaculate play coming out from them, not losing a single one of their players, all of them staying alive until the very, very end. And yeah, just taking the W right there. I mean, just goes to show that how important teamwork is and just how important staying alive is. Because if you're alive in that end game and everyone else has lost a player or two, you're going to have a very clear and very exploitable advantage, right? Many a times you've got better weaponry, you know you have some sort of advantage, but you can't capitalize on it. This time around they did. So let's have a look at the point standing and see how that transitions in terms of their positionings on the leaderboard. And yeah, Predators on the hunt with that first place finish. 16 points from finishes. So I was close. I was off by about 2. 15 placement points, 31 points in one match. That is ridiculous. Well,
I think this is the highest.
Yes.
Players are breaking each other's records in every lobby. Previous lobby we saw the highest damage, but I think Predators on hunt, if they carry the same momentum in the match number 2, they'll break their record.
Yeah, they most certainly will. War Esports are in second place with 23 total points to their name. Also, once again, tons and tons of finishes for them. That is actually what has propelled them forward. Their positioning, not the best actually. If you have a look at them, where I can't even see to find War Esports. Okay, I mean, well, they did finish in that second place, so good on them. But yeah, I'm just trying to do some quick math over here. If they got 15 points from finish and their total points are 23, that means they got 8 points for their positioning, which leaves them, I think, in that 4th or 5th place in terms of placement points. SB Esports, of course, in 3rd place total with 22 total points, 10 points for their finishes. And yeah, Team 7 just staying alive, not having any part of that action. You know, these guys are like, you know what, you guys want to fight, go ahead, do so, bash your brains out, we're just going to try to live as long as possible. And it works out for them. They get 12 total points, and yeah, they do quite well for themselves. And this is also another interesting little way things start shaping up, right? Because when teams are playing too aggressively, there's always that one team that does not take those fights, and only takes the meaningful fights, and in the end ends up taking the win over here. But let's have a look at the iQOO MVP over here and see which player actually had the most impact this game. It's going to be Tiger.
Well, Tiger from Predators on hunt, 909 damage dished out by this single guy, 7 finishes, 4 assists, and 909. Previously, I saw 700 something highest damage dished out by a single player from Team Evil Sid. It was, but it's 909. The bar is raising quite high with each and every game. But overall, Predators on hunt. The zone was also very good towards them. The position, the compound, everything was favoring them. So let's see what's going to happen in the next game. But Team Savage Rico is also having a quite high damage. 707.
All their Warrior Sports players have looked very, very good today. I mean, you can see Savage Rico, you can see Bardock OB with tons of damage. In fact, it's not even Tiger who did the most damage. It's actually Bardock. If you look at that, 950 points of damage, almost just one shy of that nice round number. But great stuff coming out from both of these teams. And even though Warrior Sports might not have had the best placement in the last game, their aggression more than made up for it. I think if they just tone it down a little bit, don't take those crazy, aggressive, risky fights. I mean, take those fights, yes, but take it as a team. Don't take it as individuals. They could just sort of prevent the bleeding and accelerate their climb to the top, because they can reach to that top spot here. But let's jump into the match summary and see exactly what went down in terms of all the various stats that were here. As we can see, 57 finishes total, 69 knocks, 37 rescues. Now that is a big number, which tells us that there was a lot of action, as we saw early on, with the car, lots of drive-bys happening. But 66 grenades, 37 rescues, and 3 airdrops being looted. So I mean, lots of active play coming out from these teams. It's almost like it's deceptive, right? For the first 10 minutes, if you're watching this game and you think to yourself, you know what, I'm probably going to go grab a coffee, and then you come back and you see half the server just dead, you're like, what did I miss? Like, they were all spread out just a moment ago, and now they're all at each other's throats. What the hell happened?
Well, definitely, if you are going to get the coffee in the round 4th or 5th circle, even if you are going to go for a 1 minute break, you'll miss all the action. Half of the lobby might get eliminated. But if we look at the finished damage performance, that which team has highest finishes, which team has destroyed highest damage, and look at the bars. Oh my God, War Esports, 3,359 damage.
Yeah, and second place is actually not the team that won the last match. It's actually SBA Esports with 2,581. So lots of damage coming out from these top 3 teams. And directly after Predators on Hunt, I want you to take a look around and realize that there's no one with 1,000 points of damage. It's only 900 points, and that is on Team Beast. I'm not too sure. I can't see the name from here just yet, but it's the team with the second place from the left. And lots of early action. Lots of early action coming out that really didn't result in much. But at the end of the day, the final few circles were very, very action-packed, and this is usually what happens when the early game is passive. You see lots of crazy stuff happening in the late game. Just very, very chaotic. The top 4 squads, as we can see over here, in just terms of finishes, we can see it's War, Predators on the Hunt, and Team SBA Esports, followed by Team 7 with just 2 finishes, but lots of placement points. So I mean, these are the top 4 squads, and these are probably the teams we should be keeping our eyes up for in the upcoming match itself. And man, I mean, at this rate, I feel like Predators on the Hunt and War Esports, they are going to have a very, very tough fight between each other. They're probably going to be eyeing themselves up as well, right? Because if you're in second place, what is the easiest way to dethrone that first place guy? Take a fight against them early on, see where they're dropping, follow their lead, just go into wherever the hell they're going and take that fight and eliminate them right off the bat, making sure that if you just survive long enough, you will have that first place finish.
Well, that's going to be a little difficult in this game because they don't know exactly where the teams are going to be dropping in. But maybe after that, this time they'll qualify, and next time when they are coming up, we can see a early head-on battle or rivalry cooking up between the 2 teams. I want to see that drop location clashes happening between the top 2 teams.
Absolutely. I mean, we all love early fights like we've talked about. It's very, very fun for us, the casters, the audience, the viewers. Everyone else loves it. Except the players themselves, they would much rather be on a vacation somewhere, just looting, just having their time of the life, getting level 4 helmets, level 4 backpacks, all the best guns in the world, no cares in the world. But that doesn't always happen, and I feel like Predators on Hunt are actually going to have a big target on their back, because we've seen teams over here are aggressive. They like to take those fights early on, so they're going to have to be careful that they don't end up being eliminated by War Esports or someone. But before we actually move into the next game, I actually think it's important to talk about the sponsor that has made all of this possible. It's actually iQOO with their Legend 7 series. So let's have a word from them and see what they're all about so you can know more about them as we jump straight into the promo.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that is the Legend 7 from the side of iQOO, a phone with top-tier performance, an 888 Snapdragon processor, of course, Qualcomm, with the best processors out there, and on top of that, a flash charge, 66 watts, 22 minutes. That's how long it takes to get a full charge going. And you know what? If you're going to be playing this game for long, you need a good battery life, or at the very least, you need something that allows you to charge your phone very, very quick. Well, guess what? Legend 7 has it both. So make sure you get yourself a Legend 7 phone if you're having some trouble at the moment with your current phone. But yeah, enough about that. Let's actually talk about the teams and what's going to happen next, right? So this time around, we saw the flight path was quite skewed towards the west, and then the circle closed in on the northeast. So lots of traveling, lots of walking around for these players, lots of jogging, lots of cardio. But this time around, as long as the flight path remains, not so crazy, somewhat centered, somewhat sane, somewhat, not crazy, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams trying to contest each other because they know that this is their last chance, right? So if you know for a fact that you can eliminate that top team who's in that first spot, bring them down a couple of pegs, you open up that first place spot for yourself. And, who knows, maybe even just push them out of that top 4 zone completely. Is it going to happen, though? That's the question, because War Esports, while they do have some incentive to do that, they also have a lot to lose because they are the second place team. So the lower you are, the more aggressive, logically, you're probably going to try and play so that you can get that, first place finish. But hey, it remains to be seen. For all we know, they could potentially not do that. And I'm curious to hear what you think is going to happen because to me, it seems like there's going to be a lot of action, but maybe there's something I'm missing.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I know what I want to happen. I want SB Esports, Team War Esports, Predators Onant, all on Pochinki, or Yasnaya, or Military, any place. All 3 or the 4 top teams dropping at the same place, same location, and then the action that is going to come.
Yeah.
Even in the final circle also, all the 4 teams at a single compound or a single building.
Single compound?
Yeah.
My God.
It's going to be school buildings or the Yasna buildings or the Lipovka BGMI gods.
Unfortunately.
I know you love me too much. But yeah, anywhere near close by, these teams are dropping in. The advantage that is going to come in for the teams who are at the bottom on the leaderboard.
Yes.
Because then they have a chance to rise up and prove their game, because they can't give the excuse that teams are already having 30 plus points or this points and we got an early elimination with 0 points. Buddy, if the teams at the top are getting eliminated, this is going to be your advantage. Go pick a head-on fight with SBA, War Esports, or Predators on Hunt.
Really, it's risk and reward at this point, right? So, I mean, you already know that if you don't go and take these fights early on, if they do end up surviving towards the end, your chance of winning, it's just going to go down. But if you are aggressive, like you've mentioned, if you take those fights early on, you possibly dethrone them, prevent them from getting any points, and potentially prepare yourself up further. Now, who is going to be the teams that actually do this? Well, I imagine it's going to be the teams who are currently at the bottom, like you've mentioned, who are going to be thinking about that most risky strat whatsoever. And I'm very curious to see how Predators on Hunt and War Esports are going to try and navigate this, because once you know that you are going to be hunted and there's going to be a target on your back, you play a lot differently compared to when you know that there's no target on your back, when you know that there is nothing at all that you have to worry about.
Yeah, but also the teams who are at the bottom right now, they had very high expectations from themselves. They tend to be under a little not pressure. I think I'm understating the emotion or the feeling they are having, because it's the last game. It's a do or die situation for them. They have to prove themselves, because if in this game they don't get the finish points or the placement points, they are not getting another chance in the tournament.
Yeah, they most certainly are not. I mean, this is the end of the road for them, right? So
Yeah.
it's just these two matches, just these two rounds, and after that, it is sayonara. So they best take it, man, because if they don't, go for the king and they don't go for the head, then yeah, they're pretty much done for. They're gonna stay where they are. They're not gonna have a chance to rise up. But who knows? Who knows? If just maybe they have a glorious run where they get tons of kills, where they get those placement points, they can make it interesting. Who knows? We may even see a tie for the first place.
We can see that.
Yeah, we absolutely
We
can.
actually saw that.
We did? Did we?
On
When
the
did-
leaderboard, the top two teams having total points, not the placement or the position points, the total points being the same.
This must have been in the fourth and fifth matches of the day.
Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably where it happened, because I don't remember catching that in the first two
I
games.
think it was match number 3.
Match number 3. Wow. Okay. So, well, I wonder what's gonna happen if we ever in that spot. But I hope it doesn't happen over here, because that's gonna be a headache to figure out. But I do imagine there are other stats that come into the picture here, like survival time, like finishes,
I
like
think they give
eliminations.
priority to the finishes.
Finishes.
Are always going to
see.
be prioritized. But let's see what's going to happen. How many finishes these players are going to get in the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're not going to have to wonder for much longer, as we're about to jump into the game soon enough. All the players are in the lobby. But once again, let's have a look at the teams playing here. Black Bubble Esports, Black Tigers, the Resistors, War Esports, Predators, On Hunt, Terminators, TMX, Dead Elites Esports, and Team 7 in the fray over here, trying to battle it out for that top 2 spot. But yeah, over here we've got Team SBA Esports, Team Thief, Team Home Esports, Onyx, On Extreme, Inalienables, Team Accurate, Team Kurukshetra, and Team Ban. Well, all these teams who haven't really been able to make it to that top spot are probably going to be looking for those aggressive fights like we've talked about early on. But somewhere or the other, you have to be expecting this, right? If you're War, if you're Predators on Hunt, you're probably going to be on the lookout for teams who are trying to come behind you and trying to get you. But you know what? None of this would be possible without iQOO in the first place. So let's have a word from our sponsors once again, see what they're all about, and maybe if you like it, you can get one of their phones.
Are you ready for this?
Check this out.
Well, that was the word from our sponsors. So a big shout out to iQOO for sponsoring this entire tournament. You know, the 1 crore rupee prize pool, it wouldn't be possible without them. And this is life-changing money. So, just check them out. See what they've got to offer. See what the Legend 7 phone is all about. And who knows, maybe if you actually need it, you can buy one for yourself. And maybe, just maybe, in the next open tournament, you're going to win it all and you're going to thank iQOO for this tournament in the first place. But yeah, enough about that. Let's actually talk about what might happen. And as we were talking about, Predators on Hunt and War Esports, they can have a target painted behind their backs and they can be aware about this. Do you think because of that they sort of deviate from the flight path and try to go in a position where they know for a fact that it's going to be hard for them to be chased? Like, let's say the flight path is towards the center. They go towards one edge of the map, maybe towards the northeast or maybe towards the southwest, somewhere where they know that they don't have to worry about getting shot from the back, because there is nowhere else to go from behind them. So do you think that's a possibility over here, or do you think they could be confident and drop where they always drop?
Teams tend to always drop in the location where they are confident that they are going to get the loot. In fact, if there is going to be a drop location clash, also then can overcome it and come out as a winner in that particular situation. But right now, these teams don't know whether War Esports are going to dropping in. But what can happen if Predators on Hunt and War Esports engage in a fight and they'll read the kill feed, they are not going to shy away. They'll head-only take on that fight and try to eliminate the top team.
Absolutely, and this probably means that War Esports and Predators on Hunt have to play a bit more passively than usual. But speaking of the flight path, it is favored towards the west, as we can see here. It's a very straight path from shooting range down to ferry pier. Sosnovka military base, of course, once again in the picture over here. We'll see which teams decide to go over there. But Stolbo, Severny, Lipovka, like you talked about, probably not going to be on the card as much in comparison, because these guys, well, they don't want to go all the way over there only to rotate back in. Now, the circle could once again shift towards, the eastern part of the map, but it could also not. So, it sort of helps to occupy some of these central positions from where rotations can be a little bit easier, like Pochinki, like school, like farm.
Well, let's see where they are going to be rotating, because the circle has not been formed. And please give me a water circle. 4 circle, 40% off, 10% off in the water. But from the looks of it, some of the teams are going to be dropping towards the western hemisphere. Team Ban specifically, now 2v2 split is dropping, maybe going around the smaller compounds. On the other hand, few other teams going for the north, Georgopol. Thank God, at least some part of the first circle is a water area. Let it be a Zaki circle or the extreme Georgopol circle, because the fun that happens when it's a fun water circle, final circle in the water, it's amazing.
Absolutely. Water finishes are always super cool to look at. But is that actually going to happen? We're going to have to wait and watch for a long time. But for now, you know what we can be happy about? I'll tell you what, that Quarry is actually in the circle. Quarry is going to be relevant for once.
Well, Quarry is finally in the circle, and if we talk about Team X, they are Terminators, Team X. They are in the hospital area in a 2v2 split. They'll probably get a good loot around the area. There is no ifs and buts about that, but the teams that have dropped them towards the military base area, they have to make the quick rotations, because you already saw some of the teams looting the compounds near the bridge area, the smaller compounds. They maybe they'll try to go for the bridge block, but Team Predators on Hunt, this time they are in the Pochinki, clear pathway towards the Gatka area. They can go on and in fact repeat the same strategy of the previous game, like they were in the center holding on to the compound, and circle finally shifted towards them. This time also they can go towards Gatka, held on to that biggest compound, that's highly contested compound, and come out as a winner in this particular game as well. But those are just the predictions. But in the water, we have War Esports.
War Esports certainly taking a slightly more unconventional route as they wade through the water, but I like the moves coming out from the side of Predators on Hunt, right? They know they're probably under threat. They know that there's a target on their back, and they've dropped in Pochinki, a very hotly contested area, so they just get whatever they can get their hands on, and now they're looking to head out towards Katka, like you mentioned, a safer place, a place where, you don't really have to worry too much, and you don't have to worry about everyone closing in on you at once. And there's also not a lot of incentive for teams that are already in Georgopol to try and make it further towards the center, because there's not really much to be found over there. So Katka being open is great news for the side of Team Predators on Hunt, but we'll see if that rotation does come in or not, because for now it doesn't seem like they're moving all that much. They're actually itching for a fight by holding on to that area. And War Esports, they continue to go for a swim in the water.
Well, waterways, it's either you win or you die in the water. It's always that. But for now, Dark Noob is quite safe because I don't see any enemy in the territory area or anywhere nearby. But the split they're opting for, the 2v2 split, let's see how that is going to be turning out. But Nubita with the Bison, oh my god, a very long shot on the players of Dead Elite Esports. Although the player is going to easily get the revival, but that was a quite good shot, especially from Bison.
Yeah. An ACOG scope on a Bison at that range. Not things you see every single day over here. And I'm quite happy that I got to witness this. A long range Bison knock. Not something I thought I would be able to cast, but here I am, and here I am doing it. So, yeah, interesting stuff, but nothing really that results in, a finish. So, no, really nothing lost there except for a couple of bandages, maybe a couple of energy drinks, couple of pills. That's about it. But yeah, so far no reason for any sort of fights to break out. Maybe we see some happening towards Snovka military base, towards the end of that bridge there that leads towards the Pochinki area. But apart from that, not going to be seeing a lot. The northeastern part, or rather the eastern part of the circle, though, could see a fair amount of action. I see a great density of teams over here. Speaking of action and fights, that's exactly what Team SBA Esports are up to. And you can see Nazy is trying to get the knock at that distance.
Well, Shiny has already been taken out and removed from the lobby. Nitro with that M416 beautiful spray coming onto the players of Team Kurukshetra. Team Kurukshetra surviving with only 3 players have another enemy in the territory. That is SBA Esports. So they have to be very careful. In fact, SBA Esports also need to be a little careful with all the rotation that could be coming in from Beast OP. But that's a little difficult because Spray God OP is right there to block that rotation. But look,
Yep.
70 is Nitro along with his teammate. Beautiful rotation, and with that takes down Beast OP.
Yeah, great stuff once again, and it seems that right now Team SBA Esports, they're just going to continue to hold on to their great position that they have. Team Kurukshetra in trouble, though. They've already lost one of their players to a knock there. He's going to be on his feet and unavailable for the rest of the fight, and another player is also sort of just taking heavy damage, and it's always Team SBA Esports who's just making life difficult for them from multiple angles, from multiple fronts, and Kurukshetra is just having a hard time fighting back, really. They can't sort of just take these fights without losing some of their players, so I think at this point they're probably just going to try to run and make their way towards safety. They're not going to be able to regroup just yet, but eventually they will, and probably look to try and fend off the side of Team SBA Esports. But Team SBA Esports, the Shadow, this is starting to get a little bit dicier. They're actually going in for the kill. They want to be aggressive because they know they've got one finish and they know that they've knocked the other one down.
Well, they have knocked the other one down, but Clutchy OP, instead of backing up his teammates, is going for the position points. He's running away from the fight because he knows he can't win the situation. But SBA Esports is not going to be easy upon him because they already know he's in the water area. Nitro again with that M416 easily eliminates him, and Team Kurukshetra Beast OP also goes down, and Team Kurukshetra surviving with just one player.
Yeah, just one player still keeping them in the dream, and that is Tentek. Well, we'll see if he can survive towards the end and be the hero his team needs him to be, but for now he just needs to make sure he does not get spotted. As you can see, he's not even crouching, he's just proning. He's like, I don't want to be spotted at all, I don't want them to see my helmet, I don't want them to see anything. As long as I stay alive, I still might have a chance. And Team SB Esports, well, I think they're going to be pretty happy with this. They're probably going to go hunting for the last player. They're looking for him, but they're not really going to find him yet. Instead, they're going to continue looting and then look to move inside. Elsewhere on the map, though, it looks like Team Ban and Team Terminators TMX might be in for a fight over here. Team Ban, they will make their move. Harry spots that the Jeep, starts fighting towards it, does not really connect, so the Jeep's going to be fine. But now the side of Team Terminators TMX, they know, and guess what? Black Tigers are also in the area. They could also join in third party.
Well, third party is part and parcel of this game. These third parties makes the game interesting, but Terminators Team X, they are they know that there is a team outside of the zone area. They have spotted on both the teams, so they are going to be a little smart and move away from that direction. But on the other hand, Hydrox has got a knock for himself. Let's see if he can go for the finish as well. On the other hand, Cyber God was quite in the open. He wants to move away and reunite with his teammates. But Team Thief, their misery is not ending because they have already lost 2 of their teammates. First match also, this was the team which was not performing really well, and this time also just 2 teams. And look at the teams outside of the zone.
There are 2 teams outside the zone at farm, just trying to stay alive and trying to get inside that circle, but the blue zone is starting to catch up to them. Pochinki also starting to be less and less relevant as the circle moves further up north towards Georgopol, and once again, whoever was staying in hospital and Georgopol hasn't moved an inch. They are extremely happy with the positioning that they have found. People in Rosa could probably look to rotate out, but Tentek needs to stay there just a little bit longer to make sure that he does not get gate kept and is actually allowed to survive a little bit longer, just secure all the placement points that he can find for his team. Well, we'll see if everyone else from the side of everyone else from the side of Pochinki is gonna get in and start duking it out over there, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna be fighting anytime soon. In fact, if there's any fights that's gonna be happening, it's gonna be towards ruins, because I see lots of team converging towards that general area.
But Pyle and his team are making a big mistake out in the open, making the rotation when 2 teams are already there. Vegeta was not lucky enough with those shots to dish out a lot of damage onto Pyle, and Pyle will move towards safety. But another team that has been spotted down is Predators on the hunt. Let's see if Team Ban is going to put up a fight with them. Again, PRT with a very good compound to their name. Let's see if the circle is going to favor them or not, because right now they are in the centrish area of the circle.
Yeah.
But by any chance, if the circle moves towards the shooting range area, you see not even a single team on that island.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the way the circle is moving right now, there's no reason for the side of Predators on hunt to get out, right? They can just stay over there, thank the side of Team Ban for the information. Thank you very much here. But for the meantime, we're going to be looking at this fight breaking out between Team Black Ops Esports and Dead Elites. Hanzo just looking to get into the thick of things, but can he actually find those picks that he needs to? Black Bubble already down 2 players, with only 2 players still standing there. Their only hope at this point. And I think it's going to be hard for them to get those revives up and running, as one of the players is resing the other one back up. Smoke grenades being dropped as well, but it's not going to be easy for them to get them all back up on their feet. You have to be careful though. If you take too long for this fight, you could start to get third party here, and Savagery is going to get eliminated by 96k Shadow in the meantime elsewhere on the map. But for now, seeing them just trying to find any sorts of openings whatsoever. They're not really getting it just yet, and the revives are starting to come through with the side of Black Bubble Esports. Soon enough, they could fight at full strength, but guess what? Guess someone who does not discriminate against anyone, kills everyone it meets. It's the blue zone, and it's starting to close in.
Well, it is definitely closing in, but Hydrox is in a position that has not been exposed. He's not giving any foot sound. That is working for him, because Dead Elites OP, they have the numbers advantage, but on the other hand, Hydrox doesn't have the numbers advantage. Bad level OP goes down because there is another team present right across the road, and Prince from Team Accurate also goes down. Hydrox got the time in the meantime to go for the revival on his teammate, and the team will be back again stronger with 3-man squad. On the other hand, one of the players of Dead Elites, Aero, is already outside the safe zone in the blue zone area. Let's see what he can do.
Oh yeah, it seems that Black Bubble Esports, well, they are going to be able to get their players back up on their feet and get their entire roster back up and running, well, except for the one that has been finished off, can't be revived. But the aggression coming in now from the side of Dead Elites Esports, as they want to get in on the action as well. And yeah, we can convert those that they have found, but they're going outside the blue zone to try and get dressed. This could be super dangerous. Another player playing aggressive in the meantime. This could be super problematic for them, and guess what? He's going to get knocked down as well. Oh no, I mean, this is starting to turn from bad to worse. So you're surely going to get one res outside the blue zone, but there's the saving grace as he finds another pick on the members of Black Bubble Esports, leaving only one still alive in this situation to keep the dream going. And I don't think he can run away. He's trying to do so. He's trying to move left, right, and center, trying to juke and jive, but can't stay alive forever, Han. So his only hope is that Jeep, but can he get in there and get the hell out? I think probably not. Look at that grenade being cooked up. It's going to be thrown off the mark. No, it's actually not. Hydrox is going to be taken out and eliminated over here. Dead Elite Esports will find 2 finishers and Black Bubbles will be bidding adieu.
Well, definitely, but another team that is in a whole lot of trouble is going to be Team 7 because one of their player has already been knocked down, and from the looks of it, the team is already rushing towards them. Spray God OP is there to provide the perfect backup. Only one of the player of Team SBA Esports is moving forward, and Team 7 has no idea the player has already closed in. The moment they come out in the open, the smoke disappear. Lynx might get knocked down again, but Fahad OP and Nitro can provide so much intel and can do so much with those grenades, and Lynx with that grenade receives 50% of the damage from Nitro. On the other hand, Fahad OP is also throwing in grenade after grenade and closing in towards the players of Team 7. Team 7 needs to do something. They have to throw the grenades or smokes, or at least shoot with the guns. They can't sit like this.
They need to concentrate their attack. They need to pick a side and pick that side of attack and attack it together at this moment. Because if they continue to be scattered over here, they're gonna get picked off one by one. That, or either just scram, get the hell out of here. Don't take this fight. Get new vehicles and get the hell out. Leave that real estate for the side of SBA Esports. But SBA Esports are actually starting to back off themselves. They don't really want a piece of this. Instead, they're more than happy getting inside the zone and then gatekeeping anyone who tries to get in. All that aggression earlier, it was just smoke and mirrors for them to get into a better position. In the meantime, from the southwest part of the map, lots of players and teams starting to close in. There's going to be lots of action over there. And to me, it seems like... well, it seems to me that the side of Team SBA, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Well, I saw a similar circle, and the position Team SBA Esports is in that game, in that match, that particular team got the chicken dinner for themselves. So Team SBA Esports, if they play their cards right, they can also go for it because it's a beautiful position. On the other hand, Predators on hand with that grenade is going for the close compact finish, but that's not gonna work with that. 2 of the players, that was a very big mistake. 2 of the players of TRT are going to go down. That's going to give it a very big advantage to the players of Terminators.
They need to push this. Yeah, they know that two players are knocked out. They need to capitalize on the situation. They're trying to do their best. They're taking the fight, but one of the players has been knocked. Do they go for the rest, or do they continue to take the fight over here with 3 players alive? This could start to get a little bit risky. They're trying to get those openings. They're trying to find those picks, those finishes, and they will find 2. They knocked 2 down on their feet. Just 1 player standing now from the side of Predators on hunt. Where is he? Where is the saving grace for this team? Meantime, people need to try and press their last player, and looks like Team Terminators X might just be able to eliminate Predators on. They're trying to fight back. They're still standing strong, and they're getting knocked on the side of Team Terminators X, but it's only smoke and mirrors. It's not the end of the world for Team Terminators X. Sure, they get knocked down, but they can get back up on their feet, and they have eliminated Predators on hunt very, very early on. The first spot up for grabs.
That is not going to go down well with the Predators on the team. But Knight OP, I have to give it to this particular lad because he knocked down 3 of the players. But a very good fight put up by Terminators. But Team Accurate Rana is shooting in the direction and knocking down Sharad. I think the last player Ritik is remaining. No, it's the last player. He could have been knocked.
He could have been. He's throwing a grenade now. Team Accurate Runner. He's trying to grab the grenade and he's gonna toss it in. Is it gonna find its mark? No, it's a bit too early. It's cooked a bit too much then. Oh boy, now these grenades just bouncing off of aim properly, not finding those picks. This could be big problems for the side of Team Accurate. They've revealed their positions, they've used their grenades, and now the rest is coming through for Onyx Stream. They're going to capitalize and try and punish on this. In the meantime, Pyle just trying to do her or his best to keep everyone else at the bay while we see I believe it was a Team Thief member getting knocked down there. unfortunately. But hey, remember Team Kurukshetra, the one member who was still alive at the start while his team got slaughtered? He is still in this fight.
He is still in the fight, and we can't underestimate him because he's in a good position as well. On the other
Crore
hand,
Esports, they've also been eliminated over here, Shadow. Second place is also up for grabs.
wow, the teams at the bottom, this is your game. Play it well, and you might qualify and come on the top as well. Team Accurate, on the other hand, has a good positioning. And on the other hand, the circle has also shifted, and it is still favoring Team SBA Esports. On the other hand, a lot of congestion, the traffic coming from the northern western side. These teams need to be a little careful, especially the players of Terminator TMX? Yes, right. That is the team. They have to be a little careful because the teams are already rotating from outside of the zone area also, and their teams are already present inside. On the other hand, Team Accurate Xavier has knocked down one of the player, Quickie.
Yeah, it seems that Team Accurate are really starting to shine this time around. The last match did not go as well for them, but as of now, all the players standing strong, all the players fighting hard, all the players looking to convert them into finishes for themselves, but it seems like Terminator TMX might just end up stealing some of that glory, as the Resistors over here are going to lose at least one of their players, and well, the other one who's still standing can't really take this fight, so he's probably going to call it quits and just try and survive as long as possible. In the meantime, Team 7 also getting a player knocked over here, and looks like Inalienables have also been eliminated over here. All of these teams with just one member alive, starting to lose all sorts of hope in this situation. The fifth circle, though, is about to start closing in. Looks like it's going to be a Runes finish, Shadow, and Runes finishes, well, they are very, very interesting to watch.
Exactly, because there is so much terrain and cover that is present in the ruins area. But on the other hand, Team Thief players are getting eliminated one after another. TMX has a very good positioning for now because they have a broader viewpoint inside the circle, and they can get few very good finishes for themselves. But can't be said the same thing for Team SBA Esports because two of their players are outside of the safe zone area. The players two remaining in the inside zone has to provide a very good cover fire. On the other hand, SBA Esports, right now the two players are busy with the team outside the zone. That is going to be TMX, I think. Yes, it's TMX. But TRS Reaper OP is up for a 1v3 situation. Cyber God has already spotted him down and is shooting in this direction. It's a matter of time. Reaper is going to get spotted, but Nehra is going to rely on those grenades. But Nitro will do the job with his TP28, and with that, Team SBA Esports has eliminated another team.
The Resistors out of the picture now. Team Thief and Team Kurukshetra with just one member still standing, trying to survive through it all. But you have to remember, over here, both top teams, War Esports and Predators on Hunt, have been eliminated. And Team Ban and everyone else are looking towards that first place spot, eyeing it up themselves, trying to grab it for themselves. And guess what? Looks like Team Thief will also be eliminated by Dead Elites Esports, who have 3 players still standing strong. Remember, these are the guys who were just getting run over earlier in the previous match. This time around, they're standing strong and they're trying to fight back over here. And they're throwing lefts, rights, and centers. I mean, at this point, this team, they've got the ability to probably win it all, but can they find themselves a good position as the circle's starting to close in once again? And it's going to shift towards the east now as we see a great density of teams. No natural cover here, but a couple of slopes that can function as some cover, allow them to isolate those fights. But once again, it's the team that is occupying the bottommost position that is safe over here.
Well, Ruthik battles a mistake coming out in the open area. Spider is already down dead. Elite Esports has a very good positioning. 7 finishes already up to their end. Devil OP relying on that Molotov to get the finish. But Team Accurate Prince is already down. Pile goes down. Cyber God goes down. So many knocks are already coming into the picture. But on the other hand, Team Black Tigers are being a little silent for now. But Team Dead and Elite Esports is not gonna spare them. They are a little busy with another team of Team SATU Fire. Team on Extreme. Sharath, I believe, is the last player remaining. His position has also been compromised. And it's a matter of time that Elite Esports will be making their rush towards him. On the other hand, this worked in the favor of Black Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Elite Esports will also end up biting the dust here. All those shenanigans that Pyle was pulling off earlier, well, biting the dust over here as we see them being eliminated in the 8th place. Team Kurukshetra still somehow surviving, and KK Tentic, well, he's starting to spring his trap as he managed to find himself 2 knocks on the members of Team Ban, and Team Ban now reading and licking their wounds. Have to be careful that they don't get closed in on by Black Tigers with Terminator's TMX. And you can see Team Ban, they are going to be able to put Tentic out of his misery as the Kurukshetra will be eliminated. Maybe did his best, but in the end there's only so much one man can do. Team Ban, though, still struggling and reeling from their loss while there's a firefight happening around every single place around them. Team Black Tigers as well trying to move up towards the high ground, trying to find some semblance of cover here. Well, can they prevent the side of Team Deadly? Get in their face and get those picks. They're trying to stay alive over here, but no, they will not be able to do so much longer. Right after they eliminated their oppressors from the first match, they themselves get eliminated here, leaving only 4 teams in the mix.
And with that, Team SBA Esports has also been eliminated. The top spot is up for contestations. We have 4 teams remaining: Black Tigers, Terminators, Team Accurate, and Team Ban. Team Ban has the highest number advantage. Team Accurate surviving with only 1 player. On the other, Nehra has also spotted down Team Accurate last player, but Nehra goes down by the hands of Game God of Team Black Tigers. Let's see if Nehra is going to get any revival anytime soon. But on the other hand, Fragger has different things on his minds, is already using utilities in his favor. But on the other hand, Rocky OP spotted down another player of Team, I think it was TMX. Yes, TMX, and knocks down one of the player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're finding all these knocks, and Terminator's TMX, they were poised to take the first place finish with 17 finishes to their name. This could have been the dream run from them, but now it's starting to crumble apart at the hands of Black Tigers. Only 1 member standing strong from Accurate and Terminator's TMX each. Can they try and go the distance and make this work? Ban, they're not going to let that happen. A Molotov is going to find its way towards the top. They prevent them from occupying that piece of real estate. And Vegeta, in the meantime, still hiding behind cover, not really looking to take any unnecessary engagements just yet. Wants to figure out where the side of Black Tigers are and then maybe make their move. And in the meantime, Terminator's TMX will be eliminated by Accurate Gaming. Lots of finishes for them, though, so maybe, just maybe, there's still hope for them. Maybe they can get that first place spot, but it's all going to come down to how Black Tigers and Ban do. And well, how the one surviving member from Team Accurate does as well. As can't really see him in the middle of all this. He is waiting by the corner, just waiting for this fight to go away. And Rocky OP also really close to the supply drop there. Could get himself some good loot, but you'll see if he's going to go for that just yet. Probably is a little bit scared about going in there and getting all that loot for himself. Vegeta now trying to go on a fact-finding mission, trying to look for some information for his team, being a little bit aggressive, and it might be Accurate who gets the short end of the stick over here. Do they hear him coming in? That's the question. He's going to be able to prone, and looks like Gamer God has an idea that there's someone over there. He's looking in that direction. Does he have grenades that he can lob there? So maybe he can find a pick. We're about to find out. That supply drop just left untouched, though. It can still be looted by Team Black Tigers if need be. But this is the final circle at this point. It's going to start closing in. There's going to be nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide for any of these teams. And now we see the grenades starting to be lobbed in here. It's going to be a smoke to just give them some semblance of cover, but no, Gamer God is actually going to get caught out in the open, and it looks like the side of Team Ban, they will bounce, they will try and find those picks. Black Tiger Ghost is also going to get knocked down, leaving only 1 player still standing strong. It's going to be Fragger. In the meantime, the single player surviving from Team Accurate gets cleaned up here, and Team Ban, looking to take that first place finish, will be able to find it. All those placement points going their way, along with those extra finish points as well. Great stuff coming out from Team Ban. And after that performance in Game 1, in Game 2, they completely turn it around. War Esports get eliminated, Predators on Hunt get eliminated, and it is very likely that we see somebody else take that first place spot.
Well, this time the leaderboard is quite going to shuffle around. We can't predict which team is preferably going to be on the top. Team Ban, the team like you mentioned, match 1 get an early elimination, but this time getting a chicken dinner for themselves with a very good number of finishes.
Yeah.
Then Elite Esports, last time I saw, they had 11 finishes, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, lots of finishes for all of these teams involved, but it seems that the teams that did get those finishes last time around were just not able to perform this time. Terminators TMX, though, this is a team that didn't do well at all in the first round. They were in the bottom 8. This time around, they get, how many finishes was that? I think they got like 17 finishes or something. It was some ridiculous number like that. So, yeah, this is going to just completely shake up the leaderboards. I have no idea what that's going to look like, but I'm quite sure the highlights are about to, be prepared and come on our screen soon enough so we can have a look at how exactly things went down for Terminators TMX and how they managed to come back. So let's jump into the highlights and see what they're all about, see exactly how Terminators managed to get themselves so many finishes. The first frag of the game, it was by SBA Esports. It was a sweet long-range pick coming in from them.
Well, it was, and later on they started going for finish after finish. In fact, they were the first ones to have a position in the ruins. In fact, a very good position inside the ruins area. Later on, they were eliminated. In fact, this was the moment when Dead Elite Esports started picking up the fights. They wasted a few seconds outside of the safe zone area, but that was not too much of the time that we can complain about. But after that, this team didn't stop at all. They were going finish after finish.
Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, they were just getting eliminations left, right and center, just never really pressing the brake button, just foot always on the gas pedal, going 90 miles an hour. And there were a couple of hilarious moments as well, like this, supposedly missed grenade, but the explosion radius got the better of that player, then ended up eliminating him. And yeah, I mean, I'm not sure we saw this compound fight from the side of Terminators TMX. Well, that's how they got all their finishes, in case you're wondering. And this is what happened with War Esports. So they went on their buggies, the last of surviving players. The other player on the buggy tried to get that res going, but ends up being eliminated for being too greedy over here. And I think this was the elimination of Team iQOO Esports, as got knocked out as well. Not having the best time in this match so far.
Well, the team that was having a very good time was TMX, because they eliminated quite a few players. In fact, Team Accurate also, I have to say it, the last player remaining, he got lots of position points for his team. Later on, he was eliminated because he was the single guy remaining. On the other hand, that Elite Esports team, they were eliminating. They had a very good positioning. In fact, this fight particularly with Team SATUL Pile, the benefit goes down to the players of Team Black Tigers, because earlier Dead Elite and Black Tigers were engaged in a fight, but later on Dead Elite shifted their focus towards that team.
Yeah, I mean, they most certainly did, but Team Black Tigers and Team Terminators TMX, we were sort of expecting that it's going to be a tussle between these two teams towards the end there, but it completely wasn't. It actually ended up, just completely being Team Band's show. I mean, they tried their best to try and make sure that, the Team Black Tigers didn't get a lot of ground. It's just that one tiny slip up where they were able to find that one pick towards the end where they got that one knock is just what completely changed everything for Black Tigers, because Team Ban had all of their members up and running at that point. And yeah, as soon as you're put in that 3v2 spot, I mean, they just smelled blood in the water, right? Team Ban, they were just like, we know we've got one knock, we know they're at a disadvantage, so let's just focus on getting the trades in and making sure we come out on top. And yeah, the rest was history. They got that first place finish. But how does this impact the overall standings? That is what I don't know, and that's what I want to find out. So let's just jump straight into the point standings and have a look at where they are after this match. I mean, we're going to be looking at where they are in this match first, and then, just putting some context and then seeing who's that first place winner overall. As we can see, Terminators TMX in that first place with 25 total points, 17 finish points, a ridiculous number. And Team Ban in second place with that first place finish, 15 position points and 7 finish points.
And TMX is on the top, and they finished at the 4th position.
Yeah.
Despite that, they are at the top, and the point difference between Team Ban and TMX is only 3 points. Team Ban, TMX, where were you guys in the first match?
No idea. I mean, they just weren't feeling it. Maybe a couple of nerves here and there, just being like, guys, it's important we don't make mistakes over here. And that fear of not making mistakes paralyzes you and prevents you from taking those opportunities when they do come. And even when you recognize them, you just don't act on them. You just freeze. And Terminators TMX this time around being like, guys, this is the last chance we have. We need to give it our all. Let's just play our hearts out. Let's just not care about what's going to happen if we make mistakes. We're better than that. And that's exactly what they do. And even though they didn't get that first place position, they do end up getting themselves 25 points. Let's have a look at the other bottom 8 teams over here and see what they're all about. Because, yeah, this is not something I was expecting. You know, War Esports, Predators on Hunt with 0 points on Predators on Hunt, and War Esports with just 1. Not what I was expecting to see over here, Shadow. This has been a complete switcheroo from that first round.
Well, it's complete opposite of the first, right? And in fact, if we combine the points of both the matches, I think the teams total point difference is going to be 1 or 2 points, because the teams Predators, I think they had 20 something points in the first match, but this time another teams are having the point difference is going to be almost nullified. But Team Thief consistently bad performance in both the games.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate for those teams. But let's have a look at the MVP by iQOO over here, and it's going to be Legion from the side of Terminators TMX. 7 finishes, 774 damage, great survival time, 2 headshots to his name. That is a pretty solid number. You know, usually it's quite hard to find people, you know, hitting those headshots. It's usually just those long distance stab shots to the body that, you know, whittle them down. But yeah, Legion very, very accurate. So let's have a look at the top 5 players now, see who are behind him from that MVP spot. It's going to be Nitro from SVA Esports. It's BGIS OP from Team Terminators TMX in that 3rd spot. It's Hanzo for the win from Team DE Esports. And then once again, 5th place is CyberGod from Team Terminators TMX. So Team Terminators TMX just occupying the majority of that top 5 spot. SVA Esports and DE Esports just being like, yeah, we're visiting guests over here. We're not going to stay here for very long. But yeah, let's have a look at the match now. We didn't see all the facts from this match and all the interesting statistics that we have. How many grenades we used, how much heating was done. Well, it seems that there were 2 grenade finishes this time around. Lots of rescues again, 33 to be precise, 76 knocks, and yeah, 86 grenades being popped. Great stuff. No airdrops being looted. Quite surprising over there. Thought most certainly that one airdrop that we saw towards the end, where I think one of the accurate players who was alive, I think it might have been Rocky. It might have been him. They just didn't go for it at all. Instead, just opted for the kill instead. So let's now have a look at the finish damage and see, you know, which one of these teams played the most aggressive or had the most efficient game out there.
Well, that is TMX. If we talk about the damage or the kills, both the highest bars are coming from TMX. 2892 damage, 2000, almost close to 3000 over there. On the other hand, at Elite Esports also close to 2000 damage and 11 finishes to their name. On the other hand, SBA Esports 1490 damage overall, combine both the matches, and 8 finishes to their name. In fact, SBA Esports Nitro, I want to talk about this guy. He has the highest damage he dished out in the match number 1, and this time also highest damage has been dished out by Nitro.
Wow, that is insane. This man single-handedly carrying his team on his back with those insane damage numbers. I mean, yeah, it's pretty hard to, you know, consistently do this much damage. So clearly a display of superior individual mechanical prowess. But let's have a look at the top 4 squads. Overall, it seems like Team Terminators TMX are going to be in that 1st place spot, followed by Team Ban, and 3rd place is going to be Team Dead Elite Esports, and 4th place is going to be Team Black Tigers. Now, I know what you're thinking, I know what you want the overall standings, but guess what? We're not going to be displaying that for the next 4 days. If you want to find that out, you're going to have to wait for a little while longer. But until then, can we just appreciate how Terminators TMX just completely turned it around? This is a team that saw what they were doing in game 1. They were like, guys, this is not us. We are not happy with this. Let's not be nervous. They kicked it up a notch, and man, the style in which they finished in 1st place, they didn't even get placement points for the 1st spot. They were in the 4th spot themselves. It was the finishes that got them those points.
It was a do or die situation, like you said. Either perform or get eliminated, get a goodbye ticket from the tournament. It was that kind of a situation. So they were like completely just go in, and when in fact, confidence also starts building up when you eliminate a squad. Then you're like more confident, and then you move forward and eliminate squad after squad. And in fact, they had a very good position. Also, the team ban also specifically when SBA got eliminated, got the perfect positioning inside the circle.
Yeah. Well, that's it for today, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. But that's it for this round. More action tomorrow, so stay tuned, subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and you'll know when we go live.